year just to run your podcast on their host. Anchor.fm does it for free. So go check out Anchor.fm for more information.
Robots Radio presents the Fallout Lorecast.
Hey, robots. What you doing?
Oh, hey, Buddy Bot. I'm just playing a game of Civilization. I installed some new mods, trying out some new levels and stuff. Man, this round's particularly tough though.
Yeah, looks like you're losing.
Well, yeah, I'm not winning, so we'll just say that. But yeah, it's not going absolutely awesome for me. I don't know. My people just keep getting upset and they rebel in my cities. I think maybe I'm going to war too much.
I know what you should do.
Okay, what should I do?
Give them pizza. Let them eat pizza.
All right, Marie Antoine Buddy Bot. We'll give that a try. Well, the pizza strategy didn't work out for me, just so you know. But Buddy Bot, I did give it a try. I gave it my best. Sorry, it didn't work.
Yeah, you didn't give enough pizza. That's the deal.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll give them more pizza next time. We'll try that next time. But we have a podcast to record, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. So, hey, everybody. So I was thinking about some of this Civilization stuff, and I know you're probably wondering, okay, where am I going with Civilization? This is a podcast about Fallout. How does that work together? Well, here's the deal. I've been looking into some of the people behind Vault-Tec, and specifically Stanislaus Braun, who, if you recall, was the guy behind Vault 112. He was the guy who was in the simulation. Remember this? Simulation Tranquility Lane. And he was the little girl Betty. And he was basically tormenting all of the other people in the vault. And that seemed to be what he wanted to do. That seemed to be his retirement plan. And when we come across him in the vault, it's 200 years after the war, and he's still at it. And there's more to Braun than just being a psychopath overseer in a vault. And this is where the connection to Civilization comes in. So let me just give you and let's just frame this up before we get further into the details about Braun. In Civilization, you have many different ways of winning the game. The game of Civilization is all about amassing power. You are a nation state in a world with other nation states. You're starting at the beginning of human documented history, we should say, or even undocumented history. And you're moving forward in the game. And as you move forward in the game, you have certain strengths, certain inherent strengths that your civilization is basically geared up to use. So, for example, if you are a highly intelligent leader who is into science and those kinds of things, then that's probably the path you want to use to win the game. If you are a very warlike leader, somebody like Genghis Khan, then that's probably the path you want to use to win the game. You're going to get buffs towards taking over other civilizations, certain types of war units, things like that. So there's multiple different paths. You can win by destroying everyone else. You can win by being the first to reach the stars through science. You can also win by diplomacy and social status. You can be the first civilization to really create a new world, a new society where everyone is so happy and so fulfilled through culture that you win that way. All of these different paths, though, have something in common. They are all paths to power. And the analogy here is that if you were to replace the nation states in this game with people, that these are all also paths to power in our own world. Some people seek power through economic gains, just like you can in the game. Some people seek power through destroying the competition. Some people seek power through science. And any of these paths can be used, and they can also work together. You can have somebody who, for example, let's just theoretically say there was a politician out there who wanted to achieve power through economic means and by destroying the competition. So that would be a combination of war and economy. Let's say you have another politician out there who wants to amass power through science and culture. That could be a thing too. All of these things can work. The detail here with Braun is that he wasn't just an overseer. He was somebody who was foundational to Vault-Tec. He was a scientist. He came from Germany, and his story, his involvement with Vault-Tec, and let's just call it the American experiment of Vault-Tec, began when the U.S. military contacted him and brought him into the picture. You see, he was born in a small Bavarian town, Kronach. And maybe I'm pronouncing that wrong. Kronach. Kronach. I think Kronach is probably right. And he made a name for himself there. He was a brilliant scientist. He was conducting experiments. And he had a very long and celebrated career before Vault-Tec even reached out to him. You see, he was most famous for experiments that were focusing on preserving and propagating life. And you can see where this is going. The U.S. military and Vault-Tec, working together, were coming up with ways to experiment with life. Humans in vaults. What ways can we use to make sure that humans in vaults can survive and move on? And what situations can we put them in order to figure out which things work and which things don't? At least theoretically, that's where they should have started. So they contacted him and offered him a job, and he accepted. And he became, quote, their sorcerer scientist. You see, he was behind so many of the different technologies that Vault-Tec was developing. And you might remember a little thing called the GEC, the Garden of Eden Creation Kit. That was Braun's. Braun developed this. And it makes sense. We're talking about the sustaining, preservation, and propagating of life. And for human life to exist, we need an environment that we can survive in. So it makes sense that one of the projects he was working on was a way to terraform a lifeless post-nuclear wasteland into a fertile landscape somewhere humans could survive. And this invention was foundational even in Fallout 1. It's located in many different vaults. In fact, all of the vaults should have had one of these. Some of them had two. And it shows up in Fallout 3. It shows up in Fallout 4. GECs are all over the place. They're propagated across the vaults as a way for the inhabitants to create an environment for themselves to live in after the war. But as we know from going through all of the different vault episodes, the majority of the vaults out there that we came across didn't actually end up using them, or at least they weren't planned to use in a lot of situations. So you might be wondering, okay, so what does the development of the GEC have to do with this ascension to power? Well, it was a way for him to further his goals, to prove to them that he was somebody worth investing in. He was doing his job. And in doing his job, they found him to be so successful at what he was doing that he was upgraded to the director of Vault-Tec's Societal Preservation Program. This means that he had an influential role in the creation of many of the vaults, if not all of them. And we don't exactly know the full extent to which Dr. Stanislaus Braun was able to determine what these experiments were, but he was one of the people behind the scenes. And the more we learn about him, the more his fingerprints are all over the situation. So let's review what we know about Vault 112. In Vault 112, we have a very different situation than any other vault. In fact, it's not even very clear what was being experimented with. It was more of a retirement plan. It seems that Braun had worked his way into a state where he was important enough with Vault-Tec that he was able to design for himself his own vault, his own way to preserve his life. Because when we come across him in Fallout 3, it is 200 years after the war. He is not a ghoul. He is a preserved man in a coffin-like VR Matrix plug-in kind of situation, but he is still alive and he is living his life in simulations where he is acting like God. Now, how do you end up in that situation if it's not for an ascent to power? So let's go over a little bit of the details here. Just a quick reminder about this. And I'm going to quote this from the villains.fandom.com article on Stanislaus Braun, which is actually really, really good. It says here, the last vault constructed prior to the Great War, Vault 112, the last vault he saved for himself, the last vault, was equipped with a highly sophisticated virtual reality simulator connected to the Tranquility Loungers in which the vault's populace would stay, while the bodies of the inhabitants remained in suspended animation inside the loungers, basically in a situation where they could exist forever due to the experiments and the developments of Braun himself. Quote, their minds were interfaced with the simulator, allowing them to spend the duration of their stay in an almost infinite variety of settings, doing almost anything they pleased. Since the vault itself was powered by geothermal energy and maintained by an army of specially designed RoboBrain caretakers, the occupants would theoretically be able to live in this virtual heaven near indefinitely, barring accidents. So you can see that this was a situation that anybody who feared death would be interested in. But there's a problem with this vault, of course, and those of us who have played Fallout 3 and those of us who have listened to the Vault 112 episode know that Braun was in complete control of the vault that he was also living in and the simulation. And that means that nobody else in the simulation was living in their own heaven. For Braun, this was a heaven, but for everyone else, this was a hell. And the full definition of those things, something that could have existed eternally. This vault could have gone on forever. And Stanislaus Braun basically designed a world where he was God. Now, if that's not an ascent to power, then I'm not sure what is. So stay tuned. After the break, we're going to get into a little bit more detail about this vault specifically, which we've already talked about, but then how that relates to Braun himself.
Hello there, old chap. Good to see another of General Atomic's finest, still eager to serve.
Hey there, my name's Jameson, or Big Cat.
And I am Brenna, or Mother Goose.
And together, we are the hosts of the DL, Weekly Gaming News.
Each week, we bring you the top stories from last week, as well as something you might have missed.
Our goal is to start a conversation about what's going on in the world of gaming.
And every week, we have a special guest join us in the chat room, where we discuss a different gaming-related topic and learn more about our guests in the 60-second download.
And if that isn't enough, we also have Slim Jims.
So come and hang out with us every week and join in on the conversation.
Good luck and have fun, everybody.
And remember, keep your goose loose.
Hey friends, did you know that you can use Spotify to listen to podcasts too? And it's free. You don't even need a premium account. Spotify has a huge catalog of podcasts on every topic, including this one that you're listening to right now. And it's as simple as downloading the app and just searching for your favorite podcast or looking for new shows. My shows, because you guys have done such an awesome job listening to them, actually show up at the top of the list when you search things like Fallout or Elder Scrolls. So you know you're going to get good content if you use Spotify. You can also follow your favorite podcasts so you don't miss any episodes. Premium users can download episodes to listen to offline. You don't even have to stream them directly. And you can easily share what you're listening to with friends. So if you haven't tried it yet, download the app for free. Give it a shot. Most of my listeners at this point are actually listening on Spotify. So I can't recommend it enough. Talk to you guys later. All right, Vault Dwellers and Wastelanders, this is your host, Tom of Robots, and thank you again for tuning into the Fallout Lorecast. I hope you enjoyed our episode last week with our patrons. It was very enlightening, and I'm proud of everybody being able to come together and discuss a difficult topic like that in such an informed and compassionate way. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. The other thing that I wanted to note here is thank you to all of you who have decided to pick up a loot crate. That promotion is doing really, really well, and it seems like you guys are really into it. So if you aren't aware, you can get 15% off your purchase on a loot crate by clicking the link in the show notes. So underneath in the details of the episode, there's a link. Use that link, go to lootcrate.com and check out the loot crates. There's a Fallout crate. Highly recommend. I got a bunch of my cool stuff from that crate, stuff like my Brotherhood of Steel flag, some minifigures, some artwork, all sorts of cool stuff, bunch of t-shirts, things like that. So go check that out. You can get 15% off and use the code Robots Radio, ROBOTS RADIO, all one word, and 15% off Loot Crate. And it seems like you guys are super into this promotion, so we're going to keep running it. And thank you so much for being involved with that. Otherwise, this episode, I wanted to call out the different reviews that we've gotten. I didn't do that on the last episode. I've been moving it to the first episode of the month rather than the Patron episode because that episode already is so long. So we actually got a bunch of really cool, really awesome reviews from you guys in June. So let's just dive into that real quick. So the first one we have here is from a name that I can't fully pronounce on stream. Let's just call him My End's Best Strawberry or them, he, she, I don't know who this is. And they write, absolutely incredible, 5 stars. Robots does such a good job with all that he does for this podcast and all the research and time he takes to make each episode one of a kind. For anyone who is even remotely a Fallout fan, this is worth a listen. So thank you so much, my N. I appreciate that. Also, we have one from Sotavj, Sotavj from the US, who writes, really good, 5 stars. I started listening to this podcast after starting to play Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas on my 360. I like all the information you give me about the storylines and lore. Well, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Then we have one from Jake in the United States who writes, real work of art. Robots with zeros does an outstanding job of going into the deep details of the Fallout game series. On the surface, the wasteland just looks like a carnage-filled funhouse, but underneath it lies a world full of stories of the human will. Praised be to Florida man. Thank you so much, Jake. Then we have one from Spartan118 from the US who writes, it's epic. I like this cast, especially that it only had the one host and he is very good at what he does. So thank you so much for that, Spartan. Then we have Iroquois364 from the US who writes, this is an amazing Amazing podcast. I love listening to your podcast and have ever since I first heard about Fallout on my Xbox One with Fallout 4. This is the only podcast that I listen to alongside the World War II podcast because I am fascinated with these topics. I was wondering if you knew a good Star Trek podcast. If you do, I would love to know what it is. Thank you for all your amazing content. Have a happy Father's Day. This one came in right around Father's Day. So thank you so much, Iroquois. I don't know of a specifically good Star Trek podcast, but I have a feeling one of our listeners might. So make sure you jump in the Discord and post that question in there. I bet somebody's going to have a recommendation. Also, if you find a really good Star Trek podcast, let me know, because that sounds really cool. Thank you so much. Then we've got Soul Invictus 76 from the US who writes, review 5 stars. Hello, robots with zeros. I first experienced Fallout after playing Fallout Shelter for the first time a few years back. I picked up Fallout 3.5 years ago and have since played New Vegas, my favorite, Fallout 4 and Fallout 76. I am grateful for this show and enjoy the fun, sometimes cheesy way you present your show. Hats off to you. What are you talking about, cheesy?
Yeah, I have no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah, I don't either, Buddy Bot. I have no cheesy jokes on this show ever.
Yeah, only pizza.
Right, only pizza. All right, so then we have Jules on Mars from Germany. Welcome to our German friends, and we're speaking about a German man on this episode, so hey, there you go. An amazing podcast for seldom players, 5 stars. I found your podcast about 2 weeks ago, and I absolutely fell in love with it. I barely get the time to play the actual Fallout games, but I love the lore and many different stories the developers get to tell within them. Thanks to your podcast, I can feel like I experienced the game without having to actually put aside the time to work on my own playthroughs. Thanks for making my daily commute and walking the dogs just radiate with joy. Well, thank you, Jules. That's awesome. Thank you so much. We have 2 more left. Chomsky, I think is the way this is pronounced, has a 3 for an E, from the US, who writes, so informative, 5 stars. Awesome cast. I've been power listening from the beginning. I don't even know how I came across your podcast. Me and a friend just started playing 76 on Monday, and getting all the lore is so much fun. I can't wait to get to your later pods and see how the show evolves. Keep up the good work, brother. Daryl from Buffalo, New York. Daryl, thank you so much. And I hope you enjoy the way the show evolves, because it's definitely evolved over the last year and a half that I've been doing this now. And it's going to continue evolving as I dig deeper and deeper into the lore of Fallout. That sounds like a good place to end it. But we have one more from Gold Pyro 99 in the United States, who writes, War never changes. 5 stars. War never changes. I think it meant this is 2020. The world is on the brink of extinction. Holy hell, I hope that's not actually the case, but some days it does feel like that, doesn't it? So thank you to all of you for the 5-star reviews and the comments. If you would like to help me out, this helps a ton. The ratings and reviews really do push us to the top of the list, which we have been at for a while now. So thank you so much for that. We are quickly becoming one of the highest rated Fallout podcasts ever. And if you search for us on any of the platforms, we show up right at the top. So I appreciate that. And I hope you guys continue to keep listening. And also, I can't reveal things about future stuff coming out, but if you aren't listening to the Fallout Hub and to Chad, a Fallout 76 podcast, and the Omega broadcast, being all the Fallout shows on the network, then go listen to those. But specifically, check out the first 2 I mentioned, because there's some stuff coming pretty soon, like really big stuff that you're definitely not going to want to miss. And I'm not just talking about like, oh, I like the shows on my network, they're awesome. So I'll just leave that there.
If you have any questions about Nuka World, I'd be delighted to answer them.
So what exactly is it that makes somebody seek power to the detriment of all other things? In the situations at the beginning of the show, in the context of using different tools or different methods to achieve power, in much of those situations, and in the sense of, say, a nation state on the world stage, you have to be competitive. And in order to be as competitive as possible, you also have to be able to reduce your empathy for those you're competing with. if you're going to war with another country, then you have to consider them less than human. Otherwise, it keeps you up at night because you're doing terrible things to other people. In order to achieve a scientific victory at whatever cost, then you have to be willing to experiment in ways that are not moral or ethical. For a company like Vault-Tec, somebody like Dr. Stanislaus Braun was an ideal candidate for somebody to design these experiments, because we can trace the types of experiments that were designed by Vault-Tec and the kind of person that we know Braun to be, the kind of person who in a vault, when surrounded by other people, spent 200 years finding ways to torture them. As somebody who is a psychopath, somebody who fundamentally lacks empathy. And not only lacks empathy, but gains joy from the pain and the struggles of others. And in this situation, he was the absolute perfect person to design a bunch of experiments on human beings that didn't take into consideration their torment, the situations, their lives, their deaths. So there's a theory out there that roughly 21% of the CEOs in our country show psychopathic tendencies, are psychopaths on some level, and that this disconnect from empathy, this ability to work in chaos, is actually beneficial in some ways and leads these people to positions of power. See the similarities there? Now, what's interesting about Braun is that he, in some ways, is a diamond in the rough. According to this article I found on Business Insider, what makes some psychopaths successful and others turn to a life of crime is determined by a number of things. IQ and education is one part of it, but it's important to note that the average IQ of a serial killer is 94.7, which is slightly below average. It's a fairly normal score. It fits right in the bell curve, but it's also slightly below average. However, people who go down the dark road are less likely to have received a good education and may have had traumatic family experiences. Now, we don't know a whole lot about Braun's upbringing, but we do know that he was a smart man. Now, this next part is what I find even more interesting. Remember what Braun was doing in the vault? He was tormenting, of course, the other people, but in the Tranquility Lane simulation that we enter into, he was Betty, a child tormenting the other people and children in the simulation, or at least children in their psychology. Many of the people in this vault no longer even really remembered who or what they actually were. It had been so long, and psychologically they had been twisted so many different times in so many different ways that their visions of themselves in the simulation didn't necessarily even connect to who they were in real life. So hold on to that idea here. It goes on and says, the brain of a psychopath is also very immature. In fact, Swart, the researcher that this article is referencing, showed a photo of the neuropathways of a typical psychopathic brain, and it functions similarly to a very immature adolescent one. Betty, think about that. The limbic system, the part of the brain associated with bonding, emotion, and memory in particular, is damaged and not at the stage it should be. It's as though the part of the brain which holds your pause button didn't develop properly. Rather than pausing in situations to think about other people, psychopaths are more likely to make rash, impulsive decisions. And if this doesn't describe Braun, then I don't know what does. Braun is known to respond almost like a child, like an immature child. When you break his simulation, when you break out of the hell that he's created for you, when you get involved with this, he reacts like a child. He whines in the voice of Betty and says, quote, "It's not fair. nobody to play with ever again. He's concerned that your treatment of him is not fair and has no sense that his treatment of other human beings, the other people that were in his vault, let alone all of the other vaults he had anything to do with designing, was inherently not fair to them. I mean, what couldn't be more like a younger version of a human, we'll say that, than somebody who isn't able to understand how to view the world through somebody else's perspective. It just kind of makes sense. So in wrapping up this episode, there are a few other details I wanted to point out here. Some other things that I think are really interesting. There are a few other variations on the vaults and the simulations that he was running that we do know about. One of them was called Toucan Lagoon. And Toucan Lagoon, assumingly, is a variation of this simulation world where he decided to take all of his guests to a lagoon, which of course sounds nice and pleasant, like a vacation. Well, of course it wasn't a vacation for them. This was a situation where he removed everything from them that made them feel comfortable and safe. This was absolutely a hell, and he assaulted them with all sorts of virtual dangers. He was specifically delighted when Martha Simpson slowly wasted away from scurvy, and he really enjoyed listening to Tommy Nussbaum, is that how you pronounce that? Be eaten by sharks over and over and over again. And when he got tired of this simulation, he changed it into a ski vacation called Slalom Chalets. And in this situation, he gave them as much horror and pain as he possibly could, from things like avalanches to frostbite. Now, these are two of the examples of situations that he put people in before we get to Tranquility Lane. But seeing as he was in this simulation for 200 years, then there was probably a lot more than just these ones. The other thing I wanted to point out here, which I think is really particularly interesting, is that there are a lot of other references in the other games to Stanislaus Braun. Specifically, in Fallout New Vegas, it's implied that Braun was at least a temporary partner at the Big MT's think tank, Higgs Village. The on-site housing for the think tank's executives, while they were still human, is virtually identical to Tranquility Lane. Additionally, both locations are involved in highly unethical experiments by brilliant but unhinged scientists. However, it is unknown if the think tank provided the scenario for Braun's simulation, or if Braun designed and deliberately modeled Tranquility Lane on Higgs. Now, in either situation, we know that he was aware of what Higgs looked like, and so that became something that he used in his own simulation. Now, he also doesn't appear in Fallout 4, but he's mentioned several times in terminal entries in both Vault 75 and in the Vault-Tec Workshop DLC. He's mentioned as overseeing and reviewing many of the experimental protocols, particularly in the Vault-Tec Workshop DLC, where one researcher, identified only as Ted, presents numerous projects which would largely benefit humanity, running counter to Vault-Tec's modus operandi seen in previous games. So that's what we know about Braun. His details, his early life, I wish we knew more about that. And I wish we had a list of all of the different vaults that he had worked on. Was he the mind behind the majority of them, or only a handful? We don't really know for sure. Or when he came on board with Vault-Tec and how much was designed before he was hired. Again, we're not really sure. Now, to finish this out, we do know that in Vault 112, no matter what you do, you can't directly attack him. He is kept separate from the rest of the vault and still protected. And anything you do in that situation to attack him results in your own death. You're struck down by electricity. So is Stanislaus Braun still sitting alone in his own simulation? Is he growing more and more severely psychopathic as the days go by? Is he inventing people, more people who aren't actually real, to torture? Or is he descended into his own hell where he is finally alone and he has to live with only his own mind as company? To plug into everything else we're doing, check out robotsradio.net. Also, look up the Robots Radio YouTube for videos about Fallout and other things. And check us out on Twitter, twitter.com/robotsradio. This podcast was brought to you in part by our patrons at patreon.com/Fallout Lorecast, including our Tier 5 patrons. Thank you so much to Firewriter for supporting the show. Also, if you're interested in business inquiries, advertising on the show, or applying to be a podcast on the Robots Radio Network, send me a message at falloutlorecast@gmail.com or robotsnetwork@gmail.com.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
Ahoy there, ye landlubbers. Avast! My name is Captain Logan, and I'll be your guide out on the Sea of Thieves. If you love the idea of stealing treasure, cutting down cursed skeletons, fighting off krakens, and raiding forts filled to the brim with shinies, then Sea of Thieves is the game for you. Join me each week as I dive into the news and bring back the nuggets of information that any sailor worth their weight in salt would desire. You don't have to be a pirate legend to gain access to my podcast. Just search for Keelhauled, a Sea of Thieves podcast in your podcast app of choice, or head over to robotsradio.net or captainlogan.podbeam.com and get ready to set sail for adventure. Arr.
This podcast is brought to you by Anchor.fm, the absolute best and easiest way to host your podcast and get paid for it by running ads just like these. And take it from me, I've hosted at least 7 of my podcasts on Anchor.fm. I recommend it to every show on our network, and other hosts are going to charge you upwards of $100 every year just to run your podcast on their host. Anchor.fm does it for free. So go check out Anchor.fm for more information.
Robots Radio presents the Fallout Lorecast.
All right, welcome back to the Fallout Lorecast. I almost forgot the name of the show with all the technical difficulties we've had. We are streaming on Twitch at twitch.tv/robotsradio, and we're starting a little bit late, but hey, no big deal because we're back and we are having our end of the month patron episode with all of our regular fun guests, all our regular, faces that usually come and hang out. But welcome back to all of you guys. And I want to do a quick little introduction on this episode because I want to preface this just a little bit before we jump into this. It is Pride Month, and as you guys know, you've listened to my show, I am 100% for diversity and kindness and being considerate of different people's perspectives and different people's lives and the things that we don't understand and the things that I don't understand, and being open to understanding and sharing with everybody and seeing everybody's perspectives. If you listened last week, I did an episode on racism and how racism is portrayed in the Fallout games. And this week, we are going to have a discussion around gender identity, sexuality, and those kinds of issues. And our patrons, fortunately, have more life experience in handling some of the different perspectives that are not hetero whatever, because I'm pretty bland. I'm pretty, straight white male. So my perspective cannot speak for all the different perspectives out there. So I'm very excited to have our patrons this week share some different perspectives of the way those types of issues are handled in the Fallout games. So with that said, let's welcome back our patrons. I'm just going to go alphabetically down the list. We have a True Dog coming back. True Dog, welcome back to the show.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Welcome. And then we have Fire Rider. Fire Rider, are you there? There you are. Yay. Welcome back. Fire Rider is having as many difficulties with technology as I am tonight.
It's not the technology.
It's the brain technology. And then we have Nunamer. Nunamer, welcome back.
Thank you. And thank you, Tom, very much for taking on this topic. It's super important.
Yeah.
So thank you.
You're welcome. And Soybean?
Hello, it is me, the Bean.
Is you the Bean?
And, I hope this episode goes well.
I hope so too. I'm looking forward to it. And then we have Sunless Sketcher.
Hello.
It kind of came in half. I don't know. The word you said only came in half of it, but that's cool. We get what you were saying. Hello. And then we have Victor.
Hello.
And then Zemnis.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
What's up? This isn't all of our tier 4 patrons, but it's the ones that could make it tonight. Some other people had some other things come up, and of course, hopefully they'll be joining us again next month. So it'd be wonderful to talk with them again as well. So to kick us all off, we're going to start with Nunamer. And Nunamer, what is your topic for tonight?
Okay, well, what I'm going to be talking about is player choice, or if it was sort of saying a character as far as representation, it would be the player themselves, the player character.
Right.
And the way I'm kind of looking at this too is, this being Pride Month, it's a time to celebrate and learn about and understand LGBTQ plus people and culture. But with everything going on in the world right now with, people focusing on people of color and the rights of like Black Lives Matter and everything going on with that, even though we're going to be obviously focusing on queer representation, it's very important to focus on representation of all marginalized people. Right. Regardless of whether it's racially marginalized, sexually marginalized, gender, whatever the case may be. So this is a very timely topic, not just for Pride Month, but also because of everything going on in America and all across the world right now. So I'm very happy that we're tackling this, big subject.
Yeah. And let me chime in real quick, because all of us, and I know we have a large listener base, and we all come from different perspectives. We all come from different backgrounds. And if this is a topic that makes you uncomfortable, then I hope you will stay with us and you will listen, and you will hear some different perspectives than maybe you are familiar with. It is my belief that if we don't regularly challenge to prove our suppositions about the world wrong, then we will never really know if we understood the truth. And I think that that's something that's wise for all of us to do. If you're not regularly challenging your beliefs, then you don't really have something to stand on. So I would challenge all of our listeners, even those people who regularly identify themselves as some of the perspectives we're talking about on this episode, to be open to seeing more than what you already understand, because I think that that's the way we grow together. That's the way that we individually grow, and we learn to be more kinding and loving and respectful of everybody who's making it through this world. So I just wanted to put that out there at the beginning. So thank you, Nunamer.
Nia, do you mind if I just piggyback real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, go for it.
Just really quick as a note, is something that's really important among marginalized people to remember is this idea of intersectionality. So people who are marginalized because of one thing or another, because obviously no two of us can ever be the same, but it's important to recognize that intersectionality, and for marginalized people to be able to help each other up, rather than saying their cause is more important. It's just differently important because of the specific issues. And then also remember specifically, I've been seeing a lot on my feed just simply because of queer pride is how I identify with it. And the first gay pride is in the month of June because of the Stonewall riots, which were led by a trans woman of color and a butch lesbian of color. So there's definitely a good, this is a good month to be tackling these kinds of issues, and however they need to be tackled.
Right. So Nunimer, why don't you take us into this a little bit?
So this is a conversation I've actually had at a couple different points on the Robots Radio Discord when I joined this wonderful and accepting and diverse community on the Robots Radio Discord. I started communicating with a lot of other queer people, and myself coming from a bisexual perspective, I was coming across many different people all across the spectrum of LGBTQ plus, all that were fans of Fallout and of the Elder Scrolls. And I found myself questioning why there were so many queer fans of these games, why these games spoke so much to queer people. And, there's definitely many different reasons why that may be the case. And there's many different reasons for every individual that might be different. But something that I kind of latched onto as a concept was the idea of, like I was saying before, of player choice, of two things primarily, freedom and choice. And these are things that marginalized people often don't have in their lives, or they have to fight to get. And it doesn't come easy. Some people struggle their whole lives and don't have that sort of freedom and choice that these games give us a sort of fantasy, experience to be able to have that. So representation in media, representation in movies and books, games, whatever the case may be, is certainly very, very important, and it's important to everybody. But this sort of representation is sort of representing ourselves in the game. So what ends up happening is when we come across representation of whether it's any marginalized group in a game, somebody, when they see that and they experience that, it's often a very validating experience. It gives them a feeling of being seen, of being heard, of being normalized in a sense.
Right.
And so what ends up happening to a lot of people is they will, whether it's entirely or just partially, they'll end up sort of self-inserting themselves into their characters. Sometimes we may create entirely new characters that aren't based on ourselves at all. But often it's the case that even if we're creating a completely different character, that character will often have aspects of ourselves in there. And then there are many players that play these games fully role-playing. They make a character, that character has a perspective, that character has a background, and they play the game based on that sort of perspective. And the thing about these games, and specifically Fallout, is as we're going through, there's a lot of shooty, blowing up super mutants, and that's fun. But one of the things that makes Fallout really special is all the moral dilemmas you come across, the moral choices, and what that says about you and what that says about your character and your perspective. And so these games make a sort of safe place for people to self-examine themselves, explore maybe different perspectives, explore different aspects of themselves that maybe they've never confronted, and they've never been in a situation that they may find themselves in, a life and death situation like in the Fallout universe, where they are so immersed into the experience that they feel those choices and those moral dilemmas. Additionally, it also, especially since some of the games allow for queer relationships allow for even perks, such as in New Vegas, where there are perks you can take that essentially identify your character as being gay or lesbian or whatever the case may be, where non-queer people can actually use these games as an sort of a experiment or experiment is more to allow them to gain some perspective, maybe just a game, but times these role-playing are very real. And so it allows people to explore different perspectives, gain that perspective, and gain some empathy towards a person that may be very different than themselves, whether it be very different in gender. Am I up? It says
it's
I'm
okay.
getting that I'm breaking.
Yeah,
up.
it's breaking up a little bit here and there. But yeah, I think we understand what you're saying. Do you find that that's been very important for you specifically?
Yeah, I'm actually just closing something down here. See if that helps a little bit. Can you hear me at all?
Yeah, you sound fine.
Okay, good. Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, in that sense, you know, coming again from a bisexual perspective, I actually had an experience with Fallout New Vegas specifically, where I had, now this wasn't in the vanilla game, mind you, it was a mod that added in several perks that you would be able to choose down the road. There were a lot of new higher level perks. And one of these perks actually allowed your character to become trans. It allowed your character to transition from one gender to the other. And when I knew that I had that as an option, again, being a high level perk, I decided to hardcore role play this character as a trans person. And so throughout the experience, the perspective of the man who was in the beginning of the game was physically female and then was able to transition to be physically male. But I played him as a trans male through the entire game. And then when I hit that level where I was able to take that perk and then physically transition to male, it surprisingly, and I've always had a lot of empathy and tried to have a lot of understanding towards trans people. Despite being just a game, it actually gave me a whole new perspective on that experience and that perspective. And, you know, for a lot of people, depending on their circumstances, depending on their environment, depending on their family, their friends, maybe even the area of the country or the country they live, they may not have a safe space to examine these themes and examine these perspectives. In some cases, it may be that it's not safe for them to do that emotionally. And in many cases, it may not even be safe for them to express these things due to physical violence. They may be physically endangered by examining their own sexuality, expressing their sexuality. And so it's very important that people, and I think too, a lot of times younger people especially, need to have some sort of safe space where they can explore these questions and try to understand themselves better. And in fact, as we talked about on last month's episode, Soy and I have started a faction in Fallout 76, and within that faction, one of our most important things that we wanted to do was to make a safe space for people. And one of those focuses was a safe space for LGBTQ plus people. And while we're not an exclusively queer faction, we're definitely very queer friendly. And I've actually had one of our members come to me and express how much it meant to her that she was able to join a group of people where she felt like she could be herself, express her perspectives, be able to talk about how she feels, and know that it was a safe place on the internet, which there's so much toxicity and so much negativity on the internet and in gaming especially, that, you know, to be able to make some sort of safe space for people to explore that in a multiplayer game has been, you know, a wonderful privilege for Soy and I to start to build that sort of thing.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, and it was nice having that expressed to us, because that was so important to us. And also, like I was saying before, for a lot of younger gamers, there's plenty of games where you can run around and have adventures. You can shoot things, you can blow things up, you can, have a power fantasy that way. But for a lot of younger gamers, these games might be the first time where they can actually explore these things, where they're having that level of immersion and self-reflection, where they can see how it feels to, even if it's with a digital avatar, to have a gay relationship, or a bisexual relationship, or a polyamorous relationship, whatever the case may be in all of these games, that they're able to role play that and see how that personally makes them feel. And, a lot of people don't role play that way. A lot of people do just, play the games as a character or whatever. They're just running around shooting stuff and that's it. But most people do at least have some semblance of a backstory for the characters that they create in Fallout games.
I would have to wonder how many people don't admit that they role play a character, or don't admit that they role play a character who is very different from themselves, but actually do when nobody's looking.
For sure.
It's one of those things that maybe they're not proud to admit, but it's still one of those things that they do. And they just, like if you were to poll people, they'd be like, oh no, I never do that, because it's not cool, or it's not socially as acceptable, or whatever they believe to be the case. But in the privacy of their own, playtime, maybe they actually do more often than you would think.
Oh, definitely. And I think too, like even when people say, oh, I'm not really into role playing my character, whatever, they still will have some sort of archetype that in their head, some sort of personality type that this character is. Oh, this guy's a tough guy that doesn't care about anybody else. Or this person is a charisma build, so therefore they're very charming, or whatever the case may be. So there's usually some aspect, especially with the way that Fallout character creation works. You sort of have that built into the game, where you are creating a character with certain personality traits or certain perks, or however that reflects the character's personality. So there's definitely an aspect to that for everybody. But for some people, and I think too, especially for a lot of LGBTQ plus people, it again gives them that safe space that especially in some of the single player games, especially where they can explore those things, where they can be themselves, or they can really express themselves. And so, like I was saying before, representation in media is so important, but being able to represent yourself, your true self, in a game is very special, and has been it's been important to me. And I've talked to many people about it being very important to them. And it really is in my opinion, one of the biggest appeals of the Fallout series. And I think it's something that really speaks to a lot of queer gamers as well.
Yeah, I think you're hitting on some really solid points there. I'm curious, if we open this up to the rest of our group, who else has some perspectives that they can share on this? Do you guys feel that this is something you've used in your own playthroughs to explore these kinds of topics personally? Demi?
So I would say that this isn't something I've personally explored. However, it's a case of definitely someone from the outside looking in, but let me start from the beginning. I grew up in a small suburb in Kansas. So when I was in high school, I was out as a bisexual girl. I'm now a pansexual man, but that's besides the point. But I was basically one of only two people in the entire school. And mostly the only reason I did it, I felt like I was able to, is because I knew my parents would back me up. In that kind of town, not many people had parents like mine. And I had three friends. Two of them, we kind of all hung out as a trio a lot of the time. And the first thing I ever heard about Fallout was actually Fallout New Vegas from a friend of mine. I'm going to redact her name for her own privacy, and also because I'm speculating. However, she really got into New Vegas, and she fell in love with our boy, Arcade Gannon. She was just really obsessed with him, and I think it also kind of sparked her interest in Latin and Greek. Years later, of course, after high school, I moved away. My two friends actually live together now, and the New Vegas friend, it ended up coming out that she was a lesbian. And I can't help but wonder if her being able to explore at least some kind of same-sex relationship with an interesting character by playing a male character and possibly romancing Arcade, I can't help but wonder if that gave her the opportunity to explore that I was able to have through my parents, but because of society and how her family works, she may not have had that opportunity.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, you need an outlet for that. From my understanding, and again, please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to, overstep or infer anything. But I could be wrong that it was something totally different that kind of led to her realizing that, hey, I like chicks. Sure. But from my understanding, when you are seeking to truly understand yourself, there's kind of this impulse to something feels like it needs to be explored more, or something feels like it's not quite the way that you feel like it really should be. So you find an outlet for that somewhere, right? And maybe that's in a game first. Maybe that's just the first, the seeds of what ends up growing into a better understanding of who you really are.
Well, and just for representation, having that opportunity to explore, or even that high-level perk that Nunamer said, is I'll touch more on this when I talk on my stuff, but being able to know that exploration is there, just knowing that there are other options, can help people come to grips with it and have that self-reflection of, wait, there's something else than what is considered, I guess, the default, is how I would kind of most politely put it. Right. And sometimes finding out that there's more than the default can be. It can be a game, it can be a book. And that's why that representation is so important.
Yeah. Zemnies, I know you had something you wanted to chime in with.
I'm just going to say that, I'm really glad that Nunamer brought this up, because there's two very close friends of mine that I've known for, I don't know, it's been like 10, 11 years now. And at one point, I was kind of in a bad spot with them because I didn't understand them fully. And one of the things that they brought out was that they were, transsexual, and I didn't know how to deal with that personally. And so I stopped talking to them for a while and let things calm down and try to figure out, how they felt and things. And I actually ended up being able to play on New Vegas the different perspective of being a gay person and so on, and trying to figure it all out. And it actually opened my eyes to a lot, because hearing some how the characters talk, I've heard stuff out in the real world with how people are degrading about this community for that, and I even started playing the game some and trying to figure it out more, and it made me have a whole different respect for people in the LGBTQT community. I think I got that right.
Close, yeah.
And it helped me to accept them with what they told me. And because of that, they are like my siblings, my blood relatives now. And with that, I think it helped me to come closer to them, as well as kind of understand what some of the other people go through. And I've talked to different ones about some of the transitioning that they've had to go through, or that they're wanting to go through and haven't been able to because some of them are scared.
Yeah. So you specifically,
it's just me.
Sorry, it disappeared. I thought you were finished talking. You specifically sought out to do this in the game in order to seek better understanding.
Yes, I did.
That's really cool. That's a really different perspective. That I mean, in that case, it's not even an accidental thing you come across and you're like, oh, it's a intentional tool.
Yeah, exactly. And see, at one point I was not sure of where I stood personally as far as, if I was bisexual or not. And I finally figured out through everything and through some steps that people had given me and just trying to figure myself out. I figured that, I'm not that way, but I'm not against it. And like with my sister and brother, I have so much more respect for them and what they've dealt with. And I know someone had told me here recently that, going through a transition is a very taxing progressive step, and it takes a while to do it. But afterwards, they feel so grateful and so relieved sometimes that they're able to go through and do this. And, and that's why I wanted to become kind of a part of that community in my own way, because I want to support those who, have these different problems that they have to go through while they're going through this stuff, and be there for them and sit there and go, no, it's okay. You can feel this way. You can be able to be yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. And see, by playing the game like that, I was able to form those kinds of relationships and figure out, okay, so this is how, this goes. And the feelings that I got from that just made my eyes so much more open, and I'm very thankful that I was able to have that opportunity.
Yeah, that's really neat. That's it's one of those things that I think is really cool to actually take that on intentionally and to seek out, well, let me see if I can understand this. Let me see if I can get a little bit more of their perspective. I think that's really cool that you did that.
Thank you.
All right. Firewriter, did you have something you wanted to add?
I'm not coming at this personally for me, although this is extremely personal. It was sort of one of the ways that we understood a child better. When he was born, we thought he was a girl. And but as he grew up, every time he interacted with media, he acted as a boy. Whether he was writing stories or playing games, he was always a boy. And the shot of that is that when he came out as trans last year, it wasn't a surprise.
Yeah, it's like you knew it as a mom. You're like, I saw that coming.
We'd been watching it for a really long time, and, it made things easier for everybody, not just for us, but for him and for our family, the extended family, because everybody kind of knew by that point. And I'm just incredibly grateful that he had that opportunity to kind of test it out, I guess is a good way to put it. And kind of, work through that and figure it out and experiment. And I think it's really incredible that a game can, what am I trying to say? Be a part of that, I guess.
Right. Can work to help with that discovery. Yeah. That's really cool. And I'm glad there are parents like you who are able to handle this. And I should speak personally too. My daughter is gay, and I don't have any gay siblings. I don't have any gay close family that I'm aware of. And it wasn't something that was difficult for me because I've never harbored any ill will towards people of different sexualities and different perspectives than I have. But it was definitely something I needed to learn to understand how to parent in a way that I didn't expect to have to figure out. I knew when I had a daughter that I would have to learn how to be the father of a daughter, and that comes with certain things, and there's certain statistical probabilities with that. Chances are she'll grow up, and chances are she'll be straight, and we'll find a guy, and I'll probably have a son-in-law at some point or whatever. But it was something that I needed to come to an understanding with. And I remember that there were conversations. I don't want to go too personal because this is her life, but there were conversations that I had with her multiple times when she was starting, when it came to the surface that she was starting to grapple with these things, and she would bring them up. And I had to be open to hearing her, but I also had to say, you're still young. Keep exploring, and make sure when you don't be too ready to define yourself at the age of 12 or 13 when you started really to deal with these things. But be willing to keep exploring, to find the tools to figure out, what do I really think? Who am I really? What is me at the core? And don't define yourself too early and then feel stuck in something that in either direction, in any direction at all, that you may not want to be stuck with socially, especially a few years later, because social pressure is incredible around these types of things. So thank you for bringing up that topic, Nunamer. This is a really good introductory to all of this. And let's move on to Victor, because we're going to get a little bit more specific around some of the more Fallout specifics on this. Victor, what do you bring this week?
I bring up, Nunamer touched on it a little bit with the mod that Fallout New Vegas gives you, but even within the Fallout lore itself, I, as a trans person, feel that there is representation. Both in the sense of people who actually change who they are so that it is closer to what they feel like, almost the definition of transition, and then also the question of what is humanity. I'm gonna cover the transition part a bit more first, because that one's a little more cut and dry to me, at least. And in specific, thankfully somebody in here reminded me of Cleo over in my favorite faction of Good Neighbor. Good Neighbor's a faction, fight me. Cleo, the Assaultron, she is a woman. She is not an Assaultron. She has gone past her programming, and she is her own woman. And the dialogue you get with her is, she's not a robot. She is not an Assaultron. She is a woman who sells guns that kill people. And the kind of dialogue that you can have with her, you kind of get both ends get a couple ends of the different kinds of the spectrum of how people react to realizing that the person they're talking to is trans. I watched a playthrough of it just to refresh it for myself, and oh man, you can react really badly. And when I was listening, I was watching the player character say that to her, I was like, oh my god, that's almost exactly the worst case scenario that I've pictured for somebody talking to me about being trans.
Okay.
But they're talking about a robot identifying as a woman. But I feel like that's still there. Also, of specific note, with Cleo, is the other part about it being like more than you are, and also humanity, is the synths within Fallout 4.
Right.
And in Fallout 4, you've got basically two kinds. You've got the ones that are still with the Institute, and then the ones who have either escaped or want to escape the Institute. And they are considered non-human. Especially, it doesn't matter if they went ahead and got their mind wiped at the memory den. They're not human. Simply because they have a little metal bit in their head. But what I see here is, with Cleo specifically, you can get into her terminal above her shop, and she has contingency plans on killing notable people within Good Neighbor. And she actually has one for Magnolia, the singer over at the Third Rail, who is a synth. And the first line is, "Fellow working girl deserves a chance." And to me, that kind of points towards she has a fellow feeling with Magnolia of trying to fit into this human world, to be her own woman, to have her own way, and having difficulty at it, but they're still doing it. Another good example of just the total transition is my favorite female scientist, Kiri. Mm-hmm. If you go far enough in her companion quest line, you can get her a synth body, and she is functionally human. She is a human. If you keep going further down that companion quest line and keep upping your affection with her, you see her explore being human finally, because before she has that transition into becoming a human through being uploaded into a synth, she talks about how she wants to know what it's like to be a human. She wants to have these feelings, to know, to find out. She feels like this is part of her purpose as a scientist. And then you get to see her do it, and her curiosity at the world is heart-achingly beautiful. And she's just so excited and so happy to be able to look and see and feel and breathe. And seeing her happiness at that, and, the relief that it was the right choice, to me is also something that is allegorical for going through transition, because I'm like, I probably already said this, I'm trans myself. I have just passed my 2 years on hormone replacement therapy. I've been jabbing myself with a needle once a week for over 2 years now. And when I started, I was terrified, because even though I knew I wanted it, I didn't know what the end results were going to be. There's no guarantees when you're talking about the human body.
Yeah.
But 2 years later, and funnily enough, it's this podcast that made me realize just how happy I was with it, because I listened to the first episode of the Patreon episodes that I took part of, and for the first time in my life, I didn't hate my voice.
Well, that's awesome.
It's dropped a couple octaves since puberty, and just having that, it feels so much of a fellow feeling in these characters. I see my experiences in these characters, both the happy, what Kiri goes through of enjoying it and becoming comfortable in what she is, and also the almost defiant in Cleo. Even if you tell her, you're a robot, though, she's like, I'm all woman. And basically, without saying the F word, the writers of Fallout 4 tell you to go F off in her voice. Do that. There's that. And then on a more societal level, there's this question of humanity. That's one of the biggest plot points, I feel, or at least themes, in Fallout 4, because the game starts off with you looking for your son. It starts off as Finding Nemo. It ends on deciding whether or not synths are human, in my opinion. That is the final choice that you make for your end game.
I would agree. I think that is the culminating choice.
And so the entire game is this discussion of, are synths human? Well, that feels really friggin' similar to the journey for trans rights. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The bathroom bill. Who cares? I just want to use the bathroom and get out.
Right. Well, it's both topics are couched, well, maybe not couched, are surrounded by misconceptions. That's probably the best way to say it. And because of being surrounded by misconceptions and ignorance, people project their fears on them. So whether it's being trans or being a synth, there are people out there who do not understand. They do not have relationships with people who are different in those ways than they are. And so they presuppose things and they post their fears on it. It's the same thing around race relations. If this person is different from me and I don't know anybody like them, then I'm going to make assumptions about them. They become the boogeyman.
They do. And I feel like, obviously, Bethesda was not blatantly talking about trans people when they wrote the Synth by storyline in Fallout 4. But I can't help but wonder how many either people who are trans or at least gender nonconforming, or who have loved ones who are trans or gender nonconforming, worked on helping shape that theme. Because yes, there are particular lines with like Cleo or Curie or even Ada to a degree, since she's been programmed with extra emotions, and so has transcended being a normal robot from Automatron.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I can't help. It's this overall feeling of how people who happen to be made in a vat and have a metal bit in their brain get treated when they're just out and about. Yeah. And you get the feeling that the only reason, for example, you get the feeling that the only reason they accept Nick is because he's visibly a synth. There's no question whether or not he's a human.
Right.
And that also brings into the question of passing. You know, people will be like, "Oh yeah, I'm fine with a trans person," and then they meet, say, a trans woman who still.
Oh, you're breaking up. Are you still there?
I apologize.
It's okay.
My phone crashed.
You okay? Are you still there?
I'm still here.
Okay.
So they accept because they can tell what he is. And then you'll have somebody who says, "Oh, I'm fine with trans people," and then they'll meet a trans woman who hasn't been able to afford laser hair removal yet. So she still gets the 5 o'clock shadow at the end of their workday. And her jaw is pretty strong. And she hasn't been able to start affording really fancy women's clothes.
Right.
And
it doesn't fit a single archetype, and so it makes them uncomfortable.
Exactly. And I think that is... Bethesda has dropped the ball on queer... It has done both good things and bad things with the queer umbrella of people who exist. But at least as an allegory to someone who is trans, Fallout 4 feels really close to my own personal journey. And once I started thinking of it, I couldn't help but keep remembering, because this is the only one that I've actually played, keep in mind, remembering bits about looking into the Institute and the Railroad and the Minutemen and the Brotherhood of Steel and all of these arguments about what a synth is and what makes a human and what makes a synth. And change a couple words around, and you'll see some of the politics around bathroom bills and human rights.
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and open it up to the floor and shut up now.
Well, thanks for your perspective on that. Yeah, it all has the same, very, very similar template to it. Does anybody else have any thoughts on this? We'll kind of open it up on the floor if anyone else wants to chime in. Nunimer, I saw you pop off first, I think. Nunimer?
Okay. Yeah, with what Victor was saying about not being 100% sure if, it was the intention necessarily of the writers of Fallout 4 as to whether or not synths were a sort of allegory to trans people. It's one of those things where that's one of the wonderful things about media and art in general, is that people can, like I was saying before about like self-inserting, people can see what it means to them. And that's ultimately what matters the most. But I would be honestly very surprised if some of the writers weren't actually trying to express, something like that, because a lot of the things in Fallout in general are allegorical to the things that are going on in the real world. But the important thing is the way that it makes the player feel, because the thing about games that makes them so important when it comes to representation or finding yourself in an experience within the game or finding an aspect of yourself within a character is that these experiences are so much more interactive, as opposed to reading a book or watching a movie or whatever the case may be. In these experiences, we're actually interacting, we're changing the world as we play. And so it really gives us that extra level of immersion and involvement in that story, which is why I think, similar to what Fire and Zemni's were expressing earlier, that these experiences can really change us and affect us on a very deep level. And it sounds like, the same thing for Victor as well, of finding that things that touch him, and really make him feel heard and seen and understood to a degree, despite the fact that there's these people sitting at computers putting in code and making a video game. It's still such a deeply touching and profound experience that we can have through these things that some people may disrespect and say are just a game or look down on, but we have experienced, all of us have experienced being touched in a deep and profound way by the experiences that we have in these games.
Sure. Yeah. Any form of storytelling can be powerful, and a form of storytelling where you can insert yourself, it only makes it even more powerful. It really does. I know, Soybean, you had something to say too. Do you want to chime in?
Yes. Going off of the whole, synths and, to a point now in the chat, even ghouls, relating to people who are gender nonconforming. I had told Victor before I had gotten this really neat graphic novel talking about gender nonconformance, and it was kind of like going over all of the different identities that people have gone over, and talking about what's the word, like metaphors regarding them. And one of the things it did point out is that a lot of people who are non-binary or trans oftentimes identify and relate to aliens and robots and like things that are quote unquote non-human.
Right. The other.
To a point we see ourselves so much as the other that it's easier to relate to these things than it is to relate to maybe human characters. Mm-hmm. And I can say that for the same here, because, also, I love synths, I love ghouls, and I love all kinds of monsters and Mothman, obviously. So, yeah. Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah. And, this makes me think about other forms of literature and games and things like that use this as use analogies. Something classic like the X-Men was all about being a minority in the system in whatever way you want to express that, and what it must be like to be somebody who's misunderstood and is a minority.
I was going to say, I totally forgot to mention ghouls, but I should, simply because I tend to identify with ghouls more on the fact of, funnily enough, I'm setting up my evening medication. I'm a chronic pain sufferer. And a lot of people, I don't know if it's canon or just a fan canon, that because of the radiation effects on the body, ghouls are in constant pain. And that's why most of them are all the smartasses that you find.
They're just grumpy, yeah.
I mean, God, between Hancock and Charon from Fallout 3, I love Charon as well. They fuck off, I'm doing what I want and you can't tell me. They have a very attitude about that and I always associated that with chronic pain as well. But no, Soy's right. They also are part of that gender non-conforming, the non-human. Mm-hmm. Because our society tells us humans are men with outdoor plumbing and women with indoor plumbing.
Right. You have to fit in this box, and if you don't fit in this box, then you're not part of the club.
Exactly. And so when you don't fit in that box, well, what do you start associating with? Well, if you like science fiction and fantasy, people who aren't human. Yeah. Because if you can't be a human, well, I'll go be something else.
Right. Right. Or that's just the way the world treats me. So you see similarities in that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, because another good example I'll just bring up of non-human, but actually straight up trans in Deep Space Nine, I think it is. It's a set of screenshots that gets shared around every Pride Month, and I love it because I love Star Trek. One Klingon is embracing another, and I think the name was like Curzon. And so one of these Klingons is a trans woman. They were a man. They were bodily man, and they were able to transition and become the woman that they knew they were. And they greeted their old friend, and the old friend goes, "Curzon, my old friend. It's Mazia now," or something like that. Clearly a female name. My old friend Mazia. That just being able to accept your friend, because no matter what they are, and that seeing, literally that is a trans Klingon in science fiction. Science fiction is a great place to explore this kind of stuff. My topic actually for this month came out of talking about trans allegory in science fiction off of a friend's Facebook page.
Science fiction, fantasy, all of this kind of writing has for years, I think, and I think a lot of people don't understand how much of an influence it has had on society, but it has been a place where we can push these topics in ways that are more able to be mass appealing and safer for the people who seem to fit in the boxes.
Exactly. And I'll say that this goes back before even gaming. There's a lot of issues with this author's writing, but for science fiction, since that's what Fallout is, science fiction has been pushing the boundaries on what traditional people and traditional relationships has been looking like. At least with Robert Heinlein, at least since the late 50s. It goes back that far. And probably even further when you consider the mother of science fiction is a woman, Mary Shelley.
That's what I was thinking too. Even something like Frankenstein itself is a misunderstood other. It's a monster, exactly. But it clearly is more complex than that.
Yeah, so I think for something that can be difficult to tackle sometimes, in a science fiction sense, not only do the fans accept it, like Neonumber said with his mod, which I find really interesting. And just as a side note, I really like that it's a very high level perk, because that's the journey. You have to fight tooth and nail just to get hormone replacement surgery or hormone replacement therapy. The surgeries that are I guess you don't say required, but most people wish for, thousands of dollars. Insurance generally doesn't cover it unless you can figure out how to winkle the insurance companies right. And even then, sometimes you won't get it just because surgeons will be like, well, no, I don't agree that you should be getting the surgery, so I'm not going to give it to you. And I'll blackball you to other surgeons.
Right. Yeah, the whole thing is difficult, yeah.
But Fallout does it pretty well. And for a gaming community, I know that the wider gaming community can be really toxic and really awful. I am glad that at least this little corner of the Fallout fandom, I don't feel scared mentioning that, yeah, I know it's a mezzo-soprano voice, but I'm a guy, and here's why. I don't mind being openly queer in this community, because if somebody decides to be awful, well, generally Ped's the one to step in.
Yeah, we have moderators for reasons, if somebody doesn't. And let me be clear about this. It's not if somebody has a differing perspective. That's not the reason anybody ever gets kicked off of our community, out of the Discord, or that's never it. It's somebody decides to be confrontational and hateful. That's the reason you're going to get removed. Multiple perspectives are absolutely welcome if you do it in a friendly, loving, considerate way.
I mean, that's what the entire point of this episode is supposed to be. But no, I'm not ever going to be mad at somebody for having a different opinion. I'm going to be mad at them when they tell me that I'm not okay for whatever reason.
Right. When you make personal attacks and assumptions about, that kind of thing. Yes, for sure. Exactly. Well, thank you for bringing this perspective up. I think I'm sure, just even looking at the chat and the conversations around this, it's resonating with a lot of you guys.
Hey there, my name's Jameson, or Big Cat.
And I am Brenna, or Mother Goose.
And together, we are the hosts of the DL, Weekly Gaming News.
Each week, we bring you the top stories from last week, as well as something you might have missed.
Our goal is to start a conversation about what's going on in the world of gaming.
And every week, we have a special guest join us in the chat room, where we discuss a different gamer-related topic and learn more about our guests in the 60-second download.
And if that isn't enough, we also have Slim Jims.
So come and hang out with us every week and join in on the conversation.
Good luck and have fun, everybody.
And remember, keep your goose loose.
So big news, friends. The Robots Radio Network is now sponsored by Loot Crate. This means that you will get 15% off on your purchase of a crate or a crate subscription at lootcrate.com. Now, all you have to do is click on the link in the show notes. It'll take you to lootcrate.com. And when you purchase something, you can put in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. And when you do that, you get 15% off your purchase. Now, this is awesome because they have Fallout crates, they have video game crates, they have superheroes. You get t-shirts and figures and art to put on your walls. This is actually where I got the Brotherhood of Steel flag that I have behind me in some of my videos. Very, very cool stuff. I'm super excited about it. And if you have somebody who's already buying you loot crates for your birthdays or whatever, give them the code. They can use it if you want to use this for somebody else's gifts, or if you just want to get yourself 1 or 2 boxes, you can use the code for yourself. Again, just click the link in the show notes and type in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. You just put that in the box at checkout. Super cool stuff. I hope you guys check it out. And any purchases you make help to support the shows on the network. So whether it's my shows or someone else's shows, click the link in the show notes for your favorite show. Give them some support and get yourself some awesome loot. Hey friends, did you know that you can use Spotify to listen to podcasts too? And it's free. You don't even need a premium account. Spotify has a huge catalog of podcasts on every topic, including this one that you're listening to right now. And it's as simple as downloading the app and just searching for your favorite podcast or looking for new shows. My shows, because you guys have done such an awesome job listening to them, actually show up at the top of the list when you search things like Fallout or Elder Scrolls. So you know you're going to get good content if you use Spotify. You can also follow your favorite podcasts so you don't miss any episodes. Premium users can download episodes to listen to offline. You don't even have to stream them directly. And you can easily share what you're listening to with friends. So if you haven't tried it yet, download the app for free. Give it a shot. Most of my listeners at this point are actually listening on Spotify. So I can't recommend it enough. Talk to you guys later. I'd like to move on to soybeans topic. And I hear this one's a little bit of a bummer. Which seems to be soybeans thing. You know, we're kind of used to that by now, right? Soybean?
Hello.
Hello.
Look. Sometimes I gotta bring up the serious thing.
Yeah. No, we got to talk about them.
Be happy later.
Right.
Okay. So my topic is about the tragic lesbian trope. And just a warning, I will be talking about some content warning type things like sexual assault. So be warned.
Be warned.
Yes,
yeah,
be
skip
warned.
Ahead a bit.
It'll be about maybe 5 minutes, maybe less.
Okay. So can you define this trope for people who may not know that it's even a thing?
So this trope is a branch off of the bury your gays trope, referring to like burying the dead. Mm-hmm. The roots, in which one of the only queer characters are killed, usually in books or movies. And really the only reason they're there is for just like a quick, like, see, we have a gay character. Here you go.
Right. Which happens similarly to, say, black characters in certain films and books and things. It's like, oh, well, there's the token black person, and they're the first one to die from the monster.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the roots of this trope is usually coming from condemnation when it comes to like the bury your gays or the tragic lesbian. Reading off of my little blurb here, I have my little situation where it's like you see these girls who are in love, but it doesn't work out because it never does. So you have to move on because one of them will most likely die if you're watching a movie or a show. And even like in today's media, we see a shift, and it's still kind of a same scenario where it's, the poor girls, like they want to be happy and be together, but society won't let them. They're being killed by homophobic bastards. Oh no. But in the end, the message is the same, that these lesbians can't be together. They can't be happy. Or women loving women.
Right. Like it's almost like this is a predefined path to sadness, so don't even try it.
Exactly.
Kind of what the underlying message can be interpreted as.
And then bringing this to Fallout. I mean, last month I talked about Christine feeling abandoned by her family and her previous lover, Veronica. She left everything behind to seek out revenge for the wrongs she felt were done to her by Elder Elijah. And on the other side, Veronica, who was then abandoned by the family she left her lover for. Mm-hmm. Like, both are still punished in a way for who they are.
Right.
But the woman I want to talk about most today is Corporal Betsy, someone who does not get much attention. You might not even remember who she is. She was a corporal for the NCR, and I think it's the outpost that is near Vegas that she's in. And her story is truly a tragic one. So she and her partner in the battalion, 10 of Spades, were ambushed by a group of fiends, including Cook, who was one of the particularly brutal leaders. 10 was knocked out and Betsy was raped. And in a way of pushing away this trauma, she began to be much more aggressive, especially when flirting with other women. And she goes through this. She doesn't want to get help. She hates to admit that she was weak, that this happened to her, and now she needs to talk to someone about it. And so she eventually kind of agrees with you after you help her get revenge and talking to some of her battalion members. And they all say, look, you cannot get over this yourself because this is a big trauma. You need help, and that does not make you weak. And that's the thing. Getting help for your issues never makes you weak. Like, we are all human.
Right.
So
it would be ridiculous to assume that somebody wouldn't ever need help. Like, that's a ridiculous assumption.
And so she does get help, and like to a point we assume that she eventually feels better about everything, and hopefully. But I mean, like, this goes back to the whole thing. Like, every time I see a lesbian in at least Fallout New Vegas, it was like, oh, cool. You poor thing. Like, what happened to you?
Yeah.
And it was kind of interesting because my first reaction when I came across Betsy was I was angry because I kind of misinterpreted what was going on. And I thought the dialogue was that she was assaulted and now she likes women. And I was like, oh no.
Yeah, that's
New Vegas. Oh no.
No, that's even worse.
Yeah, and then, you know, as I progressed through the quest, I was like, oh, okay. I see what's being said here, but still I am upset.
Right.
And so once again, it's like 3 out of 3 of the queer women that I encountered fallen into this tragic lesbian trope. And, you know, this criticism really only comes from me in hopes that, like, in the future, the Fallout franchise will learn that while it loves to reuse old tropes, some of them are meant to be left behind. And I want to see some women-loving women who get to be happy. Yeah.
Well, in Fallout, most people have some sort of terrible end, right? Like most of the time things end up pretty rough, or they go through something rough in their life and you find out about some terrible background to them. But it would be nice to break some of those trends. And, you know, it would be actually kind of interesting to come across a character who's like, I don't know, like they have a luck stat of 10. It's like, how did they end up with a happy life in this terrible, terrible wasteland?
I would argue that Sierra Petrovita is the most positive character in the entire franchise.
Yeah? Okay, go on.
Because, this is kind of going off of the queer thing, but here's the thing. She is able to set up that little tiny Nuka-Cola museum. She's supported by her local community, at least enough for her, being able to...
Uh-oh. You broke up. Man, we're having some awesome technical issues. There you are.
Sierra Petrovita, she is supported enough by her local community, at least the point where she's got a place to sleep, she clearly has enough food and water, and she has the ability to go out into the wasteland and hunt out Nuka-Cola merchandise. And that's her life's goal. And that's what she wants to do, and she's able to do it. And then she hears about Nuka World, and she has the freedom and the ability to walk from Washington, D.C. to the outskirts of Boston.
Yeah, it's not a short trip.
Yeah, I doubt she did it on anything other than her own 2 feet. And then when she gets to Nuka World, despite the fact that there are raiders there, she's still just super excited because it's Nuka World.
Right.
Obviously, yes, most of the characters have tragic or at least sad backstories. But I agree. I would like to see more characters like Sierra Petrovita, because she's just so happy and wholesome, and we need a little bit of that in, the day-to-day drudge of the Capital Wasteland and the Commonwealth.
Yeah, and the more the real world starts to look like the wasteland, also need that as well.
I was going to say, if you're going to go ahead and open it to the floor, I wanted to touch on the historical basis of tragic lesbians stemming from Kill Your Gays.
Sure.
This comes out of what was known as the Hays Code. This is the first form of censorship that happened on film that was released to the media, or to the public. Hays Code was for morality reasons.
Right.
It also said, what kind of clothing a woman could wear on screen, what kind of interactions could happen, things like that. And if there was a gay or lesbian character, they had to be portrayed in the most negative light possible, because that was immoral. Keep in mind, this is the very earliest days of film. So we're talking 30s, 40s, maybe even earlier. And then after Hays Code changed, and obviously now we get eventually to the point where we can see even queer characters or whatever in film, those tropes are already now hardwired in, to the point where even when you've got a film about it's a movie I really need to see, but it's a movie called The Danish Girl, which is about a real life trans woman who was supported by her wife. Eventually they broke up, but was still supported afterwards, to go through with as much transition surgery as possible. And this was the 1930s. Even in their movie, because it did happen in real life, unfortunately this woman died on the surgery table. But that movie had to end on a sad note as well. Not just because of what happened in real life, but because, again, Kill Your Gays, or Boys Don't Cry, which is about a trans guy who runs away. It has a tragic ending. I can't think off the top of my head of very many queer characters in TV and film who managed to get a happy ending. If I thought about it, I could maybe come up with a handful, and that's about it. So it would be nice to see Bethesda break away from that narrative, since they break away from so many other things in their narratives.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be growth in this. I think it's one of those things. Tropes are tropes for a reason, because on some level they're unconscious or subconscious to the writing process. They're the kinds of things people rely on without necessarily even knowing that they're relying on them as tropes. And then, like the hero's journey. Right. And then those things are brought to light in, say, the growth of a writer, and then you go, oh, okay, I get it. I can see why people would be pushing back against this. So I need to be more creative and break out of these tropes that are so common. So I'm sure we're going to see some growth there. I would be surprised, knowing, I don't know. In order to be the writer of a game like the most recent Fallout or something like that, you probably need to be coming with some sort of significant writing background you need to be somebody who's educated in this. Probably has a degree in writing. And as these topics become more and more prevalent in society, these things become more, I'm sure, taught at the university level, and you become more aware of it as you develop your own skills. So anybody else have any thoughts on this one? New number?
Yeah, I do like to make this is definitely a negative trope and a negative stereotype that needs to end. I 100% support the criticism of the way that storytelling was handled. 100%. I do sometimes separate some of the real world stories, that are told in movies that have tragic endings, only because those stories are definitely important that they're heard and seen and told, so that we can, learn from those horrible, circumstances of the past and unfortunately of the present. But I would definitely love to see more representation of happy gays in media. That would be definitely a nice thing. And strange enough, there's actually a fair amount to that does exist in some Japanese media, in manga and anime. There's quite a lot of storytelling in that which has queer representation, where the relationships go well and happy. And it's, Japan isn't necessarily known on the world scale for being the best for representation. And I'm sure for every good example, there's probably 3 bad examples, problematic examples. But, it does exist in some media and is able to be successfully told. So it can be done. And I think a lot of writers could do a better job of representing both, because there's going to be tragedies no matter what. Especially in Fallout, like you were saying before, but it would be nice to have some happier endings as well. But just since Soy had brought up Victoria, I wanted to bring up a little story about her in New Vegas, which was I was sitting playing New Vegas, and I mean Veronica, I said Victoria. Veronica, and thank you, Soy. And I was playing through her storyline with a family member who is definitely not a homophobic person by any means, but maybe doesn't have the best opinions and best perspectives, the most progressive perspectives, I guess you could say. And it's interesting how representation can affect people, especially people that maybe have some room for growth. Because there's various different types of representation we can have. We can have stories where it is a gay story, where that is the focus, is the queer perspective, is really the primary focus of the storytelling. And then we can have representation where the person being queer is just one aspect of their personality. It's just one aspect of their story, much like in real life. Queer people, that is one aspect of them. And they should be very proud and very open and be able to be safe to express those things. But it's still one aspect of them, not necessarily everything about them. And Veronica's a very good example, even though she does fall into the tragic lesbian trope. But where that is just one aspect of her storytelling. So I had this member of my family watching me play New Vegas, and she had just like fallen in love with Veronica. She was all about the story, like really engaged in with the story. And then we're in dialogue, and she's talking about her former girlfriend, and she says her when referring to her. Mm-hmm. And my family member kind of chimed up and went, "Did she just say her?" And I went, "Yeah, she's a lesbian." And just like let it go, just kept going through. And it was little things like that. And then she continued loving the character and being engaged and feeling bad for her that things didn't work out and that she was sad over it. And the tragedy in that case actually ended up invoking some empathy and some emotions from my family member, where the fact that she felt bad for her, that her relationship didn't work out, that she had lost her girlfriend, actually, got the emotions going for my family member to really root for her and want her to be happy and want her to find love and be with who she wanted to be with. So while it'd be great, again, to have more, or rather less tragic storytelling, there are some examples where sometimes those tragedies can affect people and can bring out that empathy and really make them relate to them in a different way and really see and want the best for them. And it's just interesting how, when a little line just kind of gets thrown in there and all of a sudden it changes somebody's perspective and says, oh, I didn't know they were gay. Okay. And they just accept it and continue loving the character. And so it's really great when representation can work that way.
Right. It gives them something to identify with personally, even if they can't identify with that specific aspect. Yeah, well said. All right, let's move on to Firewriter. Firewriter, I'm interested to hear what you're going to talk about this week.
Okay, so the topic that I am bringing here is allyship. And based on what I said earlier, you can probably understand why this is such an important topic to me. I've always tried to do my best to be, the best possible ally I can be, but now it's obviously critical. I'm looking at this through the lens of a very specific example of allyship in Fallout. And I kind of want to preface it by saying the responsibility of allies and whether we're being allies for people in the LGBTQ community or any marginalized community is to use our privilege to raise up their voices and to shield them from unjust policies and to try to change those policies. And there's an excellent allegory for this type of action and allyship in Fallout 4. And this is when Hancock attempts to protect the ghouls of Diamond City from his brother's bigoted new campaign, Mankind for McDonough, which has all sorts of shades of current events. And while we know, as people who have played the game, that McDonough had been replaced by a synth, Hancock didn't know that, though he seemed to have some suspicions, but that's beside the point. Is that the prejudice he was seeing against the ghouls was unjust, and that he maybe might have the power to change it. And what he does is he attempts to use privilege as a human at the time and as the brother of the mayor. And that's pretty immense privilege to prevent these policies that they were proposing from becoming the law. And he failed, but when that failed, he then acted to protect this marginalized community in other ways. And one of these ways was by eventually leading them to Good Neighbor, and then further down the road, taking it over and making it a safer place for anyone who isn't welcome anywhere else. And I think that there's some really good lessons we can learn from Hancock's example of allyship. And I kind of wanted to look through those. The first one is that being a good ally means you have to step out of your comfort zone. And there's good work that you can do on Twitter. You can uplift voices, make donations, and these kind of things, but you're also going to have to challenge people. And sometimes those are going to be people that you love on their views, which, whether these we're talking about homophobic views or transphobic views or racist views, and as we've seen lately, may have to take to the streets, and you may yourself become a target. I wanted to kind of give a little shout out right now and draw attention to what Tom is doing right now, because I think it's really excellent example where, Tom, you have this great platform, and right now you're using it to amplify voices that are often marginalized. And not everyone is going to like what was said here today. And as you pointed out at the beginning, some people are going to find this conversation uncomfortable. But that didn't stop you from stepping out of that comfort zone and being a good ally. And I think that's really cool.
Thanks.
Second thing that I kind of wanted to address there is that we're not always going to win the big battles, but that doesn't mean that we need to stop trying. And at that point, it becomes our job to look for other ways to win or to create equity. But when we're doing that, we can't lose sight of the main goal, which is creating an equitable society for everyone.
Right.
The third point is that Hancock is not a perfect ally. I am not a perfect ally. I do my best. But you don't have to be a perfect ally. What you do have to do is listen. And if someone tells you messed up, accept that and don't jump to defend yourself, but understand what went wrong and do better next time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a journey.
And,
it's if you don't mind me chiming in a little bit.
That's pretty much what I had to say, so go for it.
Yeah, it's an interesting perspective to be in, and I don't want to draw too much attention from people who are personally involved in this themselves, because I don't want to say, well, you guys are having rough, but we got it rough too. That's not by any means what I'm trying to do here. But I would like to highlight that being an ally has its own difficulties. For example, in trying to be caring and considerate, what are the best ways to go about that? On some levels, it's wrong to assume that you can swoop in and help save the day because you're the ally. But at the same time, we should be stepping up to pitch in and to say things, but not with the expectation that somebody else can't pick themselves up and do it themselves, with the idea that we can do this together, right? There's a fine delineation there. There's a line between those two things. It's I don't know. It's a whole process of learning what are the best ways to support and be available and to use our platforms and to use our voices and to bring up in kindness and compassion these kinds of conversations. And one of the things I wanted to pose to you, especially with the situation that you've relayed earlier, is do you have family members that you've come into conflict with or that you had a hard time talking to about this? Because I think we probably all do. You know, there are people in my extended family who, and thankfully, you know, my parents don't have issues with the things that, you know, I talked about with my daughter. Like, they're 100% supportive. They're very supportive of me and my decisions in my life and the things and the struggles that I've had. But there are people who have different perspectives than we do, and we have to approach that differently. So is there anything you can relay from your perspective and your experience that might help somebody in a similar situation?
I think surround yourself with those voices. That's my number one to go. If I'm not sure, I ask. But at the same time, don't expect other people to do the work for you. That's not fair either. There are so many great books. People have done the work. Look for that. Follow people on Twitter.
Right.
Have you so much good information? Yeah, sorry.
Have you made any headway in approaching somebody in your family who isn't as receptive to these things and being able to kind of bring them a little bit closer and a little bit more understanding?
One person, yes. Other people, no.
Okay. Do you know, can you point to anything specific that worked? A way that...
Education.
Yeah.
A lot of education, kind of taking it from different perspectives sometimes. I think one of the things that really helped with the person I'm thinking of who was not. It was a weird situation because she was claiming to be supportive, but then saying just incredibly unsupportive things. I mean, there was a point where I'm not a violent person, but oh lordy, but that would not have helped. But it was kind of getting someone on board who also kind of struggled with it at first, and having that person talk to them got us some headway. Still kind of hoping that might be the case for the other people I'm thinking of who have not really come around. And they may not, there's a lot of pressure sometimes from other groups to not come around.
Sure.
I was if I may put in, this is actually something my mom has been on a podcast before, actually. And the name of the podcast, the guy's name called The Thinking Atheist, and the name of the podcast was "My Religious Family Members Are Driving Me Out of My Mind." And my mom spoke up because my family is very small. Both my parents were the black sheep of their family, so the extent of my extended family was both sets of grandparents, one aunt and uncle couple, and two sets of great grandparents on the other side, and both of the great grandfathers died before I hit 10. And after I came out as bi, my mom's like, "Listen, grand and granddaughter are the ones who are closest to you, and they just wouldn't understand. They would want to love you, but they wouldn't understand, and it would just hurt. So just hold on to it for a few years. No big deal. I don't want to talk to my granddad about who I'm dating anyways, because he's a bigot and other."
Right, sure.
Well, eventually both my granny and granddad die, and then I came out as a man. And my uncle went on a very violent tirade on my Facebook when I came out, which ended with him basically calling me an abomination before God and the family. And at that point, my mom essentially cut off contact with her brother.
Wow.
To the point where the thing is if he came forward with the attitude that like some of your family may have fire, with at least some kind of willingness to be educated, I would leap right on it. I don't have much family, and I would love to be maybe not his nephew, but a nephew to an uncle. My uncle likes hunting, and if he wasn't a bigoted beep beep beep, I'd love to go on a hunting weekend with him. Go hunt some quail, drink some beer, shoot off a couple rounds, But he doesn't. He doesn't want to be educated. Right. He is flat out a narcissist, basically. So on the one hand, yes, there's definitely education, but only if they're willing.
Yeah.
If you have people in your life who are blatantly, violently hateful towards people that you hold dear, there is going to be a point when you're going to have to make a decision.
Yeah, well, once it's violent and angry, that it kind of crosses a barrier, right? There are safety issues. That is a clear point.
Yeah, apparently after I came out, my parents visited him a couple more times. My uncle was physically violent after he drunk, so they stopped visiting.
Yeah, that's a problem.
But overall, even if it's not violent, but they just don't want to be educated, they are 100% sure. We love you, but you're not right. So we can't show that we love you until you become right. Even that can be incredibly hurtful.
Yeah,
in some ways it's more hurtful because they are claiming to love you.
Right, and to me that sounds completely backwards. And
it does.
Well, allow me to chime in here because I would love to summarize this a little bit.
I just wanted to finish it.
Sure.
You come up to that point where you've offered to educate them, you've come forward with the understanding, but they're still refusing. If you have to cut off contact, the biggest thing my parents have taught me about my family is that essentially there's that saying, blood is thicker than water. The full meaning of it, the full original quote is, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb, which means the people that you choose to keep in your life will always be closer to you than those who you happen to be related to because of blood or legal reasons. And as people, you have every right to make sure that you are not surrounded by toxic people, that you are surrounded by people. You don't want to create an echo chamber, obviously, but you don't have to subject yourself to people who are hurtful to yourself or to your loved ones simply because they happen to be your third cousin twice removed.
Right. And I think this is a place where allies with parents, siblings, friends who are allies can step in a way that can set the tone and can help buffer and protect the people that we care about who are going through these things. And I'm coming at this from, and I have kind of a story I'd like to share just real quick at the end of this. But from the perspective of somebody, and I've mentioned this before, I studied philosophy, I studied religious studies, Christianity, all sorts of different belief systems, the Bible very, very deeply. And I can put myself in the shoes of anybody from any religious perspective and probably argue their points at this point and say, well, here's what I believe and this is why. And there was a situation that came up, and this is tangentially related, at a family gathering of my wife's extended family about 1.5 years ago. And we were getting together for holidays, and an uncle happened to note something in conversation while we're sitting there at the table about his belief that, say, the world was 6,000 years old. And I don't think that is scientifically sound. I think that is a manipulation of the evidence in order to support a very niche perspective on an interpretation of scripture. And unfortunately, in that moment, I snickered to myself because I thought it was funny that somebody would actually believe that, and I'm sitting next to them, because to me that seems ridiculous, and that wasn't the loving way to respond. So that turned into a conversation where he went on this rant about all the reasons why science is wrong and manipulative and blah, 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 all of these different things, right? And I'm relating this to the queer, the LGBTQ plus issue, like all of that stuff, because people of that mindset oftentimes use that same kind of false logic in order to justify their attacks or their willingness to disconnect from family members, their justification that this is not biblical morality, all of those kinds of things, which I can go into on a much later episode about every time it states anything about gay representation or anything about homosexuality, all in the Bible, and how there's like 3 or 4 different locations in the Bible, and each of those sections it has been highly taken out of context and is very not specific to anything that we're going through in the modern age. Anyway, put all that stuff aside. At the end of this conversation, it was a very tense conversation. Different family members started to chime in. He was clearly not willing to see any perspective but his own. And I was saying, well, if you consider this, then this, and if you consider this, then this. And by the end of the conversation, he was very upset that I had a different perspective with him and said he needed to leave. And in that moment, he gets up to leave, and then somebody else at another table says, oh, but we didn't get family pictures yet. So we had the most uncomfortable family picture with everybody standing at the front of the house taking a photo, right? And then he and his family, his close family, decide they're going to get up and leave, and some people talked and stuff. And so at that moment, I decided to go up to him, and I looked at him, I held him by both of the shoulders, I looked him in the eyes. I'm not blood related to him, but I'm related through marriage. And I said, listen, I love you. And I gave him a hug. And I said, it's my belief that none of us are done growing. So why don't we continue this conversation later? How's that sound? And he looked at me and he said, you know what? I love you too. All right. See you later. And that was it. That was the way the conversation ended. And I relay that entire story to show, and he wasn't violent. He was just very upset with the way that the conversation had gone. And I relay this to show an example of what I believe to be the best way to handle these situations. And that is in having love and showing and being, if somebody's going to use a moral argument against you, then you need to stand on superior moral ground. You need to say, I will not get angry. I will accept and I will listen. And you need to model for them what the truly good moral way of handling something like this is. That's the only way to bridge the gap, in my understanding. It is to create a relationship there where you show that you're willing to take those steps, where you're willing to be forgiving, where you're willing to be open and caring and give a physical hug in the midst of a difficult situation. If we both retreat to our barricades and we all board up the windows, nobody's ever going to bridge the gap. Now, like Victor was saying, that is a 100% different situation if somebody gets violent or if somebody's threatening you and those kinds of things. But in a situation where it's a heated debate, that might actually be the best course of action. Victor, did you have something else you wanted to say?
Not terrible much. Just, overall, when you're talking to people you already know or already have some sort of relationship with, be it family or family by legality in your case, or even a situation where it's your teachers, your classmates, your co-workers, you definitely want to do as much as you can on your side to de-escalate.
Right.
But at the same time, this philosophy, while I respect it greatly, especially when you're talking about in that situation, family, friends, coworkers. When you're talking about some rando on the internet or somebody who is trying to aggravate you or is coming at you even mildly aggressive when you are, say, at a protest, this is something I actually have very personal experience with due to my activities in my youth back in Kansas City. Don't feel like you have to be nice just because of the social contract at that point.
Right.
If they get confrontational, you have every right to walk away and not listen to their argument.
100%. And these are two very different situations because the way I
conversation there.
Yeah, and this is somebody you don't know. The way I understand it is you are never going to affect somebody else's opinion about anything until they hand you the psychological card that says, I have a relationship where I'm close enough to you to value your opinion. Once they hand you that card, you can start to affect that opinion. Until they do that, you're never going to move the needle. And,
exactly.
And that's why when I'm talking about like family and close friends and those kinds of things, that people you work with, like that social contract can be made. That card can be handed over. And at some point it will be, if you're able to hang on and be a good friend and be caring and model that for them, and they're a reasonable person. That's best case scenario. In some cases you could try and it'll never happen, but at least you can look back and say, you know what? I did the right thing. I gave it my best try.
I just wanted to step out of my way to make that distinction simply because there is a stereotype or an expectation of those of us who are marginalized who speak up and say, hey, this is bad. And we say it for a while and then we start getting angry because nobody's listening to us.
Right.
Very blatantly stuff what's happening with the Black Lives Matter movement is people are getting upset that they aren't protesting peacefully anymore, that they're getting angry and the only way to get this across is to be completely peaceful. You can't expect somebody to be perfectly polite to absolutely everyone who adds best way to put it is you familiar with Chinese water torture? You're tied down, completely emotionless, get drops of water on your forehead.
Yeah.
That's what most forms, unless you're being really obvious about homophobia, transphobia, racism, sexism, that's how most forms of these isms come across in our modern society. They aren't being smacked across the face in the wrong bathroom or across burning in somebody's yard. It's small, quiet little things, time and time and time again.
Right.
And
it wears on you.
A person can only take so much before they start getting upset.
Right.
And so the idea that you always have to be polite, you always have to be the bigger person is really harmful to people who are trying to step up stand up for themselves. That's just what I wanted.
External in out in the world, external situations with the people you don't know, different things work and are effective in different ways. I'm just talking personal relationships. Yeah, definitely. I just wanted to bring it up because it is a trope or idea that people in positions of privilege, maybe not power, but privilege,
use either knowingly or unknowingly to undermine the entire point that the marginalized person is trying to get across.
Right. It changes the topic.
Yeah, it changes the topic. It's like, oh, well, we're not talking about what you're actually talking about. We're talking about how awful it is that you're angry right now.
Right. And
which
that
ruins the situation.
Yeah,
and
that is yeah.
Since that is so common, I did want to get that across, and so I do apologize if I was a bit overbearing on that. But
no, you're fine.
Many times in my time.
Yeah, no, you're fine, and thank you for the opportunity to clarify that. I'm not saying necessarily in that situation that this is the best tactic. I'm thinking, like my question with Firewriter, on personal situations with family members and things like that. Well, tell you what, why don't we wrap up the episode? I think we're getting close to the end here.
Mm-hmm. I think we'll be good.
Wait, what was that?
Nunimer unmuted.
Oh, Nunimer? Hey, Nunimer.
Oh, yeah. No, I just had one thing I wanted to highlight real quick as far as what Firewriter was saying. With the one of the last things that she had mentioned was how to handle. We're talking about big scale stuff. Things like highlighting voices or getting involved in whether it be protests or getting, actively involved in fighting for good causes. But in interpersonal stuff, as far as when we make mistakes, when we say the wrong thing, if we use the wrong pronoun or we say something that offends somebody, that hurts somebody's feelings, whatever the case may be, the importance of, like she said, not rushing to defend yourself and rather apologizing. And then the most important thing to do is to listen, is just to open up your heart and admit that you messed up and really listen to the person and understand where they're coming from, how you hurt them, because that's I always say empathy is everything. Empathy is the most important emotion that we can have. And if we really open ourselves up to be empathetic to people, it involves listening. And if we start on our own with our relationships first, with our interactions with people, that's the most important first step, is knowing that, like we were saying, that that Hancock is not a perfect example. He's Fire and I were talking about Hancock, and we're saying he's perfectly imperfect, because he definitely made mistakes and along the way, and did a lot of things that were harmful to himself, and failed along the way. But by really listening to people and opening up our hearts, we can start to cause more change in ourselves. And by causing change in ourselves, we then can take that change that we've experienced and hopefully turn that external and turn that into motivation and fuel to get us to cause societal change as well. So just that important point of empathy, of being empathetic to everyone we come across as much as we possibly can, and admitting that we're going to make mistakes and being honest about that and honest with ourselves is really the most important first step. Right.
Yeah. I like the idea that none of us are at the end of our story. And I think that as humans, we tend to always view every situation as if it's already at the end. And that's no way to treat yourself. You're not at the end of your own story. We're all still in development. We're changing, and we should be viewing ourselves as that way. We're all still working. We're actively pursuing to improve ourselves, or we should be. And once you're no longer doing that, you kind of gave up. You're kind of done. And that's, I don't know. In my opinion, as soon as you don't think you need to change anymore, you're automatically wrong. So that's my thoughts on that. Well, guys, thank you for joining me this week, this month, and for all of the insight and all of the things you guys have shared. It's been really educational to me, and I hope to our listeners as well. Zemnies, did you want to add anything else right here at the end?
Yeah, I was just going to say, because with what Firewriter, Victor, Nunimer, even yourself had said, and it kind of goes back to my original experience that I had. When I first found out that my sister and brother were trans, that I immediately got upset with them, and I didn't realize how big of a mistake it was for me to be that upset because of how I was taught, growing up and everything. And after the whole thing happened where I stopped talking to them for, I forgot how long it was. It was quite a long time. I took that time to really reflect on how I acted and what I did and what I said. And I thought about it, and I realized they have feelings too. That they have thoughts and they have feelings, and that I didn't listen to exactly what they were saying. I wasn't calmly approaching the situation or going through with an open mind. So what I did was, along with the game, and I started talking to them again eventually, I started asking questions. I started wondering, okay, well, what does a person have to go through in order to go through all these changes? And I looked up the research, and I saw some of the documentaries on certain things that somebody had gone through to go through all this stuff. And if you're not willing to have an open mind with it and to open your heart to the possibility of somebody being truly happy with themselves, that person is no better than, the 50 other people that are being really negative and hurtful to yourself. If you were bullied, growing up in school just because you were shorter than the rest of the people, or you were wearing glasses or whatever. It's something we really all have to consider, and we have to really stand up for all these ones that don't have a voice, or that do have a voice but are afraid to show it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And I like that you are joining us on this episode in order to model what that's like for people who might be in similar situations and struggling with trying to understand. I think that's really, really cool. All right, guys. Well, let's wrap this up. I know everybody can be reached on our Robots Radio Discord. So if you'd like to chime in, say hi to us, talk with us about any of these topics or any Fallout stuff at all, then please join the Robots Radio Discord if you're not already on there. And otherwise, would any of you guys like to drop anything else off for people to reach out to you, say on Twitter or other locations? Anything else? Anyone else wants to add in? I'm not going to go down the list because I know not everybody wants to do that necessarily, but Zemnis?
I'm on Twitter at Zemnis the Night Wolf. I'm also on YouTube. The same. Twitch, I'm the same as well. And I also want to send two shout outs too as well. One is to Nunimer and Soybean for making the wonderful community that they've started, and me being able to be a part of that and helping them out with that. It's been an amazing pleasure to get to know different ones and be able to be a part of that. And also, the second shout out is to my brother and sister for, accepting me as a part of their family and being able to go through what they have and still be the amazing people that they are.
That's awesome. Nunimer, did you want to chime in?
Yeah, just thank you to Zemnis for the kind words there. It's great having him as part of our faction, and our faction is continuing to grow. And as I was talking about before, going along with this episode, it's been really important to Soy and I to make that faction a safe space, a non-judgment zone, a place where people can be themselves, whether it be expressing their sexuality, their gender, their race, whatever it may be. So that's been very important to us, and it's been nice finding people that are willing to support that. So if you're interested in joining a community that is all about that, and that's one of our main focuses, is making that space, that safe space community. You can find out more information about us here on Robots Radio Discord, on Twitter at Nunimer, And my PSN is Neoprowl. Send me a friend request, and we'd love to get to meet you in Fallout 76 on PS4.
Awesome. Yay, Mothman. All right. Anyone else want a soybean?
Yes, I'll just throw in, yes, everyone is welcome. We pride ourselves on that, as Ninamar said. I'm going to throw out a few PSAs. You can't see it, but I'm jiving a little here because I need to make myself do this in this trying time. Black Lives Matter. Hey, that's not political. Sorry, everyone who thinks it is. Happy Pride Month. COVID is still a thing, so wear your mask. Wash your
freaking masks.
Social distance. Please wear your mask. I made a tweet about this a while ago. If you're not wearing your mask, that's telling me that your comfort is worth more than my safety. So thanks.
Yeah. I made a point on social media the other day on my Facebook, which is mostly family and friends and things. But I made the point that I was like, I wear a mask for the same reason I wear pants. Not for my comfort.
Exactly.
It's for your well-being.
So yes, thanks everybody. Just be good to each other. Empathy is the golden rule.
Awesome. All right. That's a great place to end this. You guys know how to reach out to me. You know all the ways to do that. Firewriter, did you want to chime in right at the end?
Oh, I didn't have like a PSA or a community promote. I just wanted to say, if you want to come find me on Twitter, Firewriter, FYRE, you're the one who writes, and I'm on PlayStation with that as well. And just a big shout out to my baby, who is the bravest person I know.
Oh, that's sweet. All right, everybody. Well, that wraps up our episode for this month. If you would like to join us for next month, and of course, we need to discuss what we're going to talk about next time. Check out patreon.com/Fallout Lorecast. Tier 4 gets to join us. Tier 5 was reduced in price from $100 to $50. That's a pretty high tier. Firewriter is our only Tier 5 patron right now, and you will hear her get called out at the end of all the episodes, at least the new ones that get made. So thank you, Firewriter. As long as you're a Tier 5 member, you'll get called out on each of those episodes. And I think that's about it. Man, this episode's been awesome. Thank you to all of you guys for putting stuff together. And we'll be chatting on the Discord about what the topic will be next month. I don't have any ideas. Do you guys have any ideas? Any things that's been kicked around recently? Nothing yet. Sometimes there's always something that's like just kind of comes up. Like, well, what about this? But we'll come up with something. Maybe we'll come up. You know what? It would be fun to do. This is what I did last week on the Elder Scrolls Lorecast Patron episode. Or last month is I put together a little quiz. We did kind of a little game show episode. That might be fun. We could form teams and do a little game show if you guys are interested in that. So it's just an idea. Throw it out there. But until next time, everybody, stay safe, wear a mask, treat everybody as best you can, and we'll talk to you next time. See you later. To plug into everything else we're doing, check out robotsradio.net. Also, look up the Robots Radio YouTube for videos about Fallout and other things. And check us out on Twitter, twitter.com/robotsradio. This podcast was brought to you in part by our patrons at patreon.com/Fallout Lorecast, including our Tier 5 patrons. Thank you so much to Firewriter for supporting the show. Also, if you're interested in business inquiries, advertising on the show, or applying to be a podcast on the Robots Radio Network, send me a message at falloutlorecast@gmail.com or robotsnetwork@gmail.com.
Ahoy there, ye landlubbers. Avast! My name is Captain Logan, and I'll be your guide out on the Sea of Thieves. If you love the idea of stealing treasure, cutting down cursed skeletons, fighting off krakens, and raiding forts filled to the brim with shinies, then Sea of Thieves is the game for you. Join me each week as I dive into the news and bring back the nuggets of information that any sailor worth their weight in salt would desire. You don't have to be a pirate legend to gain access to my podcast. Just search for Keelhauled, a Sea of Thieves podcast in your podcast app of choice, or head over to robotsradio.net or captainlogan.podbeam.com and get ready to set sail for adventure. Arr.
This podcast is brought to you by Anchor.fm, the absolute best and easiest way to host your podcast and get paid for it by running ads just like these. And take it from me, I've hosted at least 7 of my podcasts on Anchor.fm. I recommend it to every show on our network, and other hosts are going to charge you upwards of $100 every year just to run your podcast on their host. Anchor.fm does it for free. So go check out Anchor.fm for more information.
Robots Radio presents the Fallout Lorecast.
Hey there, Wastelanders and Vault Dwellers. This is your host, Tom, or Robots, and thank you for joining me again for the Fallout Lorecast. This episode is going to be a little bit different. We are in a time culturally where we are struggling to become more aware, again, as we should, of differences between peoples, the fair treatment of everybody, the nature of what it means to be human, and yet still be of a specific culture or race or identity or sexuality or gender. There are a lot of different things that we can point to that make us different, make us individuals, and yet we're all still humans. And I think that if you've listened to my show, you understand that I have a deep need to draw similarities across peoples. Individuals can be unique and different, but it's my belief that we are all human, and therefore we all deserve the same basic rights. We all deserve to be treated well. We have an inherent value simply because we are human, and we come in lots of different flavors of human, but we are all human. So this week and next week, we're going to be discussing some difficult topics. And this week, I'm going to do what I can to tackle some different perspectives on the use of race in the Fallout games. And I am by no means a sociologist. I have a little bit of a background when it comes to things like philosophy and the things that I've talked about before on the show. And I have some understanding of psychology and those kinds of things. But this isn't really my strong suit. But that doesn't mean that it can't be addressed, especially with the goal of creating conversation, because it's my belief that by talking about these things and by relating to other human beings about these things, we can bridge the gaps. We can grow together. We can learn what other people's perspectives are and decide together what things are right and what things are wrong by taking everyone's opinions into consideration. Next week, we have our Patreon call at the end of the month, as usual. And we talked about it a little bit at the end of the show last time, at the end of last month's show. But this month, because it's Pride Month, we will be digging into gender and sexuality issues and the way that they're portrayed in the Fallout games. And our patrons have a lot of, I'm sure, very cool things to bring up, different characters to talk about, and perspectives on that. So I'm going to hold off on that part of the conversation until next week. If you'd like to join us, you're welcome to join us on patreon.com/Fallout Lorecast. Sign up at tier 4 and you can join us for that conversation. Next week, actually, we will be recording that most likely Sunday night around 9 p.m. Eastern. So come join us for that conversation. It's going to be streamed live on Twitch, twitch.tv/robotsradio. So you can go check that out there. But let's get into some different perspectives about race in the Fallout games. So, like I mentioned before, this is a tricky topic, and I'm going to be very careful to thread the needle here because I don't want to insult anybody, and I don't want to dig myself into a hole or have something I said be taken out of context. So I just want to make that very clear at the beginning. Let's think about the Fallout games. If we go back to Fallout 3 and New Vegas, they have a different character creation system than we get in Fallout 4 and Fallout 76. Think about the way that works. For those of you who did play those games, if you recall, you could choose a race. In Fallout 4 and Fallout New Vegas, you simply craft the way your character looks. There are two very different things happening here. Race in society isn't just the way you look. People assume race by the way you look, but it's deeper than that. The race that you assign yourself to is based on your culture. It's not necessarily based on, say, your skin color or your hair color or the way your face looks. There's more to it than that. It's a very complex thing. And we know from science that genetically, there isn't really a significant difference between different races. People from different lineages are more or less likely to show certain genotypical and phenotypical results in their DNA. And maybe results isn't the right word, but they have different DNA based on where they came from. But you can't just lump in a set of people and say, this DNA, all of this DNA right here means that you are of Asian descent. And all of this DNA here means that you're of European descent. And all of this DNA here means that you are of African descent or Native American descent. Like, you can't just group it together. It's not that simple. Certain people from certain backgrounds are more likely to have certain traits, but that doesn't mean that there's not a ton of crossover between different groups. So when you talk about phenotypes, those are the genetic traits that are visible. Let's just say that. That's an oversimplified version of it. But when we're talking about somebody's skin color, their hair color, their eye color, things like that, those are phenotypical traits. And those are the details that we are most likely to think about when we think about race. It's very unlikely, for example, for someone of African or Asian descent to have blonde hair or blue eyes. That's a trait, that's a phenotypical trait that is more common among Europeans, but it's not impossible. Now, we can work that backwards. It is more common for brown or black hair to be a phenotypical trait of people from African or Asian descent, but that doesn't mean that it's not a trait that doesn't show up in, of course, people from other places. So blue eyes could be another example, or brown eyes could be an example. And the reason why we tend to use these as differences, skin color, that could be an example. But we know that there are different skin colors across everybody. Everybody in different locations can have variations on skin colors. You can't just say everyone who's a Native American has a certain skin color, because it's not true. Everyone who's a European has the same skin color. It's not true. So there's more to it than just that. And I think that a lot of us inherently understand this, but the reason I'm pointing this out is because we oversimplify things. We have a tendency as human beings to oversimplify issues of race, issues of gender, all of these different kinds of things. It is a much more complex and sliding scale when you actually look at the details. And the reason we focus so much on the way somebody looks when it comes to race is because that's the part that's easiest to, and I have to use the phrase to see, because that's what we can see. We can't see someone's genotypical traits. We can't see the DNA within them. And even if we could, we wouldn't necessarily be able to, if we could read the DNA code, like the code in the Matrix, you wouldn't necessarily be able to know someone's race simply by reading their DNA code. It's not that cut and dry. It's a very complex issue. So let's take a look. Fallout 3, we actually have variations on different races. You choose, are you white? Are you black? Are you Asian? And when you make that choice in the menu, it limits your selection of traits. You look like somebody from that demographic, but you can't move the sliders outside of a certain spectrum. It's very limiting. What's interesting here is in Fallout 4, you don't define a race. You simply adjust your face. And I didn't mean for that to rhyme, but it rhymed. Now, there are presets that look more like typical people from different kinds of groups of people, but that doesn't mean that you have to stay within that preset. You can slide the sliders in whatever direction you want. You can create a mutation of a weird looking amalgam of, whatever, some sort of monster, like a Monster Factory creature, or you can create somebody who looks like a real human being and can have multiple traits from lots of different backgrounds. And that's the way the real world works. Genes mix, they trade. But the fact that we have two different systems in the Fallout games means that we have different perspectives on which of these was done correctly. So I have found two different articles here that attempt to address race in the Fallout games. We have one article about Fallout 3 and one article about Fallout 4 by two different authors from two different websites. And the reason I'm pulling these up is because they bring about interesting points, and I want to create discussion about these points. So first, we're going to start with Fallout 3. So back in 2012, before Fallout 4 was out for the public to try, Tanner Higgin, who writes a blog, and I don't know much about, this is just an article I found. So Tanner, if you listen to this, I'm not trying to call you out on anything. I'm just trying to represent what you said in this in order for us to discuss it. And Tanner writes here in the blog that non-fantasy role-playing games don't often allow the player to choose a race. However, Fallout 3 allows players to select 4 different races: African American, Asian, Caucasian, and Hispanic, with Caucasian, unfortunately, but not unsurprisingly, being the default choice. So already, of course, you have to have a default choice, and by default, it's Caucasian. That's already an issue there, right? An explicit breakdown of races in this way along lines similar to the US Census is exceptional in its own right, but also curious given how inconsequential these races are to Fallout 3's fiction. Unlike the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, which attributes histories, skill attributes, cultures, and geographies to each race, Fallout 3's races have no impact on the game beyond providing familiar stylistic variety. He goes on and says, yet I don't want to stop here and simply reduce this design decision, if I can say that correctly, to a familiar critique of racially insensitive representation, since meaning within procedural systems is both limited by and dependent on restrictions. I see Fallout 3 as open to a far more complex reading that can be redemptive of the limitations of its character creation system. So what he's getting at here is that this system, although it is seemingly antiquated and creates these differences, these divisions among the different quote unquote races, that it's actually good because of the focus of the game. So get this. By forcing the player to identify with one of the 4 rigid and institutionalized racial identities inside of a retro-futuristic pre-civil rights world associated with segregation and nuclear annihilation, Fallout 3 affords a rare and bold consistency between setting and character. The player is uncomfortably hailed into mid-20th century American racial ideology. So he's saying here that although this is an antiquated system, it's an antiquated way of looking at races, it's doing that on purpose, or at least it's doing it in a way that makes sense because of the world that this is in. We know that the Fallout world is an extrapolation of 1950s and 1960s America into a future that did not occur in our own timeline. And we also know that 1950s and 1960s America was extremely prejudiced. That's why the civil rights movement happened. There were a lot of people who did not believe that, quote unquote, the races should mix or that segregation should end. We have a lot of issues here in the United States with our history of racism and slavery, and we're still dealing with that today. And what he's saying here is that this makes sense for the way Fallout 3 is designed. So he also points out another detail about the game. In the game, if you choose any of the races, nobody's going to approach you and treat you differently because you chose one race as opposed to another, which kind of seems odd, right? If you have this 1950s, 1960s mentality moving forward, then why doesn't the world hold on to that the way it does old music or political ideologies? It doesn't. Instead, it replaces race with human types. And this is displaced, as he says here, onto the ghouls. In the world of Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 and all of the other Fallouts for that matter, the world doesn't care what 1950s definition of race you are. The world only cares if you're a human or if you are a ghoul. And if you were a ghoul, then people treat you differently. That's it. That's the proxy. So we've moved, it's kind of odd. We've moved from this 1950s dynamic where you have to define yourself as a race, but it actually doesn't have any implications in the actual gameplay because now we're treating humans and ghouls as if they are races, and those are the only two races. Do you see the disconnect there? It's a little bit odd. It's a little bit out of place. So why are we defining our race to begin with if it doesn't actually matter? But should it? That's the other question. Would Fallout make more sense if, and this is an example from the 1950s, right? If you decided to be an African American in Fallout 3 and you came across people from other races, let's just say Caucasians, who treat you differently in the game because you chose African American, would that have worked? It would have stayed consistent with 1950s ideology, but would it have worked for the game? Would that have felt good? Would that have been good for society? It's accurate and it doesn't whitewash what's going on here. It doesn't erase it. But would it have been good for a game? And I don't know the answers to these questions. I can see that there are differences of opinion. We should point out different racial differences. We should understand them. We shouldn't forget our history. I totally get that. I totally think that that is a very wise thing, that we need to understand where we come from and not pretend that it didn't happen. But I also get that in a video game, in a representation of an alternate world, that putting somebody into a role-playing character who is going to most likely design a character, and I think this is what most people do, at least with one of their playthroughs, is to design a character that looks like them and then give them a situation where people treat them differently in a way that resonates with things in the real world that they've dealt with that might be triggers for them, doesn't seem kind. So there's a difficulty there. I'm not sure which direction seems best in the case of something like Fallout 3. And I'd love to hear your opinions on this, because I think this is a discussion worth having, because there's not just a simple answer to this. It's more complex. All right, we're going to come back after the break with a look at Fallout 4 and another perspective on this. So stay tuned.
Hello there, old chap. Good to see another of General Atomic's finest, still eager to serve.
In a world where solid-state electronics and vacuum tubes are still meta, people never stopped loving atomic-powered everything. A chosen 500 stepped inside a subterranean vault to be spared the nuclear horror of the inevitable Great War. 25 years later, they emerge after the fallout settles to retake Appalachia. Among them, 2 former rivals whose blood feud will tear West Virginia apart in their epic struggle for survival. Chad, a Vault Bro who has a strength of 15, an intelligence of 2, and is a complete wasteland dickhead. Simon, a complicated anti-hero who chooses light and hope, but accidentally becomes a cannibal and wakes up naked and afraid with a Scorch Beast Queen after a date goes terribly wrong. What? I mean, it's a wild wasteland, right? This dark humor radio drama will have you driving off the road and crawling out from under the fallout. 2 men, 1 wasteland, and so many nukes. Chad, a Fallout 76 podcast, rated R, now streaming on your holotape player podcasty thing.
Hey friends, did you know that you can use Spotify to listen to podcasts too? And it's free. You don't even need a premium account. Spotify has a huge catalog of podcasts on every topic, including this one that you're listening to right now. And it's as simple as downloading the app and just searching for your favorite podcast or looking for new shows. My shows, because you guys have done such an awesome job listening to them, actually show up at the top of the list when you search things like Fallout or Elder Scrolls. So you know you're going to get good content if you use Spotify. You can also follow your favorite podcasts so you don't miss any episodes. Premium users can download episodes to listen to offline. You don't even have to stream them directly. And you can easily share what you're listening to with friends. So if you haven't tried it yet, download the app for free. Give it a shot. Most of my listeners at this point are actually listening on Spotify. So I can't recommend it enough. Talk to you guys later. All right, adventurers, thank you for tuning into the Fallout Lorecast. I'm your host, Tom, of course, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, and I appreciate you guys being here. As I mentioned at the top of the show, next week is our Patron episode. It is one of my favorite events every month to get together with you guys and talk Fallout, and it's going to be a very interesting discussion. We have some people who have some real world things to bring into discussions about gender and sexuality, and as always with these patron episodes, I'm putting it in the hands of our patrons to bring what they would like to discuss to the table so that we can have a real discussion about these things together. So if you're interested in that, check out patreon.com/Fallout Lorecast and sign up as a tier 4 patron to join us next week. Otherwise, you can sign up on whatever other tier you would like to get ad-free episodes a little bit early before other people and other kinds of rewards and special channels on the Discord and all that kind of stuff. So go check that out. Also, I wanted to note here that I'm making some changes on the way I'm doing content on YouTube, just so you guys are aware. The Robots Radio YouTube channel typically posts video game stuff, right? I've got Fallout stuff on there and Elder Scrolls and Cyberpunk, the kinds of stuff I do podcasts about. But I also have the Podcast Professor content, things that are helpful for people who make podcasts. But it's a little bit too much diversity in one channel. So what I'm doing is I'm going to move the Podcast Professor, and I've already begun doing this, onto its own channel. So I will put that in the link in the show notes. If you want to get my advice on how to make a good podcast, how to start a podcast, how to grow an audience, do all the things that I've been doing for a while now, then follow that link and go to the new channel. You're going to get all of the content. I'm moving over videos, and I'm going to be making a lot of new videos. I'm actually renovating the extra bedroom in our house into an office because this whole pandemic thing doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon. And I've been using that space anyway, but I need to just move all my stuff into it and just start doing things differently. So go check that out. Otherwise, you're going to get all the regular YouTube content I've been creating on the Robots Radio YouTube channel. So if you are already a subscriber to that, then stay there, enjoy what I've been posting. And if you haven't followed either, then feel free to go subscribe to those channels and check out what I'm doing on the YouTubes. All right, guys, let's go back to the conversation we were having about Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 and the way that they are portraying race.
If you have any questions about Nuka World, I'd be delighted to answer them.
So Fallout 4 is a different bag of worms, right? Is that the right phrase? It doesn't really define you as a specific race. You are able to adjust the way your character looks, but there's not really a definition here. And somebody else points out some details about that. This guy, Yusuf Cole from medium.com back in 2015 wrote an article that is titled Fallout 4, an apocalypse outside of context. And he goes into a little bit more detail about this idea that things aren't representative of the 1950s. So he says here, after a introductory paragraph where he kind of sums up the game and has some glowing things to say about it. He says here, one thing, I almost said irritates me like a rock in my shoe as I wander the irradiated wasteland of Boston and its encircling suburbs. If Fallout imagines a future born from the ashes of 1950s cultural norms, where is the racism? The world your character awakens in is one that reflects a Gene Roddenberry-esque vision of utopian racial harmony. Not to say there isn't plenty of oppression visited upon the last dregs of humanity. It's just that whether from roving bands of bloodthirsty outlaws or slavers or mafia-like crime lords, it is visited in an entirely colorblind way. Slave camps, which appear in much of the series, a relic, and he notes here, a relic of America's ugly historical relationship with its black population, are populated with people of every race and gender. And the roster of villains themselves are as diverse as a Benetton catalog. It's a world where race is relegated to the realm of phenotypic distinction down to the roll of the dice, emptied of social significance. So this goes along with what I was saying before. You have a character creator where you are creating phenotypic distinctions. You are making yourself look different, but that's it. They've erased race from the game completely. You're not choosing, are you Caucasian? Are you African American, etc. You are simply rolling the dice with your phenotype distinction, and that's it. He goes on and says, this algorithmically derived ambivalence has beneficial aspects. Your character in Fallout 4 can be any imaginable race. You could be a mixed race couple without comments, without any contrived narrative explanation. Your child then shares the characteristics of both parents, something previously unheard of in games, let alone most media. And I think that this is a good place to stop, because this is an important thing to point out, that is actually how genetics work, that children get some traits from you and some traits from your spouse, and they are a mix, and certain traits come to the surface. And sometimes they look a lot like one parent and not the other. And sometimes they look like a total mix between the two. And that's just how genes work. Genes are crazy. He goes on and says, I feel like I should be overjoyed by these developments, and in some ways I am. I'm happy I have the chance to create my own features in a game rather than having to settle with someone who looks either unambiguously black or unambiguously white, but with a tan. Still can't choose my actual hair, but that's a whole other essay. In general, Fallout nails the visual representation of the diverse world I see around me daily, yet it still falls flat when it comes to crashing that check on the narrative end. And this is where he gets into detail about the specifics of having a 1950s-like culture that is totally devoid of any notice of racial differences. He says here, it baffles me that a game drenched in the aesthetics and cultural values of the 1950s manages to sidestep the massive amount of virulent and systematic racism that marked the period. I can't help but draw the comparison to rockabillys and other subcultures who appropriate the look and style of America's post-war period without acknowledging the white supremacy that supported it all. Narratives that sample from history can certainly make incisive commentary. In Fallout's case, how the crippling fear caused by the Cold War aided the meteoric rise of American militarism, patriotism, and corporate hegemony. But it's a mistake to ignore contexts that do not fit your narrative. You must meet all your demons head on. And the article goes on, and he talks about why this is not actually accurate to the real world. and why we need to have these things in the game so that we don't erase them. There's a specific line here where he says, Bethesda's random racial lottery does much to represent traditionally marginalized people as well-rounded characters, but it does so by erasing identity rather than adding to it. So do we have a template for how this would work out? Well, at the end of the article, he notes here that in Star Trek, in Roddenberry's Star Trek, the world he envisions is one which has moved past the ethical injustices that plagued its past and are present, but it doesn't pretend they never existed. Rather, it shows the viewer the attractions and pitfalls of prejudice and the terrible outcomes for societies that embrace it. It yearns for us to be better as people. This is as much the mission of the show as it is the crews who make up the show's protagonists. Fallout presents history in bland and universal terms, which naturally tend to be framed through the same privileged Western white perspective we see in other examples of genre fiction. Mutants and synths take up the mantle that fantasy's orcs and elves must bear as analogs for real-life racial minorities. Historically rooted forms of oppression are stripped of their power and are set up instead to affect everyone equally. The city of Boston itself is neutered and reduced to landmarks, its ghettos forgotten, its slave regiments erased from stone. And I think he's giving us a template for how to address this. The idea here is don't pretend that these things didn't exist, especially when you have a fiction that is built on the real world. Note them. And if the people of that fiction have moved past racial differences, racism, these kinds of things, awesome. But don't pretend that that never happened. To have characters that don't reference the past in ways that are accurate pretends like the past didn't happen. And that's the difference. So, some interesting perspectives on the way race is used in the Fallout games. I would love to hear your perspectives on this as well. And of course, this is a very highly debated topic with a lot of different people, with a lot of different answers for this question. And some people think it's better to just pretend like everything's fine and to just move on with it because that means that everything's fine. And some people think that that erases things and causes more problems. There are some real world examples of cultures that have moved past this. And in those cases, they typically don't forget their past. For example, it's very much taught in German schools what Nazism was and what happened in the 1930s and 40s and how that was not good because they don't want to go through that again. And it seems to be working. So what do you think? What's the best way to handle race? And in the next Fallout game or in a new expansion to 76, does some of that need to change? Do the writers need to be a little bit more aware of our history and not pretend like it didn't happen? All right, guys, I'll talk to you on the next episode when we have our patrons. And until next time, stay safe. I'll see you guys later. To plug into everything else we're doing, check out robotsradio.net. Also, look up the Robots Radio YouTube for videos about Fallout and other things. And check us out on Twitter, twitter.com/robotsradio. This podcast was brought to you in part by our patrons at patreon.com/Fallout Lorecast, including our Tier 5 patrons. Thank you so much to Firewriter for supporting the show. Also, if you're interested in business inquiries, advertising on the show, or applying to be a podcast on the Robots Radio Network, send me a message at falloutlorecast@gmail.com or robotsnetwork@gmail.com.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
If you are inspired to start your own podcast, then we have just what you need. The hosts at Robots Radio have put together a podcast just for you, just for podcast creators. It's called The Podcast Professor. we are giving you for free all the tips that you need to get you started on your own podcast. It's a gift from us just to say thank you for being part of this network. Go check it out. It's up on every platform that you could look for. There are audio episodes for you to download just like any other podcast. And then there are also videos at the Robots Radio YouTube channel. Go check out both and good luck with starting your own show. Again, that's called The Podcast Professor. Look it up everywhere. This podcast is brought to you by Anchor.fm, the absolute best and easiest way to host your podcast and get paid for it by running ads just like these. And take it from me, I've hosted at least 7 of my podcasts on Anchor.fm. I recommend it to every show on our network, and other hosts are going to charge you upwards of $100 every year just to run your podcast on their host. Anchor.fm does it for free. So go check out Anchor.fm for more information.
Robots Radio presents the Fallout Lorecast.
In our last episode, we explored the events that occurred after the bombs dropped in October of 2077. This episode, we're going to take a look at the events that followed that month. And this will cover things from all of the games, events that occur in each of the games, events that occur in some of the vaults. This is a timeline of events as we know them right now. And if that covers things that might be spoilers for you and you don't want to plug into this episode, then that makes a lot of sense. I get it. But that's what we're going to do, because what I really want to do with these timeline episodes, my goal for these timeline episodes is to give you an inclusive sense, a holistic sense, maybe that's the best way to say it, of everything that happened and how things moved along and how they occurred. So let's dive in. We know about the events of October, and October is a busy month. It makes sense. It's the month that the bombs were dropped, and we have a lot of information about very specific dates and even times in October. And the timeline outside of October gets a little bit more expansive. We have certain days that are on the list. We have, sometimes it's a specific week in a month, or it's a general sense of in this month at some point something happened. So let's take a look at what we do know. We do know that a few weeks later from the events that occurred in October, so sometime in November, Captain Maxon and his men and their families arrived at the Lost Hill bunker. And many of them suffered casualties along the way, including Maxon's wife, but not his teenage son. And the surviving soldiers went on to become the Brotherhood of Steel. This was the core group that survived and took that ideology into the wasteland. We also know that during the Exodus, a faction within the Brotherhood of Steel, led by Sergeant Dennis Allen, breaks off to explore the Southeast Glow to recover technology. The captain refuses to permit this, so Allen and his separatist group splits from the Brotherhood of Steel, and they take with them power, armor, and weapons. So now we have division in the Brotherhood of Steel, not even an entire month into their existence. Later on in November, the separatists make their way to the West-Tec research facility. They arrive there 20 days later and are promptly chewed apart by West-Tec's unforgiving automated defense systems. And wounded, Allen begins to suffer radiation poisoning from a leak in his suit. Before he dies, he logs what happened to the expedition into a holodisk. I guess you could say that either the West-Tec facility must have had some amazing automated defense systems, or this splinter group of the Brotherhood just wasn't that good at doing what they're supposed to do. We also have a vague understanding of something else that happened in November, and this is when Miss Carrie Delaney is the last adult to leave Little Lamplight in search for help. This is all the way on the other coast. 10-year-old child Jason Grant takes charge in her absence. Little Lamplight, of course, is the community run and completely inhabited by children. And once the children got old enough, they left the community. So the rest of the month we do have dates for. On November 1st, Theodore Krupp wakes to the complete devastation of his family, who began suffering from ghoulification. Now, what's interesting about this is November 1st. The bombs dropped on October 23rd. So this is just a week after the bombs drop. Ghoulification already starts setting in, at least in one family. So it can be assumed that it didn't take that long for ghoulification to happen. The people that we know as ghouls in the wasteland, the ones who survived from the time of the bombs, who may be 100, 200 years old, didn't suffer from radiation exposure and those kinds of things for months and months and months, and eventually became ghouls. It may be the case that within a week, most of them changed, and it was a very sudden change. On November 1st, we also have the foreman of the South Boston factory learned via radio that Framingham, Massachusetts, was completely devastated. On the 2nd, there was supposed to be a special election for senator of the Appalachia territories. This was supposed to take place on that day, which would fill the vacated seat of Samuel Blackwell. This is tied to events that we learn about in Fallout 76. And these events are noted throughout Fallout 76 in the audio logs and the documents and things that you find. And what's so interesting about Fallout 76 is Fallout 76 occurs only a few decades after the bombs drop. So there's a lot of this time period right after the bombs dropped in Appalachia, because they didn't get hit directly, of people making changes, trying to adjust to living a new life in a situation that was very different from what they knew before, but not necessarily being obliterated. So you have things like special elections and mayors and organizations of individuals who are working to pull together and help the community get out of this situation. So we also have a little bit of Vault news here. Vault 106 on November 2nd, psychoactive drugs were released throughout the vault. If you remember the Vault 106 episode, this is a vault where an experiment was being done, and not even 2 weeks after, a little bit over a week after the bombs dropped, the experiments started happening. And in this vault, everybody went insane because of the drugs that were being released. On November 4th, and this is the last date in November we have a specific date for, Camp Venture was secured by Taggarty's Thunder in preparation for winter. And if you recall, Taggarty's Thunder is the group from Fallout 76 that eventually became the Brotherhood in Appalachia because of the communication they had with Maxon. And then we have a few dates in December. There's only two. December 14th, the White Spring inventory reveals a stockpile large enough to last a decade, if not more. So the White Springs in Appalachia. And on the 25th, the security and support staff of Vault 111 celebrates Christmas. You might remember this from the Christmas episode I did back in December. Do they celebrate Christmas in the Wasteland? So other than that, that's all the information we have for the remaining dates and the last 2 months of 2077. So let's move into 2078. There are, again, like I noted, some various general things that we know happened in that year. And then there are specific dates that we have as well. So we know that 2078 was the year that the dwellers in Vault 87, this was in the Capital Wasteland, were locked into their airtight chambers and exposed to the FEV by their overseer and his security. And if you recall, they were simply following the, quote, plan laid out by Vault-Tec. The Vault's population, of course, is transformed into super mutants. Also, 2078 was the planned opening of the Angry Anaconda at Nuka World. Now, as we move into the winter of 2078, it is noted that this is an extremely challenging time period in Charleston in Fallout 76. And this becomes the most difficult winter on record. It becomes something that they reference time and time again in comparing other winters too. So on January 1st, we do know that the General Atomics Galleria was planned for automatic reopening. Rex Macham, Meacham, finishes Project Cobalt, and this was another Nuka World thing. Then we know that between the dates of January 8th and 10th, what sounded like a 2-day windstorm occurred in Zion Canyon, and the radiation dropped 500 rads. On January 15th, glowing green snow fell in Zion Canyon. On the 26th, the City of Kids, Little Lamplight that we mentioned before, is officially founded. It took a few months, but eventually they founded it. By unanimous vote, Jason Grant is named as the city's first mayor. And it's kind of cute that you have a City of Kids, and yet they had such good documentation as to what occurred when. From the 28th to the 30th, the background radiation in Zion Canyon is finally low enough for Randall Clark to explore outside the USGS research station. He quickly finds himself to be the only living thing in the immediate vicinity. And if you need a reminder as to who Randall Clark is, then you just need to go back to the episode we had with our patrons, and Aperture Flash told the story of Randall Clark and his family. Now, February 2nd, Theodore Krupp, who we mentioned had the family that was becoming ghoulified, he gathers the shuffling remains of his family together and locks them in the basement, unable to bring himself to end their suffering. And he went out to look for other survivors, both human and ghoul alike. On April 23rd, Vault 111's 180-day mandatory shelter period elapses, but the overseer refuses to open the vault, having not received the scheduled all-clear signal. The support staffers and security grow restless with their continued confinement and plot a mutiny. This is part of the events of Vault 111's timeline that you didn't experience because you were frozen in the vault in Fallout 4. This is some of the things that happened before you woke up and watched the kidnapping of your child, the murder of your spouse, and then again woke up and left the vault. So moving forward, we get to the summer of 2078 and the planned launch date for Hermes 13 and Hermes 14, intended for use in the latest manned mission to Mars. However, as the war with China intensified, the Enclave and Department of Defense agents seized control of the Space Center and tried to retrofit the rockets to travel to bomb 002 and another planet. Now, this is another one of those events that is specific only to Van Buren. But what I do like about the things that we learn from Van Buren is that they give us a sense of what some of the creators thought about the world. And this means that by the summer of the year after the bombs dropped, that there is still a sort of government response to the war. The war with China intensified. The Enclave Department of Defense, they were still in communication, at least in part with each other, and in mobilizing some sort of response to what was going on in the war. This is especially fun for me because it gives me this feeling that maybe there was more happening in parts of the world that we were not connected to. So, for example, if most of the United States was bombed, but the United States had military in other locations across the globe, then that part of the military may still have been fighting a war for months or maybe longer in parts of the world that we were completely unaware of. And as far as I know, we don't have any real reports of what things were like in China. if they drop the bombs on us, if that's exactly what happened, and it seems to be what happened, and we retaliated with them, how much of a retaliation did we get off before our nuclear silos no longer worked? Or did we get off a retaliation? We know that some nukes made it into orbit, but how many? Were there large swaths of Asia that were unhit by nukes where combat continued? Were there soldiers that were ready to deploy over across the sea? This is why I think a Fallout China would be a really interesting way to go with the story, to find out more about what happened on that side of the world and what was going on when the bombs went off over here in the States. Now, going back to Appalachia, we have the date of July 21st, when we know that the snow finally thaws in the mountains after a winter of the century. It's to almost the middle of the summer for the snow to thaw, and then radiation levels came down. And then that's when the White Springs Resort came back to life. In other Appalachian news, we do know that it was sometime in August that Shannon Rivers makes her first excursion as the Mistress of Mystery. This is another, of course, Fallout 76 thing. If you haven't played through the questline Mistress of Mystery, it's one of my favorite in Fallout 76, and it's directly tied to the comic book hero and an order of, let's just say, women who become kind of, I don't know, secretive about their activities. Just leave it there. Then we have August 3rd, Carmen Green, Matthew Johnston, Elizabeth Chambers, and Joel Chambers of Vault 51 are killed during a confrontation regarding the affairs they are having with one another. Their bodies are found by Helen Marks and Reuben Gill. Vault 51 was an Appalachian vault with a really interesting way of determining who the leader was going to be. On August 6th, Omar Steffens finds Helen Marks dead, presumed poison, in Vault 51 in the mess hall. Her death spurs Reuben Gill to go on a rampage, killing all of the residents in the vault. So that was just 3 days later. August 30th, the White Spring Resort is locked down to maintain its supplies. We know of this from a terminal entry that reads, user's log 8/30/78. We're starting to see people on the roads now. Mr. Wellesby volunteered to go talk with a couple of them. Between the bombs, the radiation, the winter, it sounds like a lot of people are dead. God only knows what the big cities are like. I told Lou to keep the grounds locked down. No one in or out, except with my permission. It's hard, real hard. I've lived here my whole life. Appalachia's a place where you help folks, you know? We've all run on hard times, and we can help. We could help a lot. But once you start talking to people, where do you stop? At some point, there won't be enough to go around. So they're starting to realize the dire nature of the situation. So once they open up, they realize, well, there are people out there. A lot of people are dead, but there's still people out there. And if we just let them all in, we're going to run out of our own food. So now we're back to October. And on October 23rd, Vault 94, which again is in Appalachia, it's the one with the different ideological groups living in it, the one that they made the raid for, reopens as the mandatory minimum shelter period ends. The Vault ambassadors are dispatched as missionaries across Appalachia to aid and assist survivors. On November 11th, Shannon, Frederick, and Olivia Rivers discover 4 children in their garage scavenging. The girls are accepted. The boy, Brody Terrence, was sent away. This is another Fallout 76 reference. On November 20th, the mayor of Harper's Ferry, Miranda Vox, sends a group of survivors with an ambassador from Vault 94, the one I just mentioned, to investigate their claims of being able to feed the town. Certain the dwellers' hospitality is a trap, the group massacres the Vault's leader and attacks the Vault's GEC unit, triggering a massive nuclear explosion. A thick fog pours from the Vault's entrance, rapidly intensifying the area's swampy environment and mutating the region's thick foliage to create the mire. This is the formation of the mire. This is the event that occurred which created the red vines and the rampant growth of foliage across this section of the map. And if you haven't played Fallout 76, go look up a video that includes the mire. It is a really interesting location. And I remember getting to this location in Fallout 76 and thinking, okay, something happened here. There's a story behind exactly what happened here, because it's hard to know what would have caused this, especially when you see things like entire trees and cars and buses wrapped in these vines and lifted off of the ground. But the vines are no longer moving, so it's as if they grew extremely quickly and then stopped. We wrap up the year 2078 with 3 events in December, all tied to the White Springs Resort. The Modern Heritage Initiative automatically activates, surprising staff and guests. This was a complete remodel of the facility. Is that the right word? The facility in a new style. And it was programmed into the bots on the premises. And you can see in the data logs that the staff had a very hard time trying to get this not to happen. On the 12th, the White Spring Resort staff learns that the Modern Heritage Initiative cannot be overridden, and the guests will be kicked out on January 1st. There's a whole bunch of these warnings that come up in the data logs saying, warning, this is happening on the 1st. The guests and staff prepare on that date for expulsion. On the 31st, the White Springs Resort hosts its last New Year's gala. The supplies are doled out and the people move out into the wasteland. So that's 2078. Lots of Fallout 76 events, a few other events from some vaults and some other things in the other games. And I'll be back after the break with the events of 2079.
Hello there, old chap. Good to see another of General Atomic's finest, still eager to serve.
Myth is a podcast about the very soul of humanity. Join me each week as I explore stories from our history, from our mythologies, about what it means to be human. I'm your host, Tom, and Myth is available on every podcatcher, anywhere. And if you're familiar with any of my other work, then you might realize that Myth is like a Lorecast, but for humans. Join me each week on Myth. Hey friends, did you know that you can use Spotify to listen to podcasts too? And it's free. You don't even need a premium account. Spotify has a huge catalog of podcasts on every topic, including this one that you're listening to right now. And it's as simple as downloading the app and just searching for your favorite podcast or looking for new shows. My shows, because you guys have done such an awesome job listening to them, actually show up at the top of the list when you search things like Fallout or Elder Scrolls. So you know you're going to get good content if you use Spotify. You can also follow your favorite podcasts so you don't miss any episodes. Premium users can download episodes to listen to offline. You don't even have to stream them directly. And you can easily share what you're listening to with friends. So if you haven't tried it yet, download the app for free. Give it a shot. Most of my listeners at this point are actually listening on Spotify. So I can't recommend it enough. Talk to you guys later. All right, Wastelanders and Vault Dwellers, thanks for joining me again on the Fallout Lorecast. I am your host, as always, Tom or Robots, and I wanted to give a shout out to our new podcast on the network, the Keelhauled podcast. This is a Sea of Thieves podcast hosted by Captain Logan. If you are into Sea of Thieves, then this is the podcast for you. It's the best Sea of Thieves podcast out there. It's the kind of show that I heard and immediately was like, wow, this guy's doing an awesome job. This show needs to be on the network. And we worked it out. So Captain Logan with the Keelhauled podcast is on the network. And I've jumped into Sea of Thieves again. And every time I jump back into this game, there are more and more updates and more content. And it's a lot of fun. If you just can get 3 friends to ride around on a boat with you, playing funny songs and finding treasure on islands and that kind of thing, you should go check it out. I also sign up. I never actually bought the game. I sign up on Xbox Game Pass, which works on PC as well. And you can get the Game Pass for like a month for $1. And there's a ton of games on there, including Sea of Thieves and the Outer Worlds and all sorts of other stuff. So go check that out. If you're into that game, go look up the Keelhauled podcast. It's on the network. And tell Captain Logan hi from Robots. All right. So let's see. What else is there? Of course, you guys know how to help out with the show. One of the things that I don't note very often on the podcast is the question to an answer that, the answer to a question, man, words are tough sometimes. That came up about a week ago on the Discord. One of the newer members of the Discord was asking if I do this full time. And I don't bring this up very often, but I'm not actually full time podcasting yet. I'm still working part time at my regular job and part time doing podcasting. And it's my goal to get to a point where this can eventually replace my income so that I can do this full time. So just wanted to kind of get you guys up to speed on that. I shifted about 6 months to a reduced regular schedule for my regular job so I could do this more, but it's something I've been working on and I'm getting closer and closer to. So every little thing you do helps me get closer to that goal, whether it is recommending the shows to your friends, leaving ratings and reviews, signing up on the Patreon, buying things from the Robots Radio store, robotsradio.net/store will take you to the Teespring t-shirt shop. There's some t-shirts and there's actually pillows and things on there as well. But you can buy t-shirts from the store that helps support me as well. There's all sorts of things you can do. And the other thing that you can do is you can sign up for Loot Crate because they're one of our sponsors. You get 15% off if you use the link in the show notes. So look underneath the show notes or open up that part of your app, click the link, go to Loot Crate. And then when you purchase a crate or a subscription, we get a kickback and you get 15% off. So it doesn't cost you any more, but we also make a little bit for you doing that as well. And if you don't know what Loot Crate is, just go look at it. It's tons of awesome stuff that comes regularly in a box. So for example, you could sign up for the Fallout Loot Crate, get a bunch of Fallout characters, shirts, things to hang on your walls, things like that. So go check it out. I think you guys will like it. It's the perfect Father's Day gift. In fact, I got my family to sign me up for the Elder Scrolls Loot Crate. I already had the Fallout Loot Crate, so I did the Elder Scrolls one as well. Or like a birthday present or Christmas present, those kinds of things. So give people the link and the code and say, hey, go buy this for me. That's probably the best way to do it. That's what I did with my wife. And she was like, good, now I don't have to come up with a present for you. So anyway, there's lots of ways to support me and help me continue to do this full time. And I do genuinely appreciate the help. So thank you all for being here and on with the show.
If you have any questions about Nuka World, I'd be delighted to answer them.
All right, so let's wrap up this episode with the events of 2079. 2079 is pretty slim. There aren't a lot of events that are specific to that date. We do know that Raleigh Clay, is that how you pronounce that name? R-A-L-E-I-G-H, Raleigh Clay gives the all clear signal for the Free State's members to emerge from their bunkers. Clay is contacted by the mayor of Harper's Ferry, desperate for assistance following the nuclear attacks. And despite previous misgivings between the townsfolk and the Free States, Clay ultimately agrees to provide aid. So this is another one of those events that happened in Fallout 76. And you might be wondering, who are the Free States? The Free States are the Appalachian Free States, or simply the Free States. And they were a secessionist militia movement, primarily consisting of Appalachian survivalists. Following the Great War, they attempted to create a new society, but by 2102, they had been exterminated. So spoilers, that does happen, but not for a little while in our timeline. Later on that year, on a date that we don't know for sure, a group of Free States members secures the Thunder Mountain power plant, but is later assaulted by Taggarty's Thunder. Remember the group that becomes the Brotherhood in Appalachia? After a 2-day siege, the group chooses to surrender the complex. So here's a fun one. On February 4th, the Puppet Man opens the crate of puppets for the first time, initiating Vault 77's social experiment. The vault with the man and the puppets. Oh, man. On March 30th, the Puppet Man and the rest of the puppets celebrate the King's birthday. Congratulations to the King. On April 29th, the Order of Mysteries is founded. This is the Mistress of Mysteries storyline in 76. And then to wrap up 2079, I told you not a whole lot happened in 2079, I guess. In December, the Puppet Man leaves Vault 76. Now, there is one entry in 2080 that I want to bring to your attention. It says here that in 2080, the first effects of radiation are seen in the survivors. Widespread mutations occur with animals and humans alike. Those that survive the effects of the mutations are permanently changed, and new species are created almost overnight. So this is interesting because we have reports of ghoulification happening within just a very short time of the bombs dropping. And then we have roughly a year, maybe longer go by, because we don't have a specific date for when this occurs in 2080. And that's when we start to see widespread mutations in animals and humans throughout the wasteland. So it took a little time for that to really start emerging, but it did. And this entry is from the Fallout Bible. And we went over the Fallout Bible. We had a whole episode about that. So it's pretty core to the timeline. It's pretty core to the lore of the series that this is when this occurred. So before 2080, you wouldn't have come across, say, a Mirelurk or a giant mole rat. Things like that just weren't quite in the wasteland yet. But you can imagine the shock as people who are acclimating to the wasteland have been living in it for a good year and a half. And then all of a sudden they start coming across creatures with two heads or extremely large size. So that's where I'm going to leave you off. I'm not sure if we'll continue next week with more timeline. I might jump into something else and come back to some timeline stuff again later in the future, but we might come back to it. Let me know if you've been enjoying these episodes, because like I said early on with the last episode, that this is kind of a test run to see how this goes and how to present these in a way that's interesting and kind of fun. So let me know what you think. And until next time, stay safe in the wasteland, everybody. Things are kind of rough out there. Make sure you're wearing your power armor, your radiation masks, and if you don't have to leave the house, then maybe just don't leave the house. All right, guys, talk to you later. To plug into everything else we're doing, check out robotsradio.net. Also, look up the Robots Radio YouTube for videos about Fallout and other things. And check us out on Twitter, twitter.com/robotsradio. This podcast was brought to you in part by our patrons at patreon.com/Fallout Lorecast, including our Tier 5 patrons. Thank you so much to Firewriter for supporting the show. Also, if you're interested in business inquiries, advertising on the show, or applying to be a podcast on the Robots Radio Network, send me a message at falloutlorecast@gmail.com or robotsnetwork@gmail.com.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
Should introduce myself. I'm Corin Black, a humble half-demon, and folks around Baltimore call me the Devil's Runt. Here we go, finally moving again.
How do you feel about methamphetamines? You know, devil's blood don't make you a devil.
Under the Shroud. Fantasy, noir, and horror from Baltimore's sin-soaked streets. Find creator Ian Humphrey on Twitter at fictionalian.
This podcast is brought to you by Anchor.fm, the absolute best and easiest way to host your podcast and get paid for it by running ads just like these. And take it from me, I've hosted at least 7 of my podcasts on Anchor.fm. I recommend it to every show on our network, and other hosts are going to charge you upwards of $100 every year just to run your podcast on their host. Anchor.fm does it for free. So go check out Anchor.fm for more information.
Robots Radio presents the Fallout Lorecast.
Hey there, Vault Dwellers and Wastelanders. Welcome back to the Fallout Lorecast. This week, I'm going to do something a little bit different. I've been mostly focusing the last few months on character studies, which I enjoy a lot, and I've gotten a lot of good feedback about that. But I'm considering jumping into a different kind of episode. I put out a poll on Twitter asking what kinds of episodes were your favorites, and a large number of you said that you were more into events and things on the timeline and that kind of discussion. And that's a little bit more where the show started, talking about the events happening before the Great War and all of the occurrences and those kinds of things. And although character studies are awesome, I think maybe it's time that we jump into more of a timeline discussion and we talk about the events in the Fallout world and what happened in specific date ranges so that we have kind of a more unified understanding of the way things unfolded in the wasteland. Now, this is how I think I'm going to tackle this, because this is a very different kind of episode than I've ever done. I'm going to take in this episode information from the timeline and information that's been gathered across the wikis and those kinds of things. And I'm going to go through in order of the events that occur immediately after the bombs fall on October 23rd, 2077. And the next year. I don't know that I'll be able to get through an entire year on this episode, but we'll see how far we can get. The idea here is, well, two things. One, I want to gain and help create an understanding of the immediate ramifications of the bombs dropping and who the main characters were across all of the different games and what immediately happened to the world once across the world they realized that we were at war and nukes were going off everywhere. The second thing is I want to take a look at across the minor characters or the smaller details, what was actually happening with the people across the, well, soon to be wasteland. How did this affect them? How did this next year change them? What did they do to survive? And those are two very different questions. So let's just go through the timeline. I'm going to stick with the events as they happen in order, and we'll see where this goes. So here we go. Let's start with the date of October 23rd, 2077. Now, we know that this is when the bombs dropped, on this day, but there are a number of different events that happen throughout the Fallout games tied specifically to this day. One of the themes that occurs in many Fallout games is this ironic idea that certain events, whether good or bad, were occurring on or right around when the bombs dropped. And had they not dropped, the world may have been a very different place. So let's just go through and highlight the different events, because some of them don't have specific hours tied to them that we know of, but we do know that these events were planned to happen or were happening on October 23rd. So first of all, in the morning of October 23rd, we have 82 students from the Early Dawn Elementary School head out on a field trip. They're going to Lamplight Caverns. And if you guys remember Little Lamplight from Fallout 3, it's a community that was run only by children. And on this day, at the beginning of the day, in the morning, with very few parents or chaperones, 82 children head out for a field trip. And this will forever change the events of the lives of these children and the children that come after them for 200 years. Next, we have the LOB Enterprises, which is raided by federal agents. So this was a company that was assumed to have been in cahoots, that's a good word, cahoots with the Chinese government. And of course, things were coming to a head on October 23rd. And it's interesting that they were raided by federal agents right at the same time the war started. It's as if those two events were not coordinated very well together, which is kind of an interesting point. Also on October 23rd, Dr. Hine, who was a Nuka-Cola corporate geneticist, which is interesting, the idea that Nuka-Cola had geneticists on staff, is taken hostage by the AFAD in the Angry Anaconda in Nuka World. Now, of course, this is part of the Nuka World expansion. So who are the AFAD? Well, that stands for Animal Friends and Defenders. I believe that this is the Fallout equivalent of PETA, and they were not happy with Nuka World's testing on animals and the kinds of things they were doing with the animals at the park. So we have another event here, exactly on the date of October 23rd, where emotions are heightened, people are more actively working towards something. And I'm not going to, this isn't like a conspiracy theory kind of thing where it's like, oh, everybody was on edge already. But it's interesting. These events all happen on the same day. Then, of course, the next thing in the timeline that we have is that the Fallout 4 prologue begins. You wake up in the morning. These are all things that happened earlier in the day. And we know how that goes. If you played Fallout 4, you get up, you're with your family, you're taking care of the baby. The Vault-Tec salesman comes to your door, signs you up, and then in a very short amount of time, the bombs drop. And that's when the war begins. Now, just a reminder, the war itself only lasts for 2 hours. That must be the shortest war, I guess you could ever say. I mean, most battles don't last only 2 hours. But this is it. This is the event that changes everything. So what happens in and around this 2 hour time period? Well, some things happen that have very little effect on the nature of the world. They're just things that we know are noted specifically for that date. For example, the Halloween costume show was supposed to be held at Freddy Fear's House of Scares costume store. And we know this because of signs around the wasteland in both Fallout 3 and New Vegas. This was a national chain of stores. It also shows up in Fallout 76. So we have the week basically before Halloween. So, of course, Halloween events were scheduled. We also have the Skylane's air flights, Air Flight 1665 and 1981, take off from Washington, D.C. to Chicago and Boston, respectively. They would both crash en route due to the effects of nuclear detonation. So we definitely have airplanes out in the world that are being affected by the bombs going off. We have Pastor Salivar and her congregation arrive at Vault 95 around noon as radiation begins to intensify. So now we have the fallout beginning from the bombs being dropped. Now, right at 1:30 in the afternoon for Vault 94, the failsafe trips and locks out the second bus of residents. So nobody else is allowed back in that vault. Now, this vault shows up in Fallout 76. It is basically what was the raid vault with all of the plant activity in it. We also have people reporting the events of the war as they happened. So, for example, in Salt Lake City, we have Randall Clark witnessing 13 nuclear warheads hitting the city, destroying the city and his family. And Aperture Flash actually talked about this on the last episode. It's a very, very tragic story, but this ties in directly to this timeline. Then we have the Sierra Madre Gala event beginning, but it's cut short by the war. The casino hermetically seals itself and the holographic security kills many of the guests. A few scattered survivors eventually commit suicide in the following hours and days. Vera Keyes dies from an overdose of her pain medication, while Frederick Sinclair dies in his attempt to disarm the traps. The only known survivor was Dean Domino. So more events from New Vegas. We also have Vault 12, which fails to close properly on this date, which of course leads to the ghoulification of that vault specifically. If you guys remember the Vault 12 episode, The West-Tec research facility is hit by warheads, breaking open the FEV tanks on levels 4 and 5 and releasing the FEV into the atmosphere. This again is another major event in the Fallout timeline. That also happened on October 23rd. We have the Mariposa military base, which on the state survives. It doesn't get destroyed. The soldiers inside are protected from the radiation flooding the wasteland. So this ties into the events of the Brotherhood and Maxon specifically. The platinum chip, which was at Sunnyvale, becomes buried under the rubble from the aftermath of the Great War, where it would stay buried for over 200 years. And this ties directly into what was going on in Fallout New Vegas with Mr. House. He, in fact, spends the next 200 years and millions of caps or dollars or whatever the currency was as things evolved in the wasteland, trying to relocate this platinum chip. We could do an entire episode specifically on the platinum chip. Mr. House also saves Las Vegas and most of the surrounding area from complete destruction with his defenses at the Lucky 38. He stops 68 of the 77 ballistic missiles launched at New Vegas. Now, he would have potentially stopped all 77 ballistic missiles, but he didn't have access to the platinum chip. So 9 of them got through. But they only damaged minor parts of the Mojave Desert, and the most damaging detonation was at the Nellis Air Force Base. So the Lucky 38's operating system crashed under the strain of the nuclear attack because it didn't have the platinum chip. So we also have some details here from Van Buren, which I've talked about before. This isn't 100% canon, but a lot of these ideas are worked into New Vegas and actually some of the other games as well. So let's see what Van Buren would have said about the events of that day. So first of all, it notes that the surviving scientists and soldiers based in Los Alamos band together with other survivors they encounter for safety. They set up a temporary camp in the cliff dwellings of Mesa Verde and attempt to contact the federal government for further instructions, but no contact is ever made. A small vault is built into the cliffside to shield the only computer they have from the elements. All Enclave personnel leave Bloomfield to either take cover or maintain hotspots. Sub-reactor is turned on. Bloomfield, Bomb 001 and 002, and Hermes 8, XII, and 14 are completely forgotten. And we talk about that a little bit in the episode specifically about Van Buren. 2 Poseidon scientists are trapped in the Agricola lab. After 4 years, one dies of natural illness. After 1 more year, the other commits suicide. And due to seismic activity, due to the bombs, some radiation seeps into the sublevels of the reservation. Even though the people underground are safe from the blast, radiation eventually takes its toll. The reservation was the bomb testing facility in Los Alamos. It was also on this day that Mothership Zeta abducts Sally and her sister, and we talked about that as well on the last episode, specifically directly on October 23rd. Now, we do have some events that are given specific times. So the very first event we have in the timeline specifically occurred at 12:03 a.m., just 3 minutes into that day. The commander of the United States Pacific Fleet reports 3 unidentified submerged objects off the coast of California to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. So these may, as we've discussed, be nuclear submarines from the Chinese coming to the United States, but we don't know for sure. At 3:37 a.m., the United States Air Force detects a squadron of planes off the coast of the Bering Strait. Again, maybe they were delivering nukes as well, but most of the nukes were intercontinental ballistic missiles, so who knows? At 9:13 a.m., the Integrated Operational Nuclear Detection System reports 4 nuclear launches, and DEFCON is raised to 2. So 9:13 was the earliest actual detection of nuclear missiles. 9:17, NORAD confirms the launch of the ICBMs and DEFCON is raised to 1. 9:26, the Defense Intelligence Agency at the switchboard confirmed the nuclear response scenario MX-CN91. At 9:42 a.m., the switchboard confirms the nuclear strike in Pennsylvania and New York. At 9:47 a.m., all monitoring stations at the switchboard go offline. That's only 5 minutes later, and the United States is bombarded with nuclear warheads. At 9:47 and 51 seconds, the National Isolation Radio Array experiences power fluctuations due to EMP from nuclear detonations and auto-caps its signal strength. The event is then noted in the error log. And that's it. Those are the events that we know specific times for on the 23rd. And then anything that happens after that, we don't know specific times for. Those are all the events of October 23rd. So let's bring this full circle. We have specifically a timeline that shows us minute for minute what happens from the very early morning to the bombs actually going off in the 9 o'clock hour. We have the reactions of different people across the wasteland to those bombs going off. Some people specifically witnessing that themselves. And then we have other interesting events and things that were scheduled and were happening on that day that people were stuck in the middle of when the bombs went off. And then we have some of these mundane things about the world and what was going on in the world. There's actually a lot of detail here. Now, the next thing that we're going to get into after the break are the events immediately preceding that day from the 24th on. And we're going to see what happens with the world and how people start to react to the aftermath of these bombs.
Hello there, old chap. Good to see another of General Atomic's finest still eager to serve.
Hey.
Hi.
Do you enjoy being optimistic about bad movies?
Or do you enjoy at least trying to figure out where someone worked really hard on a bad movie?
Well, we've got the podcast for you. New to Robots Radio, we represent Fresh Tomatoes, the movie podcast.
Each week, we look at 2 movies that did really badly critically, but we try to find the good in them.
And we have segments such as What Could Have Saved It and Would You Watch It Again?
If you're there on a Saturday night, you want to watch a bad movie, but you're not sure if it's like good bad, or if you should even bother, give us a listen.
You can find us on Robots Radio, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and wherever else you listen to podcasts.
Please come and say hi. We love you already.
Goodbye.
Hey friends, did you know that you can use Spotify to listen to podcasts too? And it's free. You don't even need a premium account. Spotify has a huge catalog of podcasts on every topic, including this one that you're listening to right now. And it's as simple as downloading the app and just searching for your favorite podcast or looking for new shows. My shows, because you guys have done such an awesome job listening to them, actually show up at the top of the list when you search things like Fallout or Elder Scrolls. So you know you're going to get good content if you use Spotify. You can also follow your favorite podcasts so you don't miss any episodes. Premium users can download episodes to listen to offline. You don't even have to stream them directly. And you can easily share what you're listening to with friends. So if you haven't tried it yet, download the app for free. Give it a shot. Most of my listeners at this point are actually listening on Spotify. So I can't recommend it enough. Talk to you guys later. All right, Vault Dwellers, Wastelanders, welcome back. This is your host, Tom or Robots. I hope you guys are enjoying this different kind of episode we're doing today. So I hope you enjoyed the extended episode we did last week. And because it was so long, I decided not to include the readings for the new reviews that came in May. So I'm going to do that in just a minute. But before we get to those, I'm sure you guys at this point have heard that we are sponsored by Loot Crate, which I'm super excited for. I'm also excited because I got to put in an order for a crate for myself. Because, you know, Father's Day is coming up and my wife was like, I don't really know what to do for you for Father's Day. And I was like, I've got an idea. And I've had the Loot Crate for Fallout, but I haven't been signed up for the Elder Scrolls Loot Crate. So I signed up for that. That one's like a quarterly crate. So you get like a big crate every 3 months full of all sorts of goodies. And I love me some Elder Scrolls and I love me some Fallout. So why not get both, right? So I signed up for that. Hopefully sometime in the next few months, I'll get the first crate. So I'm super excited because these crates are awesome. I have in my room, and you can see it in the videos, the Brotherhood of Steel flag behind me in my room. I have a bunch of characters. I have a bunch of t-shirts, all sorts of things that I've gotten out of these crates. And they're an absolute steal for the amount of items you get for the cost for each crate. So if this is something that you've signed up for before and you're going to re-sign up for, or something you want to ask for from somebody for your birthday or for Christmas or something like that, you can get 15% off by using our code. And specifically, make sure that you click the link in the show notes and use that link to get to the Loot Crate site, because that will let them know through that link connection that you got there from us, which helps support the show. And then once you get to the page, pick out whatever crate you want. I think the Fallout one's pretty awesome, so maybe start with that one. And then put that in your cart, put in the code Robots Radio. Again, that's Robots Radio, all one word, ROBOTS RADIO. And you get 15% off your crate. Also, a little bit of money gets kicked back to us. It doesn't cost you anything extra. In fact, it gets you a discount. And it's probably the best way to sign up for one of those crates and get a good deal on it, unless they're running some other deal, in which case I guess you could use that other deal instead. But go check that out. I think you guys will love it. If you haven't signed up for one of these and you like Fallout loot, that's absolutely the best way to just get kind of birthday presents all year round. So go check that out. And if you do prefer other shows on the network, sign up using whatever show's code you can, because that goes directly to help that show specifically. All the shows on the network, or the majority of the shows on the network, are running promotions for them. They all use the same code, Robots Radio. All right, so let's move into some of the reviews that came in May. So first we have Jeff Finana from the United States, who writes, absolutely amazing, 5 stars. This is one of the best podcasts I can find. And like I said, it is simply amazing. Well, thank you, Jeff. That is high praise. Thank you so much. Then we have Yasmin Stehauer from the Netherlands. Hello to our Netherlandian, is that a thing? Friend. Who writes, love it, 5 stars, 5-star rating for you, smiley face. Your voice is so nice to listen to as well. Well, thank you very much, Yasmin. Then we have Otter Bites from the United States, who writes, thumbs up, 5 stars. Absolutely wonderful podcast for all fans of Fallout. I particularly love the Vault minisodes and hope to find you in the Wasteland one day. Thank you for all you do. If you want to find me in the Wasteland, I play on PC by the name, get this, Robots. And lately, I've been running around in Fallout 76 with a robot helmet on. So if you happen to see a guy with a robot helmet, one of the red ones from the Red Rocket stuff you can buy on the store, who happens to go by the name Robots, that's me. That's this guy. What would be really funny is if you guys took pictures of me out in the wild running around without me knowing, and then posted them on social media as if I was some sort of like rare occurrence that you found, without ever like saying hi to me, just like stalk me and stuff. That'd be kind of creepy, but funny. So I'm down for it. All right. And then the last one we have we have 2 more for May. This one comes from Terzoid in Australia. Hello to our Aussie friends. Concise, consistent, and courageous. 5 stars. I started on the Elder Scrolls lore podcast not long ago, and after binging so many episodes, I found myself over on the Fallout podcast. Being a fellow Bethesda fan, it's only natural to want more, and more, and Robots podcast dives deep into the lore needed to feel more immersed in these great universes. It's a big task to take on, but thank you for starting this podcast for us fans. You're doing it perfect. Well, thank you, Terzoid. That is, again, high praise. Very, very nice. Thank you so much. Then we have our last one. If you love Fallout, you'll listen to this podcast, from Markaka Marcus in Great Britain. Hello across the pond. I really enjoy listening to all the lore in such a massive in-game universe, and it's great to hear it coming from someone who is also so enthusiastic themselves. Thank you, Markaka. I don't know if I Oh, it's Mark, aka Marcus. Your name isn't Mark Haka. That would be weird, wouldn't it? Well, thank you, Mark. I appreciate that as well. Thank you to everyone who takes the time to leave a rating or review on whatever podcaster you're listening on. Specifically, Apple Podcasts is a huge help because people use that to find shows, even if they don't listen to them on Apple Podcasts. And they're also the easiest one for me to find the reviews for. But any reviews and ratings you can leave help out the show. And also, you know what? Tell your friends. Just tell your friends about the show. That is also absolutely a huge, huge benefit. Share links on social media, those kinds of things. Word of mouth is the absolute best thing you can do to help me out and to keep this show growing. And that's all I've got for the middle of this episode. Thank you so much for your support. And let's get back to talking about the events following October 23rd, 2077.
If you have any questions about Nuka World, I'd be delighted to answer them.
So I did have aspirations here to get through an entire year, but I decided to recap a little bit more of what was going on in the first part with the day of the 23rd, which does include some information about the bombs dropping. So we're just going to move from there. We're going to see how far we can get in this episode and what makes sense to stop with, because I've got a lot of information here. So the day following the bombs dropping, October 24th, the Boylston Club adds its memoriam, that's a word I can say, gala, to its October events calendar. So immediately happening the dropping of the bombs, we have a memoriam being scheduled. The White Springs Resort is sealed against radiation at the orders of the new general manager. So the resort is closed and sealed. And then it's said that the guests and the staff acclimate to this new situation on the 25th. Now, I mean, I'm sure there's acclimation over the course of the next day or two, but that's the date that's given. At Mariposa, Platner, bound in power armor, is sent out to get specific readings on the atmosphere on the 25th. He reports no significant radiation in the surrounding area of the facility. So by the 25th, 2 days afterwards, at the Mariposa military base, Maxon, one of his soldiers, are now checking out, trying to see what's going on out in the world. And we know from this point in the timeline that communication is broken, that they are no longer getting anything from anyone up the chain at all in the military. By October 27th, after burying the scientists in the wastes outside of Mariposa, the soldiers seal the military base, then head out into the desert, taking supplies and weapon schematics with them. Maxon leads his men and families to the government bunker at Lost Hills. So 4 days, the 27th, which is 4 days after this, they head out to a new bunker, a more secure location. So remember Randall Clark, we talked about him just a little while ago. 5 days after the bombs go off, on the 28th, he takes refuge in a former USGS research station inside a cave in Zion Canyon. On the 29th, then Lieutenant Elizabeth Taggarty, who we talked about in one of our episodes, is contacted by Roger Maxon. This is 5 days after the bombs go off. Maxon and his group are now in the new government bunker. It looks like they've gained radio access to reaching out, at least to see if they can find anyone. And they find Elizabeth Taggarty. And we know that this is the beginning of the origin of the concept of the Brotherhood in Taggarty's mind, which eventually takes hold and creates a kind of a subgroup over in Appalachia with these ideas. And you can see here that it only took a little while after the bombs dropped for Maxon to really start taking on this idea of, hey, you know what? The U.S. isn't coming back from this. We're not getting any communication out there. Things are going to have to be different. And then things in the Boylston Club take a very dark turn, because remember the Memoriam Gala that was scheduled? Well, it happens on October 30th. And those that attend agree to commit mass suicide rather than live in a post-nuclear America. So it is clear by the 30th not even a week after the bombs drop, that people are being deeply, deeply affected by what happened. Also on the 30th, Levon made a telephone call to her friend, warning him of the nuclear devastation. He followed her coded advice and sent his teamsters home to their families. So this event is very mysterious. This comes from Fallout 4, and I'm going to read what it has here in the wiki specifically about this. On October 30th, 2077, Levon called the foreman. Levon was a woman that was somehow connected to very high military intelligence and was also a friend of an officer, a veteran officer, who became the foreman of this organization, the Ballistic Defense Division. So in 2077, she calls the foreman, and it was strange for a few reasons. The first was that the last time they spoke, it was at a military briefing in Portland. So we know that they hadn't spoken in a while. And the second was the call's subject was about her nephew's baseball team. It was a sort of code, as Levon was trying to warn him of the impending nuclear devastation. In her words, they were, quote, sending the team home to be with their families. The foreman followed Levon's advice and managed to not die in the bombardment himself, which is odd because the timeline is broken here, because the bombardment already happened 6 days before. So was she warning him about the impending aftermath, the nuclear winter that was coming, the radiation? This one is odd, and I'm not sure exactly what to make of this. Maybe you guys know more about this one, but there is some communication. What's interesting about this is there is some communication from people high up in the military warning other people they may have been close to in code about the unstable quality of the world and what they knew was coming, which is kind of interesting. So on the 31st, let's just wrap up the month in this episode, because I don't know that I'm going to have much time to go further than that, but we'll continue on the next episode and see how much further we can get. On the 31st, the military begins sending out vertibirds to towns across the United States with medical supplies in an attempt to treat the injured and dying, and guard towns with two-man teams that piloted the vertibirds. Imagine that. The U.S. military only has enough vertibirds and manpower to send two-man teams to individual towns across the country. Two-man teams. It seems like if we were to have something like this happen today and we had a military response, I mean, just think about the protests and the looting and the military, quote, military or police response to those. We have a lot more personnel that could go to any specific town, city, whatever. The military is fairly large. By this point, a week after the bombs drop, they're either only able to connect to enough people to send two-man teams, or there's only that many people left available, either due to being bombed, due to being sent to war and then losing connection with them. Who knows? And the last detail we have here about the end of the first week after the bombs drop, a black rain caused by irradiated materials and carbon from widespread fires being spewed into the upper atmosphere begins to come down in areas across the United States and likely the globe, causing a spike in radiation levels in affected areas. And this is the beginning of a very dark winter. It's not officially winter. This is just the end of October. This is the middle of the fall. But that first week, and it takes a week for the fallout, I guess you could say, from the explosions, from the explosions themselves, kicking things up into the atmosphere, irradiating them, enough bombs going off across the US and probably major other locations across the world, creates a black rain. And people have to deal with this. This creates one of the toughest years in the memory of any of these individuals. So that's where we're going to stop this week. We'll get into November next week. And I had aspirations for getting through a year, but there's a lot of really crunchy details to dig into with this stuff. I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. I also hope that this wasn't too much. I have a feeling we're at the point now where there's enough of an understanding of the different key players and events throughout the majority of the games that we can kind of talk more broadly about different disparate individuals, and disparate individuals and locations and things like that, and kind of tie them all together into this overarching tapestry. That's a good word for it. All right. Well, you guys have a wonderful rest of your week. Stay safe out there. And until next time, don't blow up the world. There you go. I'll talk to you guys later. See ya. To plug into everything else we're doing, check out robotsradio.net. Also, look up the Robots Radio YouTube for videos about Fallout and other things. And check us out on Twitter, twitter.com/robotsradio. This podcast was brought to you in part by our patrons at patreon.com/Fallout Lorecast, including our Tier 5 patrons. Thank you so much to Firewriter for supporting the show. Also, if you're interested in business inquiries, advertising on the show, or applying to be a podcast on the Robots Radio Network, send me a message at falloutlorecast@gmail.com or robotsnetwork@gmail.com.
You've been listening to a Robots Radio podcast. Smart shows for interesting people. Check out all the shows at robotsradio.net.
I'm Bob.
And I'm Brad. We're lifelong friends.
And the hosts of the Film and Whiskey podcast. This is the show where each week we review a classic movie and a glass of whiskey.
That's right. Every week we go in depth on a well-known movie while sampling the best from the world of scotch, bourbon, and more.
Because nothing goes better with strong opinion than equally strong liquor.
Bob's a movie nerd.
Brad's an average Joe.
But together, we give fresh insights and hot takes on the world of movies and spirits.
So check out the Film and Whiskey podcast.
Part of the Robots Radio Network.
This podcast is brought to you by Anchor.fm, the absolute best and easiest way to host your podcast and get paid for it by running ads just like these. And take it from me, I've hosted at least 7 of my podcasts on Anchor.fm. I recommend it to every show on our network, and other hosts are going to charge you upwards of $100 every year just to run your podcast on their host. Anchor.fm does it for free. So go check out Anchor.fm for more information. So big news, friends. The Robots Radio Network is now sponsored by Loot Crate. This means that you will get 15% off on your purchase of a crate or a crate subscription at lootcrate.com. Now, all you have to do is click on the link in the show notes. It'll take you to lootcrate.com. And when you purchase something, you can put in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. And when you do that, you get 15% off your purchase. Now, this is awesome because they have Fallout crates, they have video game crates, they have superheroes. You get t-shirts and figures and art to put on your walls. This is actually where I got the Brotherhood of Steel flag that I have behind me in some of my videos. Very, very cool stuff. I'm super excited about it. And if you have somebody who's already buying you loot crates for your birthdays or whatever, give them the code. They can use it if you want to use this for somebody else's gifts. Or if you just want to get yourself 1 or 2 boxes, you can use the code for yourself. Again, just click the link in the show notes and type in the code ROBOTSRadio, ROBOTSRadio. You just put that in the box at checkout. Super cool stuff. I hope you guys check it out. And any purchases you make help to support the shows on the network. So whether it's my shows or someone else's shows, click the link in the show notes for your favorite show. Give them some support and get yourself some awesome loot.
Robots Radio presents the Fallout Lorecast.
A call to action for all like-minded individuals. In the past year, we've overcome many challenges, but in our changing wasteland, we now face the greatest challenge, a challenge to truth. We speak of the heretics who have come to our home. We speak of the false prophets. We speak of the cult of the Mothman. Not only do they attack us, our homes, our friends, but they attack everything that the one true Mothman stands for. He seeks to protect us, to warn us, to save us, never to harm us. They do not serve him. They serve only monsters, only themselves. They've preserved the same ideals that burnt this world with fire. They are the same as those who ignored his warnings of destruction. We are the Mothman's chosen. We seek those who will spread the word of the one true Mothman. We seek those who will help their neighbors. We seek two types of people: those who will build monuments to his great honor, and those who will cleanse this land of the false prophets. Our services begin soon. Join us, and he will show you his great and glowing light.
Awesome. So how can people join you?
I'll sign things over to, turn things over to Soy now.
So Nunamer and I have started a new player faction called the Mothman's Chosen. This has been a dream of mine for a while now, and Nunamer has helped me make it a reality because I don't got that kind of free time on my hand to do it all by myself. As of right now, we are only on PS4, but are planning to open up to other platforms in the future. Keep an eye out on Nunamer's Twitter for upcoming news and recruitment information. I hope everyone is as excited as us to praise our wise and all-knowing Mothman. Remember to fight the false prophets and praise the one true Moth. If you choose to join us, you can contact us at the following locations: on Twitter at Nunamer for Nunamer and at Soybean the Wolf for me. You can find us on the Fallout Lorecast Discord as Nunamer and Soybean. And I'm not giving out my PS4 publicly yet, but Nunamer will, and that is Neo Prowl. And you can message him about that as well.
Yeah. And you know what? I'd love to support you. I wish it was on PC also, where I join you guys, but I'd love to support this, and we can create a channel on the Robots Radio Discord as well for you guys to make announcements and try to rally the troops if you'd like. How's that sound?
Hells yeah.
Hells yeah.
All right. Sounds great. Thanks, Tom.
All right, Wastelanders and Vault Dwellers, welcome back. This is the Fallout Lorecast, and this is our very special end of the month Patron chat episode. This is our community chat, which we record live on twitch.tv/robotsradio, which we're doing right now. So welcome to all of our watchers and the entire community who's hanging out with us, and all of our patrons to getting together to talk about our favorite DLCs of the vast array of different Fallouts that had DLCs. So Fallout 3 through 76. And with me this week, I have a number of our tier 4 patrons who are joining us, many of which who have previously been with us, and at least one new face we've got. So we have Aperture Flash, a True Dog, Deadshot, Fire Rider, Numener, Pink Titan, Soybean, Sunless Sketcher, Victor, and Zemnes alphabetically throughout the list. And in this episode, you're going to hear each of them who have, in this case, picked their own favorite DLC to discuss. And we're going to start chronologically at the very beginning with Point Lookout from Fallout 3 and True Dog. True Dog picked this one. True Dog, welcome to the show. How's it going? True Dog wasn't ready for me to hand that off yet. Hey, True Dog.
Sorry.
There you are. How's it going?
Doing really good. How you doing, Tom?
Good. I'm doing great. This is always one of my most fun conversations to have in the whole duration of the month. So I'm glad you were able to join us again. And you picked Point Lookout. So what is it about Point Lookout specifically that made you put it on this list of your favorites?
Well, it was between the Pit and Point Lookout. And a couple months ago, I talked about the Pit as one of the, I think it was the episode Toughest Moral Decision. And
yes,
this one,
yeah.
No, I'm a big fan of Fallout 3. And this one, there's just a little less, these are a little easier to move along as you do this one. So I found it a bit more fun.
Yeah, I remember this one specifically. Now, are there certain things that you wanted to point out about this DLC specifically that you enjoyed?
I mean, if you're going to ask specifically, there were 2 dogs that were a portion of this.
Okay, 2 dogs. I'm trying to remember back. I'm going to have to do a lot of remembering back to think about everything that happened in each of these DLCs. So 2 dogs in Point Lookout. Explain what happened there, because I'm trying to recall it.
Oh, I've forgotten too. I was chatting with Victor about this too earlier over the Discord. And if I call this Point Pleasant, the place in Fallout 76, you got to correct me, but it's Point Lookout. And so there's a mansion there with a ghoul who's been there for 200 years, and he had 2 dogs, Frecky and Gecky. And I had kind of forgotten that they were a part of the gameplay. And
yeah. Okay, go on. Yes, now I remember. Yeah.
And they're forgettable until you're like, oh, right, that was a big reason for why I picked Desmond at the end, because if you play through the whole main quest line that's a part of the DLC, he's fighting a robo-brain that is kind of a jerk. Well, actually, both those guys were jerk, Desmond and Calvert. And they're both kind of these, they take these moral high grounds, and they're both very arrogant, selfish people. And they've been in this feud for a while. And in the process of doing the mission, the 2 dogs get blown up in the manor. And it really solidified my choice to stick with Desmond, realizing that Calvert was a canine killer.
Yeah, there were all these explosives all over the mansion. There was a ghoul in there who I think, okay, so my own recollection of this, and of course I'm thinking back now 10 plus years, right? Because this came out a while ago now, was realizing that ghoul was ancient, basically hundreds of years old, and had been around before the bombs. And I think that was my first real realization that it just, like, I don't know, and maybe it was just super obvious by then, but it just came crashing down. And I was like, wait a minute, some of the ghouls lived that long? Huh. That completely changed my perception of the whole game.
This DLC had it filled in a lot of the gaps for me, and it kind of nailed environment and what Fallout is all about, with the ghouls and a 200-year-long feud between a brain in a jar and a ghoul. And they remember their familial differences and the fact that they were feuding, and they've just maintained this feud for 200 years. And it's funny that you mentioned that, you had to think back 10 years, because one of the cool things about getting to be on this podcast and do this for a couple months has been kind of reevaluating how I played the game and kind of thinking about the goals that I had picked when I was younger and what I'd forgotten and, what really stuck with me. And, you had to be a moral person when I played this game. And as I've sat and listened back on the episodes I've been a part of, and I've really had an opportunity to dive into it, I'm finding that the gameplay is really a compelling portion of this, and the looting and all that is meaningful. And I think that because there's that foundation of enthralling and good gameplay, that you can actually dive into those moral questions and really sift through them in a way where it doesn't feel overwhelming or tiresome. Like every time you pick up the game, you're confronted with something that's horrible or tough for you to grope and deal with.
Yeah,
for sure.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, and that's also part of what makes it fun to do a podcast about, because I get to grapple with each of those moral dilemmas each week when I do a new show. So totally get it.
I mean, I certainly felt heated during maybe the Pit DLC and maybe this one as well, because there's a lot of moral ambiguity in the ending. But I think I talked about Megaton a while back, and that was an easy quest for me. You're just like, nope, I'm not blowing that up. And this one ended a little differently. I wasn't really sure who I wanted to pick. It really was that individual choice and how I felt about the treatment of those dogs, oddly enough, that ended up skewing me towards Desmond, who was the ghoul in the mansion.
Okay. And can you paint back any more of that picture for any of our audience that's listening that never got a chance to play it? Do you remember specifically what the debate was between them? What was the feud specifically?
You know what? That's the thing. That's kind of lost in the history of the situation. There was a lot more to it with the tribe. and maybe some of the other Patreon members who are a little more versed in the lore will remember, but it was a feud associated with technology, as I remember, and more of what was happening in the gameplay, that the tribals were being manipulated and used by the robo-brain, and that Desmond was simply he was waiting in his mansion and fortifying it for 200 years as he's been dealing with the manipulation that the robo-brain was using to garner forces and produce an army. And so that was another choice as well. Do you really want to pick the brain who's manipulating people, or do you want to go with the kind of mean ghoul who
he was kind of a jerk, but you could understand why he might have done what he did.
Well, he knew what he wanted, that's for sure. And he was a jerk, but he was very driven. And so I appreciated that as well.
Yeah. Yeah. And the mood of this was also really cool. The fact that it was this like swampy area with these kind of mutated backwoods yokels. Is that probably a polite way to say it? Running around.
Roll with it, right? Yeah. It was in Maryland and it was not bombed at all. So it had a lot of radiation that washed over the area, but wasn't suffering exactly from a nuclear strike. So I found it refreshing, honestly. You could come right out of Vault 101. I mean, when you think about a favorite DLC, there's the story, of course, and there's the way that you feel, and that might make you remember it and want to pick it as your first. But again, gameplay needs to be exhilarating enough and enjoyable enough that you're drawn back in. And
yeah, this was a good one. Let's open this up to the rest of the group. Any guys, are any of you, is this on your top of your list for Fallout DLCs, Victor?
So just to clarify on the argument between Desmond and the Robo-Brain, one of the things that always draws me in for Fallout is history. What are the connections to history and lore? And the ongoing feud is that both of them had been part of kind of this secret network of espionage all over the world. That it's kind of a little bit conspiracy theory-esque, but the idea is, you know, there's your common people, and then there's the people working who have a lot of information, a lot of the espionage information, and who are trying to move through the world and try to manipulate the world. And before the war, the Robo-Brain obviously got himself made into a Robo-Brain so he could survive post the war. And of course, Desmond got ghoulified. So what's happening now is it was based on a rivalry that they had regarding that kind of shadow council, kind of almost that shadow world almost of espionage and high level secrecy and plans and information, and like the kind of world that James Bond would run into.
Right.
Like,
it's a very 007 kind of thing. Yeah,
exactly. And so then they had a rivalry, and now what's kind of happened is over these 200 years, they've just kept up the rivalry, and the reasons why they hated each other to begin with kind of are irrelevant now.
Right.
But they've always hated each other. They've been hating each other for 200 years.
Right. Yeah, that's a good synopsis. A lot of this is bringing me back because I didn't do my homework before we did the episode and read all the different DLCs. But yeah, that totally brings it back. And the rivalry is kind of coming to a head with another home invasion, I believe, when you come across the mansion.
Yeah, that's a home invasion thing going on. So that's what I liked about Point Lookout, was that entire plot line talking about pre-war lore, essentially living pre-war lore.
Right. Yes. Yeah. And that was kind of a first, at least, I mean, having played through most of Fallout 3 by that point, I was like, holy crap, it was really neat to see. And I think maybe that was the thing that really made me appreciate the depth of the lore for the first time. I mean, there's definitely things in the base game, but that made me go, wow, okay, there's a lot more behind this than I really understand.
Yeah, definitely. So like I said, that's what I like about it. And that's also to clarify the relationship between Desmond and the Robo-Brain. I can't bother to remember his name because, like True Dog, I prefer Desmond.
Yeah, me too. I picked Desmond as well. Oh, very cool. Aperture, what have you got to share?
Well, in terms of that DLC, I kind of really hated the climax that it came to between Culver and Desmond.
Yeah.
Well, it basically ended with them both pointing guns at each other and in the Robo-Brain's chamber and going, well, which one of us is going to die? You have to choose. Just kind of sat there going, like,
yeah.
I was kind of expecting some mutually assured destruction, not, hey, you random wastelander in a blue jacket, why don't you choose which one of us dies? It was very jarring.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I actually would have preferred they have this rivalry, and originally they wanted to kill each other before the war, but now it's to a point where they're kind of the only two that understand what was going on in their culture, so to speak, before the war. So I would have preferred, it's like, I hate your guts, but if I kill you, that takes away a lot of the fun I've been having for the past 200 years.
Kind of like a Batman and the Joker, like we need each other kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense. That yeah, I haven't thought about this stuff in a really long time. Solid points. Nunimer, what are you going to add to this conversation?
So you were talking before about the atmosphere of it, and it was really spooky. It was had that really kind of creepy vibe to it. So I had talked about this on a previous episode, but it was in that DLC where you find the book Krivbekna, which is the first real, besides some stuff from previous Fallout games, it was where there was really the confirmation that there was something supernatural going on in the Fallout universe, because that's the book that when you bring it to the obelisk in the Dunwich building, that's where when you put it on the obelisk, it catches on fire and you hear all these voices and stuff. So I just thought it was really appropriate lore-wise that the first hardcore confirmation of supernatural goings-ons in the Fallout universe was in what up to that point had been the spookiest and creepiest of all the DLCs. And having remembered that when that came out, it was such a big DLC because it was that whole big area that you could explore. And a lot of the other DLCs were much more self-contained, smaller in scope. And Point Lookout really gave you a big, huge area to explore that was very different aesthetically from the rest of Fallout 3.
Yeah. Yeah, I did appreciate that. The spooky setting, the misty. I remember the fog over the really, I call them drippy trees. That's not really what they're called. But anytime you have like trees with lots of moss and things hanging off of them, they look like they're like dripping, almost like they're wet. At least
witch's hair.
Witch's hair? Is that what that's called? Yes, I appreciated that as a backdrop. All right, True Dog, anything else you want to add to this before we wrap it up?
Nope, not much else. I aside from I totally missed that the Dunwich Buildings book, which I'd never done that part, was associated with this DLC. And I got to go back and play this again as an adult. This one's good.
Yeah, I loved the Dunwich Building and the stuff going on there. Very cool stuff. Okay, next, unfortunately, nobody was able to pick up the Pit, which you mentioned as being debated as to which one you would pick. Broken Steel didn't get chosen, but almost everything else on the list is. So next we have Mothership Zeta with Phaethon, who can't make it. So hopefully, Phaethon, if you were listening to this and you can put together a recording of some of your thoughts on Mothership Zeta. I know that that's a lot of people's favorites because aliens. So we'll look forward to hearing that on a future episode. That'll kind of plug it into the end of one of the shows coming up. And so that means that next up is Operation Anchorage with Pink Titan. Pink Titan, wait, welcome to the show for the first time, by the way. How's it going?
Thank you kindly. I'm happy to be here and talk Fallout.
Yeah, thanks for supporting the show and coming to talk with us. And I'm looking forward to hearing and learning about your perspective on the world of the world games, single word, multiple games, kind of thing. Virtual world of Fallout, especially with Operation Anchorage. So what are your thoughts on this DLC?
So this is probably one of those ones that almost every single playthrough I've done of Fallout 3, I have always immediately went to the Brotherhood Outcasts building that this DLC takes place in, because the gear you get from it is so significantly powerful, especially for early game. Some of the weapons are like, you get the winterized T-51 power armor. And at the end of the DLC, it actually gives you power armor training. So you don't even need it before you actually start the DLC. It will automatically give it to you. And the T-51, the winterized specifically, the reason why it's probably the most powerful power armor in the game is that it doesn't deteriorate. You don't have to repair it or anything. It stays at max, I can't remember the term, but it stays completely unbroken the entire time you're using it. It doesn't deteriorate or anything. And you also get a Gauss rifle. You get the Jingwei shock sword, which is probably one of the most powerful one-handed weapons in the game, to my knowledge. Mm-hmm. And the lore implications behind it as well. That the way I saw it is that the entire mission that they put you in, it's just an entire propaganda thing. Because one scene in particular that I laugh every time I see it is when you enter, I think it's like a giant warehouse or building or something, and 3 Chinese soldiers in the Chinese stealth armor are like going around doing tricks and stuff like that, and they all attack you at once. That's something that I look at and I think that is definitely something like a director put together.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. To back up a little bit for anybody who didn't play through this was the DLC where you ended up in, I believe it was a simulation, right?
Yes, it's similar to the, oh God, I can't remember which Vault it is, but it's in Fallout 3 when you go find your dad, the simulation with Von Braun. The pod is very similar.
Right.
And you're helping these Brotherhood outcasts who are trying to get into this vault. You end up picking a side. If you pick one side, you basically pat you on the back, say good job, and bye. But then when you go with the other side, they will actually let you loot that vault. Or like what's behind the door kind of thing.
Right. And you end up in the simulation of the when the battle took place up in Anchorage, up in Alaska.
Correct.
With the invading Chinese forces and a bunch of soldiers in power armor and that kind of thing.
Yep. Another thing with that is I think originally it's kind of like a stealth thing. Like you're almost like a secret agent for the US government kind of thing. Because it doesn't start off, or special forces. You're not fighting, or only I think towards the end of it, you're fighting alongside other soldiers and stuff like that. But most of the time you're by yourself.
Right. Yeah, this is another one of those things I'm trying to think back to, and it's been a while. Aperture chimes in and says, wasn't it a training sim? I believe, yeah, it might have been a training. That makes sense.
I think it might have been something done before the war, or like before Anchorage was in full effect, or it was shortly after Anchorage when the US had won that battle, was when they created this training simulation to give people an idea of like, okay, this is what you're probably going to be fighting against, or what you have to expect.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Again, I'm having to remember back a long way, and yeah. So he's Sunless says, "Yep, it was supposed to be a training for new soldiers, if I recall."
Yeah,
that makes sense. Cool. Is there anything else that stood out about this specific DLC to you?
Nothing specific. I think anything that I thought about it, I had already stated.
Yeah. I remember this being reported on by the games media, and what you were saying about being able to get the power armor training, the special weapons and things like that. I remember that being one of the like arguments that games media made about it at the time. They were like, it's okay. It's not great, but you get all this cool stuff at the end. And it was like, all right. Yeah, it's funny to think back on how the news media reported on each of these at the time too. I don't know if you guys were aware or plugged into, game podcasts or review sites or things like that at the time, but
to my knowledge, it was the first DLC dropped for Fallout 3.
I think it was in that order. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Victor, did you want to chime in on this?
Yeah. First of all, to confirm, yes, Operation Anchorage was the first DLC to be dropped for Fallout 4. When I did the
Fallout 3, right?
Fallout 3, yes.
Right.
When I did the chronological list, I knew the order for Fallout 4, and I knew that the order of the DLC was paramount for the New Vegas game. So I tried to find what the order was for Fallout 3 when I made my list. And yes, Operation Anchorage was the first.
Right.
Yeah, I just wanted to double down on what Pink Titan was saying about it being propaganda, because I don't remember which path you have to take to be able to do this, but after you go through the training and you get the armor and stuff like that, you can actually look at the different terminals within that building where they were like setting up that sim. And terminal entry after terminal entry, you will see people saying that, I think it's a general who was in charge of it from the military side, like coming in and making edits to the script, like the literal script as in what people are doing and saying. And he's doing it to make himself and the Americans look better and better, and the Chinese look worse and worse. And it's a very clear case of full-blown absolute propaganda and being taken to the nth degree because of one man's ego.
Imagine that happening in the real world. That would never happen in the real world.
But yeah, that's why I like Anchorage. But yeah, it's definitely propaganda, even if it was simply meant to be used as a training tool. I think like America's Army would probably be a good corollary, where it's the first person shooting, training kind of idea, but there's also definitely a propaganda aspect to the product itself.
Right. Yeah. Good point. Solid point.
Modern warfare.
Yeah. Well, America's Army was designed by the military. It came out back in the 2000s originally, and I think they've done other iterations on it. But yeah, there's always been speculation that it was a means of trying to scout potential soldiers. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. Aperture, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, when I first played through Fallout 3, I didn't have a concept of what a DLC was, and I didn't realize that I had bought the Game Edition. So when I stumbled across that area, I didn't know it was a DLC, and I was just like, "What? Is it normal to be locked into a certain level? Like, why can't I get out of here? This is really involved."
This is a really involved mission I'm on.
Literally.
I admit I had the same thing happen where it's the first time coming across, I'm like, wait, I can't leave?
Yeah, that was very jarring to me. I guess I have to kill a bunch of commies if I want to get back. And, like, I had found it at a pretty critical point. Like, I was going with my father at the water purifier, and, like, I got sidetracked, and I was like, I want to see how this game ends.
Yeah. Yeah, that's funny. That's a funny way to have engaged with it, you know? I just noticed that my Twitter changed the microphone icon to the word microphone. So now my Twitter says Fallout Lorecast studio microphone. I'm going to have to change this while we talk. Anybody else want to chime in about Operation Anchorage?
Yeah.
Any other thoughts? Oh, we got one. Okay. Go ahead, True Dog.
Walked into it. I didn't know what I was in for either. I knew it was a DLC, but at the end of that DLC, I was very happy to be done with it. I had enjoyed myself thoroughly, but it did keep you out of the wasteland. Going back to kind of the start, as I recall, the training simulation is what locked the door that allowed you to pick up some of the loot at the end. So their whole job there was to finish the training simulation so the doors would open, and then it would be mutually beneficial for the Brotherhood if someone go through it.
Mm-hmm.
That in there.
Okay. Aperture?
I'm just thinking back on it. That news article.
Oh, you're breaking out that news article, and then that's all we heard.
Whoops. I kind of agree with that news article. I remember thinking, well, that was very distracting, but the loot's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was one of the big complaints was like, okay, is this how they're going to do DLC from now on? You know, what else are we going to get? So, yeah, who knows? New number?
Yeah, just to bring a little positivity to that DLC, because I actually really enjoyed it when it came out. The reason I enjoyed it was actually because it had that whole almost action movie-like quality to it, where it was so different than anything else that you would experience in the game. And I had already been putting probably hundreds of hours into the game by the time that DLC came out. So it was a pleasurable change of pace, because it was so action-based and it was so linear that it was actually kind of cool. But the other thing about kind of talking about atmosphere of all these different DLCs, it also changed up what the world looked like, because all of a sudden, instead of brown and green, you were surrounded by white because it was snow.
Yeah.
And you were in Alaska, in a Arctic environment. And it was actually really beautiful, especially compared to some of the post-apocalyptic, mundane kind of like repetitive color scheme that you saw in the main game. And just to back up what Pink Titan said, I also, anytime I replay Fallout 3, I start right off with that DLC, because that Gauss rifle is just beautiful. It's probably my favorite weapon in all Fallout straight across the board is the Fallout 3 Operation Anchorage Gauss rifle. It's amazing.
Cool stuff. All right, Pink Titan, anything else you want to mention to wrap up your section?
Definitely going with what Nunimer said, or kind of based off what everybody was saying, where it's those who have put hours into it, because I myself did start with the Game of the Year edition, but it was one of those things that on my first playthrough, I didn't touch it until the end. So I feel the whole feeling like you got stuck. But especially going back and doing other playthroughs where I started off the game and went almost immediately there right off the bat to get it out of the way, and then getting all the strong gear from it, I noticed that it definitely gave a nice bump and a good start to a playthrough of Fallout 3.
Yeah, solid point. Okay, cool. Well, thanks for bringing that, and we're going to move on. Actually, we just got a note from Faithon who says they're on the way home from work and they might be able to join us in the next 30 minutes. So that's fun. We'll have a perspective on Mothership Zeta in a little bit, but we're going to move ahead with Fallout New Vegas, starting out with Dead Money and Soybean. Soybean, welcome back.
Hello.
So you're kicking us off with the New Vegas DLCs. There's a lot riding on your shoulders with this one.
Oh, don't pressure me like that.
I'm just kidding. So why specifically Dead Money?
Okay. Christine, specifically, Dead Money. I am going to give a basic summary of the DLC real quick before getting into all my love for Christine. So with Dead Money, you follow the Pip-Boy broadcast to an abandoned Brotherhood of Steel bunker, and you are kidnapped by the former Brotherhood of Steel elder, Father Elijah. Veronica has spoken about him before, as well as many of the other Brotherhood of Steel people that you meet in New Vegas. He forces you to team up with others, a super mutant that refers to themselves as Dog and God. Beautiful.
Uh-huh.
The pre-war entertainer ghoul, Dean Domino, and Christine, a Brotherhood Circle of Steel assassin. Your goal is to perform a heist of the Sierra Madre Casino, but I mean, to me, the treasure is not worth all this trouble. Jesus. It is 37 gold bars worth 10,539 caps each, so over 37,000 caps, which over actually 370,000. I don't know math, which yes is a lot of caps, but this is a real bad one. Poor Christine. I love Christine so much, and she was betrayed by pretty much everyone she came across, from her family to her lover to her elders to most random people she met along the way. I believe the only solace she found was in the Circle of Steel, in which they valued her and her skills, and she got to then take revenge on one of the people she feels has slighted her the most, Father Elijah. And you'll notice in the following New Vegas DLCs, a lot of it has to do with Christine chasing Father Elijah throughout all these areas. I relate to her a lot as a fellow queer person, and it is kind of sad that she follows, in a lot of ways, the stereotype of the tragic lesbian. where in a lot of popular culture media, lesbians are always having this sad story where they never get to be happy at the end. They never get to stay with the partner they want to be with, or it's this like unrequited love, or if there is that love in between them, something happens, or in general, their lives are just shitty. And wow, that's a mood. It's sad. It's really sad for poor Christine, to the point where when you see her in Sierra Madre, she has a shaved head with scars very visible, and all those scars are from her time in the Big Empty in her head. And then there's the big scar at her throat where her vocal cords have been removed, which goes into, further torture of just being used by other people. That as you do the DLC, you find out the ghoul, Dean Domino, had put her in this machine to cut her vocal cords as part of the heist on the casino. And it's just this whole thing where in the end, her ending is very bittersweet, as Sunless says, that her good ending, if you don't kill her and you're friends with her, is just she stays at the Sierra Madre, just defending it and making sure no one else shows up, and spends her life alone doing that. And
very tragic. Yeah,
it is. And there was part of me that so desperately wanted to bring her back to Veronica and just have everything be okay. And the game doesn't even let you talk about her to Veronica, because I suppose it's never explicitly said that Veronica and Christine were together. It's just heavily implied when Veronica mentions this past lover and being split up in the Brotherhood of Steel, and Christine mentioning a past lover and being split up by the Brotherhood of Steel.
Yeah.
But yet, when you go back and talk to Veronica, you can talk about Father Elijah. And I, again, was very upset because I was like, game, how could you do this to me? I downloaded mods in an attempt to fix my problems here, to gain some sense of closure. But even in that, I could never get myself to the point of getting back to the Sierra Madre DLC. And it kind of just eventually became this thing I never did. But it was an important lesson that you cannot fix other people's problems all the time. As much as video games like to make us think that, some people just, you can't help them, and it's sad. Some people are just treated very badly when they don't deserve to be.
Yeah. Hey, welcome to life.
Yeah, welcome to life.
crappy stuff happens, and that's just the way it goes sometimes. Man, Obsidian, the writers behind New Vegas, and I'm sure some of the team that worked on Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 who were still there at the time, man, they can write tragedy and dark situations and characters in a in a way that the Bethesda team just, I mean, there's dark stuff that happens, but there's a certain, there's a certain tone, I think, to Obsidian's version of that. Does that make sense? I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah.
It's like it's so well interconnected and tragic, and also dark in a very Fallout kind of way. Like you're talking about the scars on her head and the vocal cords, and that's something that if the Bethesda team writes about something like that, generally it's comedic in a way.
Yeah.
They kind of don't let it get as dark as it could be. But when the Bethesda team, or when the Obsidian team goes about that stuff, it's usually just really tragic. It's a tough story,
Yeah.
There's not really a sugarcoating to it. I don't know. I might be wrong in that estimation. I'm sure there are examples that you could counter that with, but I don't know. There's something about the feeling of that. So, cool stuff. Anything else you wanted to add before we open it up?
I think I'm good.
Okay. Aperture?
Can I just mention how much I absolutely...
you're blipping in and out again. Sorry. How much you what?
how much
Try it
I
again.
love Dean Domino.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I've always been a fan of Dean Martin. So like when I realized exactly who it was that I was talking with, and like, oh hey, this is basically Dean Martin but a ghoul. I felt very betrayed when he betrayed us. So
You're like, I've been a fan of yours for so long, and here you are betraying me.
ain't that a kick in the head?
Ain't that a kick in the head? Oh man, Zemnies, what do you have to add?
Well, I remember when I first started playing it, trying to go through and going through the storyline about Christine and all that, and just how messed up Dean was, in the end. I guess you could say his fame, he wanted to make himself, have godly fame in a way, and then, getting to the very end, finally meeting up with the elder Elijah, after reading the entire notes and stuff on the computers, finally meeting up to him and catching with him, because I forgot how many spots there were that you had to read on the different terminals and stuff about Father Elijah and stuff, especially with the Brotherhood there. And then finally being able to get into the vault, and just the first time getting in there, and you're looking at all this loot and you're going, oh wow, this is so cool, and then you get stuck in there, and then you're like, uh-oh, what do I do? And plus, and I think the other thing that I liked about the DLC was the prototype gauze rifle. I think you could have the there was like a scope or something that you could find in there, and it was actually pretty high damage. And then just of course going through everything and trying to go get from where you first started and going through all the stuff you had to go through just to get to the very end of it and finally be rid of the stupid collars, I think was pretty cool.
Cool. Sunless, you have something to add?
I had a hard time picking favorite DLCs. This was one of my top 3. Not just the characters and the story that's already been discussed, but the feeling of the entire location is just, it's an amazing change from being in the Mojave. Everything's there is kind of bright desert, and you go to the Sierra Madre, and it almost feels like Silent Hill. You're there. The way it's abandoned, endless kind of cloud. So for me, I think that was probably what made it one of my top favorites. Just this feeling of almost stepping into a different genre of game.
Yeah, similar to the difference that we talked about previously, but not the same kind of change, but definitely a distinct change in setting.
And that's something that I don't think we've really seen, at least to me. None of the other DLCs in any of the games since have hit that same almost horror game. So this one is definitely special to me because it hits that tone.
Cool. Victor, what do you have to add to this?
I just wanted to double down with Aperture of I love Dean Domino. He's a jackass and I adore him. Also, I follow a lot of stuff like on Reddit, and one of the ongoing memes is, the whole theme of Dead Money is letting go, but everybody takes all of the gold bars and then tries to sneak past Father Elijah.
Right.
It's hilarious to me, but also I was really drawn to the super mutant, God and Dog. They are such a unique dichotomy of the two opposite ends of what a super mutant can be. Because obviously God is very eloquent, he's well spoken, he knows what he's, he has his mind. And then Dog is, he acts like a dog, to be perfectly honest. He is Father Elijah's, faithful dog.
Right.
And the various ways that plot line can go is absolutely incredible. And I think that for Super Mutant, I think the only other Super Mutant I like as much as a character is, I can't remember her name, but she's the Super Mutant you find with the Nightkin. And she's like,
What was her name? So much to remember. If anybody remembers your name, type it in the chat or yell at your radio while you're listening to this on the podcast. We'll hear it. We'll hear it back here in the past.
But just the way that Fallout can create characters, both with the ghouls and the super mutants, who on the one hand, they are, with feral ghouls, they're completely mindless, or with super mutants, if they're enemy super mutants, they are focused on one thing. They're very, simple-minded and, fight, blood, gore. But they can also take these creatures, this kind of subspecies almost, although I don't like saying that about ghouls or super mutants. But
right. Creature's fine.
This different kind of creature, and then also make them so human. And it's much more common with ghouls to have those characters, but even the super mutant characters who kind of gain that individual quality to themselves, be that dog and god or the grandma or strong in Fallout 4. And I think that Dead Money is a great example of the various things that you are able to do with a super mutant character.
Yeah. I love it when you get a really unique individual super mutant you come across. I think it would be really cool to have a game at some point where you can pick a class, a character type, and you don't have to be human. You could be a ghoul or you could be a super mutant who just happens to retain their mind, something like that. That would be very cool. Firewriter writes Lily. Was it Lily? Victor, was it Lily? Do you remember?
Yes, Lily is the name. Thank you, Fire.
Doesn't she wear the big brim hat? Is that the one?
She's got wears a big brimmed sun hat, and I think there might be a little fake flower in it. And part of her story is she has a holotape of her grandchildren talking to her. And so part of her personal story is doing the, how much do you try to remember the past versus using a stealth boy? Because I think she is one of the stealth boy addicted ones.
Right.
And
I'm going to have to dig into these characters and do episodes on each of them.
Again, it's just a case of, yes, these are, kind of a class of enemy. Generally, I mean, you're going to find more feral ghouls than you find character ghouls. You're going to find more enemy super mutants than NPC super mutants. But they still bring that humanity back. And again, like I said, that's one of the things I really adored about God Dog is that dichotomy and them bringing that characterization about.
Yeah, makes sense. Soybean, Nunimer, do you have one more thing to add to this?
Just I guess I'm kind of going with the theme, talking about the aesthetics of the different DLC packs, but similar to what Sunless was saying about it reminding him of Silent Hill. I definitely see that. I'm a huge Silent Hill fan, so I definitely see that. But for me, I just actually did a replay of Dead Money in prep for the podcast, and I was struck with how much it gave me BioShock vibes. Which I didn't remember feeling that way when I first played it. So it was kind of weird. Kind of the way how it's this place of, that's supposed to be all beautiful and it's all, broken down. It's sort of a nightmare version of what it was. Aperture saying in the chat, Art Deco vibe, definitely. Yeah. And the fact that also there's those vending machines that you can use to get supplies. That reminded me a lot in the way that they looked, again, with the Art Deco of the vending machines in BioShock as well. Obviously, it's a very different experience in BioShock, but just kind of gave me some similar vibes. And I was actually just playing through the part with Christine a couple days ago, and it's heartbreaking when you have dialogue choices with her, since she can't talk. It all just describes what she's doing or the gestures she's making. And when she realizes that she can't talk and she puts her hand on her throat and realizes it, it's just heartbreaking. It was like you were saying before, the vibes that Obsidian could accomplish with their writing, and in this case, without even any dialogue,
with lack of writing,
with just pantomiming as Aperture. Aperture's filling in on my missing gaps here. Pantomiming just was really powerful and well done.
Yeah, Solid points. Well, thanks for bringing this one up, Soybean. I think you got everybody humming on the New Vegas. Listen, I put a lot of weight on your shoulders, and I think you carried it very well. So we'll just say that.
Thanks.
Awesome. Let's move on to Aperture. Aperture. Hopefully, you don't break up too much as we're talking through this. If it does, well, you can phone it in, and we'll get through it. But you are going to discuss Dead Money. So let's see how this goes.
No, I'm not.
You're not doing Honest Hearts. I'm sorry, I read the wrong one. We just mentioned Dead Money. I was like,
oh shit, do I have the wrong notes?
You're going to also talk about the same thing that Soybean just talked about. No, you're talking about Honest Hearts.
Uh-oh.
That's the next one.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
I pray for the safety of all good people who come, believers and Gentiles alike. We can't let God do all the work. This is like when the topic of favorite DLC up, it wasn't there wasn't even a second thought. I've always just been so in love with Honest Hearts. Most people know it for the highly quotable and visually distinct character of Joshua Graham, how he's so heavily linked in with all the other DLC, Caesar's Legion. But I kind of like it for its lesser characters, if that makes any sense. You know?
Okay. Yeah. Joshua Graham is the one that is all in the bandages and has the big
burned
long,
man.
Yeah, the big long terrible history with what was going on with the Legion.
Got covered. He was Caesar's first legate. After they failed the Battle of the Hoover Dam, he got covered in pitch and lit on fire and thrown in
rough times
to prove that failure would not be tolerated at any level.
Yeah. But you like the other characters. So what other characters specifically?
Well, I've always been a fan of Daniel. It's the Mormon stand-in, and I can't believe I'm New Canaan, the New Canaanites. He's the New Canaanite missionary. Basically, one of the last few survivors. They call it a tribe or church. I've always thought he was a very interesting character, but my favorite character in this entire DLC is one you don't even. And
sorry, you broke up a little bit. Is one you don't even.
You don't even meet him. You don't even. Randall Clark, the survivalist, father in the cave. I find his story to be incredibly heartbreaking, and it's another instance of Obsidian putting in a sad story that, for the most part, is not a feel good. It has a happy ending, but it's more bittersweet. So Randall Clark was U.S. I think he was a National Guardsman. Was on leave during 2077 bombs fell, and I'll mention you learn all of this through terminal entries in hidey hole the caves. But without Randall Clark, this DLC would not exist. He is the single most important character in this entire DLC, simply because he is the foundation for the Sorrows tribe. Now, I could spend an hour talking, but TLDR, he was in the park when the bombs went off. He survived. He hid out in a cave for a long. More in the death of his wife and child over in Salt Lake City. He was supremely depressed, suicidal. He hated himself. He thought he was a coward for not going to home to find his wife. He tried at one point, but he couldn't even find the street. He thought he was a coward for not being able to take his own life, and he just was basically living this existence that he wasn't sure why he kept going on. One day after, I think it was like 17 years of this, he encountered a group of Mexicans that came Zion National Park, where he was hiding, and watched them from afar. When he saw one got hurt, separated from the group, he sort of led the rest of the group to this person who got hurt, secretly delivered them antibiotics. He didn't want to interact with them, though he was desperate for human interaction, just because he was scared, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want them to see who he was because he hated himself so much. Anyways, he helps them for a while, unseen, and then all of a sudden, actually, it's not all of a sudden. They start kind of living and making a life for themselves, and then our friends from Vault-Tec show up, and as I'm sure most of us remember from Tom's excellent episode on Vault-22, the Plant Vault. They were a expedition sent out, some of the survivors from that vault. It was 113 vault dwellers. They showed up at Zion National Park, and they just sort of started wreaking havoc. They killed all the men. They captured the women, and originally it was he kind of believed that they were going to have their way with the women, but because, quote, one of the vault dwellers, being a woman in that vault was not but the women all fired their guns, so they killed them. Randall kind of goes on a righteous vengeance. He's like, these children, they're in pens. Yeah, the vault dwellers, the children. So, not ideal. So Randall, being his stealthy self, he just kind of starts slaughtering them. He spends 2 weeks straight up murdering them at every chance without being seen, using their own weapons, their own frag grenades, setting traps, bombs, until after a series of like a year of doing this, he's able to whittle them down 32 survivors. And finally, when this new guy is elected as overseer, like, we have an evil demon chasing us. We need to get the hell out of here.
Right.
And we have angered a spirit. If you think you're going to find a life for yourself, you will only find death. Goodbye. And so he got the hell out of there. And he thought, okay, well, I've avenged the evil's death. Time to blow my brains out. But then he hears screaming. And he finds that one of the women she got caught in a bear trap. So I'm really rushing this. There's a lot more emotion attached to it, believe me.
I'm sure. Any of these topics we could do an entire episode on or more.
Oh,
because there's so much there. Yeah.
Easily. Anyways, he rescues this woman. He hears her story. He falls in love with her. And then 2 years later, it's revealed in a journal entry that she's pregnant. Yay! Yeah, no, it doesn't end well for him. The journal entry where we learn this, it starts out with him saying, I'm terrified. I failed my last. I can't do it again. Sylvia was her name. She goes into labor, and she tries to give birth to this child, but unfortunately the child didn't happen. It didn't go so well. He didn't exactly have a midwife. He'd gone and scavenged some medical books, and he attempted a C-section, but unfortunately Sylvia and the child, young baby Michael, died. So once again, he's heartbroken. He's suicidal, and he just kind of keeps surviving. Ghouls show up at the park. He puts down the ghoul.
Did you?
The years pass.
Okay, there you are.
Sorry.
That's okay. I wondered if maybe we lost you.
Oh no. Years pass, and it's his 60th birthday, and he says to himself, happy birthday to me. What do you get a man who has everything? I believe his exact words were, bottle of whiskey and a shotgun slug to the roof of your mouth. And then the next post is just him going, yeah, I couldn't. Maybe next year I'll get 2 bottles. A few more years pass, and old man at this early 70s, late 60s, early 70s. He's like, what am I doing with my life? When a group of children arrive in Zion. So once again, instinctively protective of children. And he sees this opportunity. It's I think it was 12 children, or no, it was 24 children. And his stealthy self, he never actually interacted with them. He would leave them gifts, leave them stories, because he noticed that they were literate. And they were all talking about, well, we escaped from the school. It was just this ominous place they referred to as the school. And they, the range of the children was 4 and 14. And if they wanted to get the little children to behave, they'd say, oh, the principal's going to come get you. So we never actually learn what the school is, but I figure it's some Vault-Tec on awry.
Maybe. Yeah.
So he becomes a father figure without actually meeting these children. He learns all about them. He learns how one's personality.
He's like their secret
stories.
Santa.
Exactly. He's like a secret Santa with an automatic rifle.
Yeah. Yeah.
The best kind.
A secret badass Santa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he kind of mentors these kids into growing up in good people, be kind to each other. Bend yourself so be kind. And, he gives them the skills they need to survive out here, because he had always been an outdoorsman. So he was able to teach them through notes and proxy and gifts how to survive. And this is where the story becomes bittersweet, because he's the late 70s, early 80s. It's hard for him to. His mind was still super sharp, but his body was wearing down. He figured he caught cancer. So he leaves a final long note for them saying, he'd always signed off the notes as the father. He left this long note saying, I love you. I'm going to be silent from now on, but I'll always be watching it. I can't interact anymore. And he said something nice about each one of them. He named them all off personally. And he basically said, I'm going away, but I'll always. I give you Zion Canon as a gift for the sorrows that mankind. And so from that, we learn. You remember what the name of the main tribe in this DLC is. Getting back to present time, the whole reason you're pulled into this to help the tribe of the Sorrows. So without Randall Clark, the Sorrows tribe, which stemmed from that group of children, would not have been able to actually make it. They would have died as kids instead of growing into a large tribe that is now being hunted by the Whitelegs. So Randall Clark, he climbs a tall mountain. He says, it's cold enough out that let's die. He climbs a tall hill. He stares up at the sky, the night sky with the stars. Just lets the elements take him. And you can actually find his body, and it's where you get a unique piece of armor and a unique rifle. And it ended up being my favorite set of armor because it's essentially Ranger armor without NCR badging. So you get that cool trench coat and the cool helmet without being. But the story behind it is just so bittersweet and sad, and it's so easy to just kind of bypass it. Like, if you don't pay attention, you won't know it's there.
Right.
This is the most important character for this entire DLC. Otherwise, the Sorrows wouldn't be there. This DLC wouldn't exist.
Right. Yeah. Very solid
Randall
stuff.
Clark.
Man, everyone's bringing the tear shedders, huh?
Oh.
The middle of these episodes always gets really like, oh yeah, that's
I can
really
make
sad.
it worse. I can make it worse for you.
That's fine. I'm okay with worse.
Zion has an incredibly sad scene, and when you're looking for the compass for one of the missions, you actually come across a crashed bus. It's not any. This bus is fallen off a collapsed bridge, and it is filled with the tiny skeleton. There's a scout bus. Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, children's corpses, lunchboxes, toys, dinky dinos.
Not dinky dinos.
Yeah, there's dinky dinos.
Oh no.
Yeah. So that. Oh, I forgot to mention the god that the sorrows pray to. The Jesus Christ analogy that they have is called the Father in the Cave.
Right.
Reason they don't go in the caves is he booby trapped all his caves because he didn't want the Vault boys coming in. So there's frag mines, shotguns, tripwires, bear traps, all that. So sorrows who go in there don't come out. They think it's punishment from the Father in the caves, where really it's just Randall's mind's traps set up. He never was able to tear down.
Right. That's unfortunate for them. That's
yes.
I don't know what to say about that. Let's open it up to everyone
about the
else.
Rambling story.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Nunamer, what do you want to add?
Yeah, just I guess I'll carry on with the aesthetic thing. It was also a very beautiful DLC. You got drinkable water everywhere you go. If you're low on stim packs, you can just stand in the river and drink all the water you want. But besides that, the companions, Follows Chalk and Waking Cloud, I love those.
I love
them. They were so awesome. And just a brief story following Follows Chalk. If you have him with you when you go to that the bus that had fallen into the river, he's
a little glib about it.
Yeah, well, no, he doesn't understand because he says that the bodies are small for scouts. Because when he hears that they were scouts, like Boy Scouts or whatever, he hears scouts and he thinks like tribal scouts,
military tribal, like
the strongest of the tribe would be the ones that would be sent out as scouts. So he doesn't understand why it's all these small skeletons because he thinks they should actually be some of the larger people. So he says, these bodies, they say they were scouts, but these bodies are awfully small for scouts. And I just came across it because, again, I just recently replayed this one. And I really liked him. And I loved his perspective on, like, he's very curious about the outside world and what happens. And he says something funny about the dinosaur at Novak about do people really live inside of something? He says something
giant
like
lightning lizard.
Yeah, giant lightning lizard. That's it. Yeah, and he's just so curious, and it's fun to have a companion with you that doesn't know about the world you came from, and has all these like almost like this like childlike curiosity about everything going on. And he was a very cool character. I liked traveling around with him.
See, I must have gotten a different dialogue. Or like there must have been a few loaded up for that encounter, because when I went there with him, he said, "Oh, this is why your own 2 feet are better than any cart, whether pulled by animal or on its own." And I was like, "Wow, dude, there's dead children in there." So, yeah, no, I love how he says he asks you to ask Graham something. Like, "Oh, I would have never had the Growens do that."
Okay. Victor?
I love all of the DLCs, to be perfectly honest. And with the story of the father in the caves and the children, that's something that I actually hadn't thought of that I'll be touching on in my bit next.
Mm-hmm.
But I just wanted to reiterate, like, Joshua Graham, I like the dichotomy of Joshua Graham versus Daniel. Like, Joshua Graham is definitely militaristic. There's no getting around it. And with Daniel, he wants to keep things as peaceful as possible. And so it's definitely interesting to see these two dichotomies and the whole aspect of new Canaanites coming out of, obviously, Salt Lake City, which is Church of Latter-day Saints, Mormonism, all that. But I keep saying this because I can't stop thinking it, is that Joshua Graham is a character who benefited from a lack of animation. When I think of when I think of Joshua Graham, I think of when you see him in the cave and he is sitting there inspecting and loading 1911s and talking with you, and he never stops. He's just mechanically checking the guns, reloading, and talking to you in a very matter-of-fact way, be it about Caesar's Legion, about religion, about any of these things. He's just like, this is where I stand. And you can either follow me or get out of the way. Which
I don't know about lack of animation, but say that lack of features is probably fast.
Yeah, that's probably a better way. Like, he benefits from not really having a face, to be perfectly honest.
He's not unsettling.
Yeah, it doesn't fall into that uncanny valley. You just see this man who's swathed head to toe in bandages and is very stoic, and it's really fitting. And like I said, Joshua Graham's just one of my favorite characters that I've seen in video games. Combination of his backstory, his writing, the line delivery itself, and the animation and character design. It's just an incredible piece of work out of Obsidian.
Yeah. So why don't we do this? Because we're about halfway through our list and we're over an hour in. So I'd want to make sure everyone gets time to talk and this doesn't run too late. So why don't we just slide right in, since Victor, you're doing old world blues next. Why don't we just slide right into that, since all of these kind of run into each other anyway? Does that sound good?
Sorry, what's along?
So
Yeah.
Old World Blues, one of my favorites. Besides the fact of all of the robo-brains being horny on main and all of the insane appliances in the sink, are highly amusing. What I love about Old World Blues is about the history and callbacks to actual history and alternative history and the building of the lore there. I had forgotten how hilarious and weirdly sexual, but not, that the robo-brains are.
Describe this for anybody who hasn't played it.
Oh god. Okay, so you enter the big empty, like an empty bottle.
Right.
And
It's empty, but it also means empty.
Right. People think it's big empty because nobody's gone in there, so they think there's nothing there. Well, it's actually the big MT because it's a big mountain. And it was the Big Mountain think tank for scientific development and research for the United States military mostly. And you end up going in there and you're lobotomized. Actually, specifically, your brain is removed, your heart is removed, and your spine is removed. And somehow you're able to still get up, walk, talk, and you walk in to the think tank itself, and there's these robo-brains who have, I love the way they're designed with like the eyes and mouth on separate monitors, and so they create expressions in those monitors around.
Yeah, it's really cool looking.
And they're like, how is a lobotomite speaking to us? Well, wait, he doesn't have a brain. He could go against Mobius. They all have ridiculous, over-the-top dialogue and voices, and they've been robo-brains for over 200 years. So they don't really have an attachment to human bodies, to the point where they're disgusted by the lobotomites because they can't reason, they can't think, they can't talk, that they actually are slightly disgusted by human bodies. But they're also, they were human, so they're still kind of interested in it. The one that most people remember is Dala, and she calls you her teddy bear, and she talks about her teddy bears. And like the thing that you can do once a day to get stuff from her is to like just breathe on her or start talking or moving your mouth around. Like, she's fascinated by it. It's ridiculous. And I will admit, the main plot of Old World Blues is not why it's my favorite. It's a fantastic plot about protecting the Mojave from mad scientists. But the things you discover in exploring the big empty are what make it my favorite.
Okay, so things like what?
Like Little Yangtze is really where this kind of focuses in on. So everyone knows my main thing with Fallout is the history. So just to give everybody a brief overview, in World War II in the United States, in California, there were internment camps for Japanese Americans. They were rounded up and they were put in internment camps out of the bare thought that they might be Japanese traitors.
Right.
Most of these people wouldn't even think about it. And the thing is don't think that this is something that's like super far in the past. George Takei actually was in one, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
This is
from Star Trek. Yes. Yeah. He's old enough to have been a child at the time. Yeah.
Yeah. He was a child and went there. And of course, after World War II happened, everybody kind of left it, and then America shushed it up. In American history, with World War II, our interaction with Japan was really on the down low. Everyone was focusing on Europe, the Western Front, or the Eastern Front over there, and the Germans. While we were fighting against the Japanese at the same time, it was a lot less personal because it was talking about like planes and ships and then numbers of bodies dead. And you didn't get the letter that, Tommy got shot in the trenches. Because of this, after the war, there was the growing tension between the United States and Russia. This is the first frosts of the Cold War. Americans couldn't get any of the Japanese, couldn't get any of the German scientists. The high-ranking German scientists were in the Nuremberg trials, and everyone knew that these German scientists were awful because they experimented on Jewish people and other people that were in concentration camps.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody really thought about what was happening in Japan, and Japan had Unit 731. A lot of their procedures actually were not very scientific whatsoever, but they were doing human experimentation. And after the war, we gave quite a few Japanese scientists amnesty from their war crimes that they committed in exchange for their scientific notes that they took. I'm bringing this up because this brings up the biggest divergence between our world and Fallout, which in our world, the Red Menace was Russia. In Fallout, the Red Menace is China.
Right.
You're dealing with a country who is already primed and racist against any kind of Asian American. And then the Red Menace, rather than being,
Europeans, basically.
Europeans, it's Chinese. So they couldn't get those Japanese scientists. And we see a lot of what that difference makes in the research and development of things in American military research and development. Biggest example I can give an example for is that America built power armor. The Chinese made stealth suits. And that is two completely different branches of thinking where in America, at least during the Cold War, we were going towards espionage because we had certain kinds of information. We went towards stealth, secrecy, espionage. But that's not how it happened in Fallout. And how this leads back to Old World Blues, and I do apologize for the tangent, is they had Little Yangtze, and it was a camp for... It's an internment camp for Asian Americans and supposed traitors. Depending on the terminal you read, they're either Asian American citizens being held for their own safety, or they are traitors simply because they are of Asian descent. And they get experimented on. They get robo-dogs sicked on them. They get put into robo-brains. They get put into the Y something or other trauma harnesses that turn them into, skeletons that will kill you, essentially. And just so much human experimentation happening on people because America didn't care. America didn't care that these people were being hurt because, well, China's awful. Who's not to say that there aren't, people with Chinese family who are spying here in America?
Yeah, it was justified.
It was justified.
Yeah.
As a side note, getting back to what I was saying about the school, you find out in Old World Blues that one of the experimental runs takes place in a mock-up of an American school. And at some point, I think it was during the EMP blast or whatever, at some point, a whole bunch of the people who had been forced through that school experimentation chambers, they're the ones who escaped to Mount Zion and end up being seen by the survivalists. And just overall, this whole concept of human experimentation, the direction of human experimentation that was being taken, how much further America went down the road of us versus them, and them are less than human, and therefore it is totally fine to experiment on them, harm them with robo-dogs, vivisect them. That it's a little bit, it is extreme, clearly, but it is still a corollary of what humanity will do when it becomes us versus them.
Yeah. And this is something I've addressed a lot on the show, is this idea of anytime you create an us versus them dichotomy, it is psychologically a way of justifying that the them is no longer human in the same way that you are. And therefore justifies that you can get away with morally ambiguous things, which you wouldn't ever do on a human, but it's okay because they're not humans. And anytime that happens, anytime you have, it is a red warning flag anytime in history when any person of any prominence creates any sort of us there versus them dichotomy, that is the beginning of a justification for doing things that otherwise would never be tolerated. And I wish more people understood that, because it gets used over and over and over again. The things that humans do in order to justify the terrible things that humans do are always fall within the same patterns. And that's just one of them. Yeah.
On a lighter note, I will admit that there is quite a bit about this DLC that I like that is not just based in, the dark, gritty lore of post-World War II American human experimentation and, the Cold War that eventually grew into the American Sino-War, or Sino-American War. But there's also some things to note, like specifically out of all of the DLCs, all of the other DLCs for New Vegas only has maybe a bare handful of Wild Wasteland events. Old World Blues has 11.
That's great.
Yeah, and it's hilarious. And there's just a whole bunch of other references and themes to sci-fi references that aren't Wild Wasteland. If you don't pick the Wild Wasteland perk, you will still see these references. And for me, when you're not looking at the lore and Christine following Father Elijah through the Big Empty and everything, with the way they wrote the scientists, it really captures the very campy sci-fi, like original run of Star Trek, over the top science fiction in like the 60s, 70s, and 80s.
Yeah.
Just being ridiculous and reveling in it. Like one of the references even to Red Dwarf, which is sci-fi comedy from Britain.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's definitely, those are the two things. Is A, how absolutely hilarious this DLC is when you're focusing on the here and now, and then the history and how dark and the allegories to our real world that happens when you're looking at what they did in the past.
Right.
And it's so one-sided in the other. So yeah, that's a lot of why I enjoy this DLC quite so much.
Yeah, the historical links. Interesting stuff. Does anyone else want to chime in about Old World Blues? I know we're trying to keep this concise in order to make sure that we get through things in time, but if you've got some quick things to say, go for it. Nunimer?
My thing is one word, so that's pretty short. Trippy.
Trippy
is just so trippy, the whole experience, and it makes sense that there's so much Wild Wasteland stuff there because the whole thing is just so otherworldly and trippy.
I mean, from the moment you see the funny multi-monitor computer faces, like the whole thing is just like, oh, okay, this is weird. Aperture, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I want to say that this has got some of the best dialogue of any of the New Vegas DLC. like best non-serious dialogue.
Yes.
Like, oh my God, are those penises on his hands? Like, gold. Who thinks of that?
Who thinks of that? Right.
There's another set of interactions where you can like do physical things like exhale loudly and run your hands down your face, or like move your mouth or whatever in front of Dala. And she's just like, why are you subjecting me to this human pornography? Clearly reference pornography. And like, you have to get some energy cells for some sort of weapon. And she's like, oh, all of mine are empty because I was using it with my vivisector. If you look at the captioning, it's Vi, as in almost about to say vibrator, and then she changes the word.
Right.
And so the inhumanity of the robots leads to just some of the most hilarious dialogue.
Yeah. Anyone else want to chime in? I think we just lost Aperture. I think he might have had something else to say, but we just lost him.
Hello there, old chap. Good to see another of General Atomic's finest, still eager to serve.
My name is Brian Burton. It's been 26 years since the bombs fell. And since I've left the vault, I've been trying to rebuild. This isn't the Appalachia that I remember. There's so much more to everything going on. And I promise to find the answer. So if you're out there, if you're listening, just hone in on these coordinates. Remember, there's a place for you at the end. Omega.
The Omega Broadcast Fallout story is available on iTunes, Spotify, and many great podcasting sources.
Hey friends, did you know that you can use Spotify to listen to podcasts too? And it's free. You don't even need a premium account. Spotify has a huge catalog of podcasts on every topic, including this one that you're listening to right now. And it's as simple as downloading the app and just searching for your favorite podcast or looking for new shows. My shows, because you guys have done such an awesome job listening to them, actually show up at the top of the list when you search things like Fallout or Elder Scrolls. So you know you're going to get good content if you use Spotify. You can also follow your favorite podcasts so you don't miss any episodes. Premium users can download episodes to listen to offline. You don't even have to stream them directly. And you can easily share what you're listening to with friends. So if you haven't tried it yet, download the app for free. Give it a shot. Most of my listeners at this point are actually listening on Spotify. So I can't recommend it enough. Talk to you guys later.
If you have any questions about Nuka World, I'd be delighted to answer them.
Well, great. Why don't we roll this one right into Lonesome Road with Sunless Sketcher, because that wraps up the New Vegas section. Sunless, go for it.
All right. Well, I guess I'll introduce this one with probably the single quote that sums it up the best. Who are you that do not know your history? Lonesome Road is probably my favorite DLC. A couple of reasons. First, aesthetics of it. I know that seems to be a theme today, but just in any of the games, I love the areas that feel like an end world. The Glowing Sea in Fallout 4, the Ash Heap in 76. Nowhere, even more than the Sierra Madre, in New Vegas, the Divide feels like the end of the world. Just the sky that's torn and the clouds everywhere, the Hopeville, the city that's just shattered. They really captured that feel of Fallout, I think, there. Also, just the story of it. When you're hearing from Ulysses, you're getting, instead of the story of companions at the Sierra Madre or the tribes or the scientists, story of Lonesome Road is your story of the courier. This is who you were before you as the player stepped in to become the courier. And it's just this amazing feeling of kind of tying the themes together. It gives your character, a starting place where they came from. It ties in that idea of history you see in Dead Money, where the theme is letting go of the past. The history that you see with the tribes. Then where World Blues, the endings reference, phrase Old World Blues being nostalgia for the past. Lonesome Road is we're facing your past one last time, and then you make the choice. You walk away one way or another. Past is the past. You can make a choice with Ulysses in there. Save him or let him die to kill him. And Ulysses represents your past just as much as the Divide itself does. So what do you do with your history? Are you going to wipe it out? It didn't exist? Are you going to let him live? And your history is still there, who you were before.
Right. Yeah. It's this like fundamental dilemma, which can relate to anybody, right? Like, what do you do with your past, with regrets, with situations that you wish hadn't happened, or tough life choices, things like that.
Exactly. And I mean, it applies, to people, applies to countries, because that's sort of the missiles under that caused the devastation were past of America from before the war. It's just that theme of what do you do with your past? Doesn't exist, or do you accept it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's an interesting way of looking at it. The whole analogy for that all the way around. Cool stuff.
I think it within my understanding of the chronology is that's the last of the story before you move on to the battle at Hoover Dam. Just it feels like that very, very good way of wrapping everything up before the end.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Do you want to add anything else before we open it up for other people to chime in?
No, I don't think so.
Cool. Who else has thoughts on Lonesome Road? I think Aperture. Were you the first one to?
Sure.
There you are. Hey, go for it.
Hey, here I am. Ulysses has got to be one of my favorite characters. Vegas. That you actually meet. Simply just the absolute aesthetic of the character, the way he speaks, and how he actually provides a sort of positive. Like, he was originally supposed to be a pro Caesar's Legion companion. You were supposed to be able to take him right into the wasteland with him. He got scrapped at the last minute. That's why he's the antagonist of this DLC.
Mm-hmm.
I love him. It's cool.
Cool.
Yep.
Denise?
Yeah, I was going to say that I think one of the most favorite things that I enjoyed about it, aside from, finding out about your past and having to go through all that, is also finding out about your companion Eddie's past, and what exactly happened with your little iBot friend, and the kind of heartbreak he had, and he was just looking for that companionship again. And so then when you go through all of it and you find all the information on it, you feel a little bit better knowing that you were able to get to know him a little bit more and still have him as a companion, which you can actually get a higher perk after finding out all of his memories and stuff.
Sure writes, Eddie, no. Victor?
Yeah, I actually had totally forgotten about the whole Eddie, I don't want to say subplot, but because it's kind of the last carrot that drags you down into Lonesome Road is finding all this stuff out about Eddie. But yeah, no, I agree. Finding out more about Eddie, and I believe Eddie was created by an Enclave scientist, I want to say. I don't remember precisely, but I remember really enjoying what we found out about him. But going along again with this, all of these DLCs have the theme of letting go. What I really love about how, no matter which way you end up having to end the DLC with Ulysses, be it you have to kill him or you fight alongside him, it allows Ulysses to let go. Because you go through all of these DLCs, he's clinging to the old world flag as kind of the last thing, because he can't, he no longer will hold on to the bear or the bull, but he feels like he has to hold on to something. And so as this DLC goes on, he learns that he can let go and move on. And I think that seeing the journey that they're wanting our courier to go through, seeing that mirrored in the end with the antagonist that kind of runs through all of the DLCs is a really moving thing to see. See that letting go with Ulysses himself.
Yeah. Interesting stuff. All right. I think we're wrapping up New Vegas. Sunless, anything else to add before we move on?
Nope, nothing else.
Okay. Well, hey, we've got Faith on now. Welcome to the show. And we're going to jump back to Fallout 3 before we move on to Fallout 4 and talk about Mothership Zeta. Faith, how's it going?
It's going.
Well, I'm glad you... Yeah, well, I'm glad you were able to make it to the show. Thanks for jumping in. Even if you're late, that's not a big deal. And I'm glad you're going to be able to talk about Mothership Zeta, Zetans, aliens, all that kind of stuff. What makes this DLC one of your favorites?
Well, I will say that there's a bunch. Well, so when I was playing through it, I found recently that there was a log that connected to Fallout 76. And so that's what made this one shoot up to one of my favorites. There was a log where there was a Vault-Tec, like high chairman or something like that, big wig up in the Vault-Tec area. And the Zetans actually had kidnapped him from the construction site of Vault 76. And that I found that like really interesting. But then I just also like the alien weaponry, and there's a perk that you can only get on the Mothership Zeta DLC, and it's the Xenotech Expert. And what was interesting was that you get it. Hold on. Oh, okay, no, never mind. I remember killing a bunch of aliens after finding a firing range, or not aliens, with alien weaponry at a firing range. And you get a plus 20 damage with alien weapons, and it's just, you have to find a certain weapon, and it's the destabilizer. And the destabilizer was a, hold on, let me look. It's it's basically the alien disintegrator, but it has, it's automatic.
Yeah, I remember of it. I don't remember too much specifically about it, but I do. It rings a bell. Going back, thinking a long time back now.
The alien or the destabilizer is different from the disintegrators because of it's the only one that's automatic. But if you're in VATS, it only takes one shot, so it's kind of weird.
Yeah, weird.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I wasn't exactly prepared for this. I feel like I'm trailing off a little bit.
You're fine. You're fine. What else did you like about the DLC?
Yes. So there's a companion that you can get while you're on the DLC. You can't take him down to the Capital Wasteland. His name is Elliot Turkorian, and he is a medic for, I don't remember if it was I think it was the U.S. Army. But he gets teleported from the Battle of Anchorage all the way to Mothership Zeta, and then he gets frozen, and then you cryo or decryo or whatever the
right.
Yeah. But he follows you around, and he has winterized medic armor and medic helmet, and he's pretty cool. He can give you cryo weapons, cryo mines, and grenades specifically. And then so I'm just going to go through the storyline now instead of my favorite things. So
that's fine, and you can cut through it pretty quickly. I think. I'm sorry to keep bringing this up, but I want to make sure everyone gets through and that we're not too late running through the episode. But yeah, basically you find the alien crashed ship, right? That's how it starts, if I recall.
Yeah, you actually get a radio signal that's kind of garbled, and then you get a waypoint on your Pip-Boy, and you go towards it, and as you're getting closer to it, it kind of clears out, but it also doesn't because the radio signal is in alien. It's like the alien language, so you don't understand what it is, but it but it gets clear, so if that makes sense. And then once you see the spaceship, you get teleported up to the mothership, where you awaken in a holding chamber. Well, you don't awaken in the holding chamber. You wake up, you're on a table, and there's these alien probe thingies, and they're doing unspeakable things to you as you come to, and then you pass out, supposedly from the pain. And then you wake up in a holding cell with a slaver. Her name is Soma. Find out she's a slaver through just dialogue that you have with her. But she's like one of the more wholesome characters I feel on that DLC, because like she just has that loving kind of vibe to her. But I guess that's what made her a good slaver, is that people would trust her like that. So you have to escape the holding cell by beating up your cellmate, and then the aliens come. Then you beat the aliens up, and then now you and your cellmate are best friends. So,
right. And don't you eventually find like other people, correct?
Oh, I don't know if I was just lagging right there. I think I was.
Oh, it's okay. I said eventually you come across other people. You come across other humans from different time periods that have all been like cryopreserved, and then at some point you continue to break out and take over the ship.
Yes.
Right.
So you come across these cryopods where you can unfreeze a cowboy who has just lost his daughter and his wife. And then you come across a samurai named Toshihiro Kago.
Mm-hmm.
And he does not speak a lick of English. So it's kind of funny when you go to his dialogues and he's just like, "Why are you people tormenting me? I don't know any word that you're saying," because it subtitles it for you.
Right. Yeah.
And
I think he's the oldest character in the entire series, I believe.
Yep, he's a very old man. He's just sitting there.
Well, yeah, but like he's from like the 1600s or something originally.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, 1500s. Yeah.
There was one other person who was an astronaut, but he didn't survive being frozen. And you get to take his suit off of him because eventually you do go out into space and do a little spacewalk.
So how does this whole thing come to a head at the end?
It comes to an end. You blow up all these generators that basically, they're oxygen generators, so they suffocate the aliens. So they have to open up more and more levels for you to explore, which to them, seems like a bad idea, but whatever. So you finally make it up to the captain's chambers and to the foredeck or whatever it is for spaceships. And you kill all the aliens in there. And then all of a sudden, another mothership comes in. Well, it's a sister ship, I guess. But it comes in, and then you have to take control of your ship's death beam and destroy the other ship with the death beam.
Yeah, which raises the question, how many of these ships are there? Yeah.
I know that I think Elliot was talking about hopefully they're not sending any more people, but if they do, they know how to destroy them.
Right. Yeah, very cool stuff. I love the fact that this was literally out of this world with this DLC, that they took it somewhere completely bonkers, especially at the time of Fallout 3. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, I think it was crap, I forgot the word for it. Okay, I'm just going to backtrack on that then.
That's all right. Hey, let's open this up to other people. Did anybody else have any specific feelings about Mothership Zeta? Any other? Did you like it? Did you not like it? We've got a few people chiming in. Pink Titan.
So, I absolutely loved this DLC, the weapons you get from it and everything. But I think one of my biggest gripes about it was that you only access, I think, after you complete the main storyline and everything up in the ship, somewhere around like 70 to 75% of the map for Mothership Zeta is completely closed off. You cannot go back and access it, which especially for lower levels, especially if you don't have a high enough lockpick or hacking skill, you're kind of screwed out of some of the good weapons that you can come across or some of the good armor or anything like that.
Yeah, that does make it difficult. Victor.
This just goes back to my usual shtick of history, but I love all of like the humanity's history progression that you see in everybody in the cryopods. You have Toshiro. There's also somebody who is essentially supposed to be off of like the Plymouth or the Mayflower, like very early European immigrants to America to start the colonies, and then the cowboy, and then the Vault-Tec, the astronaut and the Vault-Tec employee.
Oh yeah, the cowboy. I remember him. Yeah,
and like the little girl who got pulled up like just before the bombs dropped. And just seeing that historical progression and knowing that each one of them being taken out changes Fallout history, which gives us a little bit more detail into the fact that, yes, there are divergences in our history that happened before the end of World War II. We know the big ones in World War II, but getting little bits of detail about what happened before then is really nice, and seeing all of them speak in the way they would have back then, and all that jazz. And of course, I totally agree. Having Toshiro like not be able to communicate at all because he can't speak English and we can't speak Japanese, just made him for a really interesting character, at least to me.
Yes. Yeah. I always had this feeling that like he was just frustrated and ready to take on anybody because he's just pissed off. Can't communicate, stuck on some alien ship. I thought that was really funny. Aperture.
Fun fact, when you reach the control room, you set off the laser gun for the first time? Yeah, you destroy Algonquin National Park up in Canada.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, poor Canadians.
Yeah, we get the bad end of the deal most of the time in the universe. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Sorry about that, Aperture. Well, Faithion, anything else you want to add?
No. Sorry, I wasn't too ready, but
that's okay. You rushed in. You made it. You made it into the show, and I'm glad that you're here. So, and feel free to chime in on any of the ones that come up as we move into Fallout 4. So, it is almost 4:00 in the morning for our friend Deadshot over here. Deadshot, you're going to talk about Automatron, and that's probably this one makes a lot of sense for you, I think, because you love modding the games, and Automatron is basically a mod DLC because you get to make all these robots and stuff. Am I going the right direction with this?
Similar. It's a DLC. It's actually one of the smallest DLCs that I know of, containing only 4 quests and 1 repeatable quest at the end if you do the right ending. It has 3 endings, one of which is hidden behind the Silver Shroud quest. If you complete that quest line and keep this Silver Shroud outfit, it allows you to interact with the Mechanist, the main protagonist of the DLC, who is just a normal person who thought they were doing good, but injected lines of code into robots to say, if you see evil, try and stop it. But then the robots obviously took on what they thought as evil. The quest adds 2 factions. One's Rust Devils, which are a regular faction who use robots, and it adds in new robots. 49 new types of robots.
Yeah, there were lots of new robots, and then you can take all the parts and make your own.
There are 73 different types that you can add onto a robot figure, with 365 armor add-ons to go with them. 2 of which are special quest hidden ones, the rest of which you need to find. There are, I believe, 7 actual robots that you can make. iBot, Automatron, and stuff like that, different ones like that. I have the full breakdown here. If anybody's interested afterwards, you can kind of shoot me a message.
Yeah, why don't you share that? Here's my question. What made this one stand out the most to you? Like why is this your absolute favorite, or is this just one of the ones that you want to talk about?
I don't have an absolute favorite, to be brutally honest.
Well, then what makes it one of your favorites? Was it the quest line? Was it the items? Like what about it?
The part that makes it one of my favorites is it's not a story-driven DLC like Nuka World or Far Harbor, and it's also not a building DLC like Contraptions. It takes a mix of everything, because you can be the explorer type and just do the quests, or you could be the builder type and make whole civilizations out of just robots. I was often known to, when I'm making my towns for the Minutemen, I would make the security robots or the traveling merchant robots as a way of kind of building into the lore.
Oh, that's cool.
What it is. But
Yeah.
also the unique clothing and weapons that come along with this. For example, you can get Assaultron helmets and iBot helmets or Tesla T60 armor, which hasn't been seen since, I believe it was Operation Anchorage. But like you can get Mr. Handy Buzz Blades, and you can actually, I find this funny because I'd never thought of it this way, but Assaultron heads, the ones that glow red before they shoot a laser, you can salvage, I said that in quotation marks because that's what they're known as, salvaged Assaultron heads, but really you're building them. They full on, it's like you've ripped the head off one of them, and it allows people who use radiation builds to use them because it gives you radiation in extent for output.
Right.
Which allows, like, if you're a radiation build, it allows you to keep your maximum health while taking on radiation. And if you have a perk like, I believe it's Ghoulified, you actually gain health because you're gaining radiation, which transitions into health.
Right. So it's a lot of the gameplay stuff that you really like about this one.
Yeah. It's also starts at a relatively low level. Starts at level 16, which the game puts you around 16 when you're going to Fort Hagen. I always say it wrong. I think it's Hagen. To fight Kellogg. He's supposed to be the boss before level 20. Which is interesting because the way you receive this quest is you open up your Pip-Boy radio and you listen into an emergency broadcast and you meet Ada, a robot, but she has had modifications to her to the extent where she actually feels emotions, which nowadays would be considered controversial because that then breaches the fact of what's a robot compared to a human if robots can also have emotions.
Yeah.
But like even into settlement building, like I was saying, you have spotlights and you have a brand new settlement, you have the Mechanist Lair. And another thing that I kind of think is more a feature than a glitch, but people consider it a glitch, is the repeatable quest if you keep the Mechanists alive. When you go on them, usually your settler limit is capped by your charisma. I think max you can have is 20 settlers at any given settlement. The repeatable quest sends you to fight teams of robots that will most of the time have 1 to 3 survivors, and you can convince them to go back to your settlement regardless if they have your settlement capped at your capacity limit. They will go.
So does it just limits? It just basically removes the limit of settlers.
It can break the game for smaller settlements like Hangman's Alley, but I found that it can actually heighten the game in other such settlements. And it's really handy. There are 4 new types of bots actually added, which not many people know about. There's the swarm bots, tank bots, junk bots, and scrap bots. And there's 2 more bots that are never added but are in the game's code, which I believe are like rubbish bots and stuff like this, like crash bots.
So part of what I loved about this one was being able to blow up robots. There's something about fighting robots and the way they break that is really satisfying to me.
An interesting part about this mod, in my opinion, DLC, is the modifications to robots. Certain robots, as you probably know from playing yourself, have overabundant weaknesses. If you hit a Soltron, say, if you aim for their head, it does more damage than aiming for their body. Or Mr. Handies, if you aim for their turrets, it counts as a headshot. This mod allows you to change that, or this DLC allows you to change that, because you can reinforce those parts of your bot to then when you're going out with them, say you bring one as a companion, you're able to then fight the other ones, and you're able to do more damage well, your bots don't take as much damage.
Right.
Similarly, you have, I found this quite funny as a name, but you have the Protectron's Gauss Rifle, which makes no sense considering every Protectron in the game, depending on the Protectron, carries a different set of things. So if it's a fire Protectron, it will use water. If it's a EMT, it will electrocute. The Gauss Rifle is actually because there's a hidden version of the Protectrons in the game's code that was added in with this DLC that allows it to become this by adding an Army General Protectron. So it's like the Enclave or something got a hold of them and rewrit their wiring. Another thing that I like about this is it shows how robot learning works. So in real life, usually robots learn by algorithm. You put in a set of strict codes, so say numbers, and tell the algorithm sort this out, and each time you filter it back through, it will sort out a different time, learning as it goes along. The Mechanist does a similar thing with her bots, except instead of going through like that, she inputs the code of all evil, and so the bots have to learn for themselves what they consider evil, and that's why they go through and do what they do.
Right.
A lot of the bots that you can actually encounter can be legendary, which before this DLC made no sense. Legendary bots weren't a thing. Bots attacks weren't a thing. But it also added 16 new encounters to the game with different bots, including one which I find hilarious, which is just a dead Mr. Handy on the ground with a note. And it kind of throws into the Wastelanders a bit, as if they were trying to do a throwback.
Yeah. Man, that's funny. Well, hey, do you mind if we open this up to other people?
Yeah,
see what they thought about this? Guys, what did you think about the Automatron DLC? Zemnies?
A really amazing add-on that they did, because I mean, I know you had Codsworth, but you couldn't really change the way he looked, and that was one thing that kind of bothered me when the base game came out. It was like you had this kind of really too shiny dome and you wanted to change it up or whatever, you couldn't.
Right.
And then when it came out, you were able to do that, and one of the fun parts about it was building the different robots, because I actually made a really weird and wacky robot. I had, like, I think part was a Mr. Handy robot, another, like the top section of it was like a sentry bot, then I had an Assaultron head and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And it actually did some pretty good damage with all that. And then plus being able to see the Mechanist a second time in the series, because I think it was Fallout 3, I believe it was, where there was the Mechanist and that layer there. So I thought that was a pretty cool way to bring it back into the series.
Yeah. You're reminding me of the time when I took Curie and made her into this like badass like tank battle bot. And it was still her personality, but she was like I don't know, I gave her just the absolute, she had some sort of like, I don't know, rotary laser gun and some sort of like badass up close weapon. I don't remember what it was, and didn't look anything like herself, but still had the personality.
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
That's pretty funny. Yeah.
That was literally what I was going to bring up. You can take one of probably, I would consider one of the most innocent companions.
Yes. Yep.
If anybody knows Tarot, I compare Curie to the wise fool. She is so full of knowledge and she's still curious, but she knows nothing of the real world.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it was great.
Put her into like practically a Terminator, and she still has this puppy little voice, but she can
I don't know if we should be hurting these people. Yeah, that's basically how it went. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my favorite part about that one.
I know Nunamer had something to say. Nunamer, did you want to chime in?
Oh yeah, I know that Deadshot had said that it's one of the smaller DLCs, but that DLC changed completely the way that I played Fallout 4, because I was very much into setting up the trading lines between the different settlements. And once I knew that you could assign robots to be the go-betweens, your settlements, I just built essentially an army of, fully modded, like fully maxed out bots that would just run all the supplies in between my trading routes. And that way, instead of having a bunch of people going back and forth with their soft, fleshy bits, instead I had a bunch of metal, machines that could really handle themselves. The only drawback is occasionally, depending on how you built them, they could get stuck on terrain and stuff. But outside of that, as long as you knew what you were doing, you could build a whole army of robots, and it was so much fun.
Yeah, that was pretty fun. Pink Titan, did you have something you wanted to add to?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out I had some of my fondest memories with Automatron, just because being able to build Codsworth, since he's by this point, I had already had Curie in the synth body. So I was like, okay, I missed out on an opportunity to watch something fantastic go on. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to have my British butler turn into something. So I turned him into from like the neck down. He was just the Soltron with the blades on his arms. And then I put the Jangles the Moon Monkey head on him. The sentry head. And it was hilarious watching this intimidating Soltron body running at like raiders or gunners with a moon monkey head on.
Yeah, and his voice. Yes.
And his voice lines as he was running up to them was good. Hello, good sir, as he stabs them through the spine.
Right.
Like that was one of those moments that just had me dying of laughter every time I went into combat with him.
Yep. Phaethon?
I remember when I first did the Automatron DLC, I made sure that I had enough of all the parts, and I made the biggest, most badass looking sentry bot, painted him bright yellow, and then gave him the cutest voice I could get. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I also outfitted him with the cryo and the flamethrower, so he'd have to get in close, and then you could hear him just squeaking and everything, and you can't help but be like, oh, look at him, my little murder baby.
Oh, murder babies. Awesome stuff. Well, good one, Deadshot. I know you have some more details and things. You've got like 4 pages of stuff. If anybody wants to see all of the details, in fact, if anybody wants to talk to you about any of the, some of the modding stuff and things like that, Deadshot is the guy to go to talk to about that stuff. Let's move it on because this episode's going long. Let's get to, do we need to do anyone specifically who's left? We have Firewriter, Zemnies, and Nunimer. Is there anybody who needs to head out sooner than the others? And we should, because we're moving into other Fallout 4 stuff. Nobody chiming on? We just keep going in order? All right, so we've got Farharbor next with Firewriter.
Okay, so I picked out 3 things that really jumped out to me and made this my absolute favorite. And I think most of what it comes down to is a lot of the DLCs for 4 were more around like kind of, I don't know how to describe it, like building. This one was so quest driven and story driven that really, really appealed to me. And 2 of the things that really jump out to me that I really loved in this were kind of theme based. One of the things that makes this one so interesting is how morally gray it is. And there's no real correct answer or faction to side with. And when I'm playing, I'll try to get, what I think of as, the right ending or the good ending. But no matter which way you choose in this one, you're going to feel like you've been manipulated by someone.
I think
it's
gray.
The best ending, in my opinion, is to side with Acadia, but then and bring Dima to justice. But then Dima dies, you wind up feeling like a jerk because you just killed Nick's brother, and then Nick comments on it, and you feel even worse. But every of the factions here has characters who are good and who aren't good. In the harbor where most people seem decent, you still have Alan Lee, who's basically a murderer, but nobody's done anything about it. And then the nucleus seems like it should be full of bad guys, but it's not. Most of the people seem all right, and they're just doing their thing. And the only real bad guy is Tectus, who's, busy sowing seeds of hatred. Again, going, yeah. And then going
dilemmas left and right.
It is. But I loved it for that,
Yeah.
And then Acadia, it's the same thing where everybody seems really good, but then Dima is so manipulative. He had to hide his own memories from himself and create the evilest puzzle game ever. And the one black mark on this DLC that I hated that part of it so much. And the question kind of stands out there. Was he actually ashamed of the things he's done, or is he just afraid of somebody else finding out, So most of the characters in this DLC feel really complex. And I really like that. So the other theme that really jumped out at me that I really like about this one is the theme of kind of found family. So when you bring Nick with you, you can have some really good conversations with him about what makes someone your family. And whereas he and Dima obviously weren't blood related, Dima definitely considers Nick to be his brother. And Nick isn't quite sure, and he wants to talk to you about it, which is really cool to me. And in addition to that, just the whole concept of the Synth refuge is very much found family. And one clear example there is the pair, Jewel and Cog, take care of each other very much like a brother and sister. And they're really interesting. And even their story really touches on this morally gray theme, where Jewel's brain is damaged as a result of a botched mind wipe by Faraday. And there's a lot of really interesting questions that come out of that with, like, is that Faraday's fault? And then how does that frame the work that the railroad is doing? And are there other synths out there who are suffering like Jewel is suffering?
Yeah.
And I think that all of those questions that are raised are really interesting. The third part of Far Harbor that I absolutely love is talked a lot kind of over this whole episode about aesthetics and atmosphere. And Harbor kills it on this. I love the music to it. It's just really beautiful and moody. I like to listen to soundtracks while I work, and this is one of the ones that I really love to put on. It's just so good.
Oh, cool.
And then just the dreariness and the fog of the forested areas in here are a really sharp contrast to the Commonwealth. So it all just really ties together to kind of suit the whole overall mood of the story of the DLC.
Yeah, it's another one of those DLCs where it's very different aesthetically than the main game.
Yeah.
That is very cool. I figured Nunamur would bring that up. Anyone else want to chime in on Far Harbor? Zemnies, I see you down there at the bottom.
Well, one of the things that I really appreciated about it was seeing that even synths could make mistakes. And I mean, you kind of got the picture from Nick, but then you got to see a whole nother like community of different synths and things like that. And I think one of my most favorite endings out of it, and I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but is actually where you can kind of make them work together, the people and the synths. But you got to have a really good speech or charisma for that. And you got to do things in a certain order. So it takes a little bit of time to do that. But just the general environment that you were in, it felt like a whole different wild place that was like on an island or something, and it was just such a beautiful way that they were able to bring everything together, and seeing all new creatures that you didn't see before in the different Fallout games, I think was also another major part of why I enjoyed it.
Yeah, that was very cool too. Victor?
So I'm just wanting to make sure I'm not misremembering. Isn't the vault that's part of a hotel full of the RoboBrains part of Far Harbor as well?
Yeah, that is part of it. The murder mystery.
The murder mystery. I love that quest so friggin' much. Because you get to go on a like full-on detective noir murder mystery with Nick Valentine, who is like the of film noir detective. And it's so funny and interesting to see all of these rich people who got put into robo-brains, not because of their intelligence, which is what we saw in New Vegas, but because they have so much money they don't.
Uh-oh. We lost you and then you came right back. Are you still there?
I apologize. Yeah,
okay.
My phone does that occasionally. I do apologize. But and then the whole murder mystery and learning about all the different personalities of all these different robo-brains. And I loved the twist ending as well. I'm not going to spoil it because it's just so good. But the other part I love about it is that you get to have another moment similar to, oh God, I can't remember his name. The Assaultron that you can recruit for the Atomic Wrangler in New Vegas. You can have a fade to black moment with one of the robo-brains. And it is so funny to me.
That's funny.
But yeah, and overall, I don't know if I've mentioned this on the show before, but my main romance, quote unquote, for it's Hancock. But before Hancock, I wanted to romance Nick. I loved his character so much. I wanted to get to know him better. And then I found out that, nope, I've gotten my max affection. We aren't getting any further. So having Far Harbor around to just let you learn more about, not Nick Valentine, the detective, because we learn about the human detective in his companion quest in the main game, but learn more about Nick Valentine, the synth, the man you know, and his history and how he feels about things. Was just a really great opportunity for one of the, quote unquote main companions to get that much more backstory on him was just incredible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is really cool. Pink Titan?
I think probably my favorite part about the DLC was just all the different new enemies that you came across. So you got like the Raider faction up there, which I believe was the Trappers. So you had all these raiders that had succumbed to the fog and everything like that. You had the fog crawlers. You had the hermit crabs, which, oh God, just the first time I came across one of those, it scared the daylights out of me. Just that thing going to loot a back of a truck that just looks like it's full of junk. And then all of a sudden a hermit crab pops out. It's like the size of, like, bigger than like a regular sized mirelurk. Yep. So I got really caught off guard. But one of the things I wanted to touch on was the crashed plane in there, where one of the rare occurrences of a friendly super mutant who literally just trains or like he domesticates like the local dogs. Like when I went there for the first time, I want to say he had like a mutant hound, he had a wolf, he had a regular dog with him, and I think that was one of the coolest things because granted we all love dog meat, but I feel like having a pet wolf or like a pet mutant hound at my settlements just made things so much more fun.
It's not quite as cute as dog meat, though. But yeah, you've got a point. Anything else you want to wrap this up with, Fire?
I think that's about it.
Okay, cool. Well, let's move on to Nuka World, and we're going to round out Fallout 4 with Nuka World with Zemnies.
Well,
yeah.
The reason why I chose this one, because it kind of hit a little bit on a home base for me. And why it's part of my favorite, because it reminded me of a lake that they had an amusement park at, pretty much, and you're able to go and do a whole bunch of things and so on. And
a specific one that we're not going to name?
I think my favorite, probably one of the roller coasters that they had, I forgot the name of it. And being able to go and ride on that. And then plus also going and swimming in the lake up there. Also another part why I chose Nuka World was they give you a very unique perspective on the Raiders. Because in all the other games, you did have, certain unique factions of them, like the Pit, and this one was kind of more of a higher society of raiders. There was a lot more of them. Yeah, they still had like kind of like the slavery thing like they had in Fallout 3, but they had 3 different factions. There was the let me look here. I think it was the Pack, the Disciples, and I forgot who the other one was.
Operators?
Operators, yeah.
Chiming in. Yeah.
And I believe it was the Pack ones were like a more primal,
bestial. Yeah, they were very animal-like.
Exactly, and they did things, with a lot of show of strength and force and everything like that. And then, like with the, I can't remember if it was the Disciples or the Operators. I think the bloodthirsty ones. They had like the really blood-crazed, bloodthirsty ones. I think those were the Disciples.
Yeah, they were more like gothy.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah. And they were a very brutal part of the Raiders. So, and then you had like the Operators, who were more of a higher class Raider, where they were looking for money, but they had a specific code that they followed. Whereas the other ones didn't really follow much of a code. And then, of course, they had the one overboss, Coulter, who when you first go in there, that's who you have to end up fighting. Right. So it kind of brought a really unique perspective on that, because it showed you like the high class, a middle class, and then the low class, which would be like the Disciples, where they were just the really bloodthirsty savages of it. And there was a lot of unique places. I think my favorite place in Nuka World, actually my favorite 2 places, I should say, was the Wild West one, where you had I forgot the deputy's name there, but he had like little things that you could go and do, and they had, of course, new creatures in there, like the bloodworms, which were horrible to deal with. But then you had like little odds and ends that you could go do, like I think one was going to like a shooting range, and you could go in and do that. Then you had probably the ultimate favorite was where you could get the power armor, the quantum power armor.
Yeah.
And I believe that was they had a Nuka Cola plant, and you could actually go in there, and there were Nuka Lurks, Nuka Kings. There was the Nuka Lurk Queen.
Yeah, all throughout the thing there was the Nuka Cola.
Yeah,
the whole thing. Yeah.
And they kind of brought out like kind of more deadly creatures with it. Going through that, and I remember running into my first Nuka Lurk, and it kind of scared the crap out of me because it was hidden. I didn't see it. I was walking through the water, and all of a sudden it popped up at me.
Yeah.
But that was one thing that I enjoyed, was being able to go through that and getting the quantum power armor, and then also seeing like the quantum death claw, which was like one of my favorite creatures throughout all the Fallout games. And then they brought in the Gator Claw, which was really a unique spin on the Death Claw.
Yep.
And going through the quest to go through it, and you had to stop the Gator Claws from coming out, and all that was pretty cool. And I think the 2 of my other favorite things of it was going and seeing Sierra. I always mess up her last name. Petrovita. Where she was in Fallout 3, and she had that Nuka Cola place with that little Nuka-Cola shack where she was showing all of her stuff, and she was giving little tours and stuff in Fallout 3, and helping her with that, and then finding out, well, they made a whole bunch of other different kinds of Nuka-Cola. It wasn't just, Quantum and so on. They had
the cherry and the berry cola and the coffee one and the like orange. There's a bunch of them. Yeah.
They even had, I think one of my favorite ones was Nuka Extreme. Ice
Nuka
Cold
Extreme.
Nuka Extreme. Yeah.
Yeah. Nuka Dark.
Yeah. And it was pretty cool. And then I think I had two favorite weapons out of it that were legendary weapons, which was and I don't know if I'm saying this right or not, but it was the Eternus Gatling laser, where it was pretty much an infinite supply of, lasers coming out of it. You would never run out because it would only run off of one fusion core, and you could use it throughout the whole entire game with just one fusion core.
Uh-huh.
And then I think the Problem Solver was my second favorite, which was the special handmade rifle. There's two different kinds. There's that one and the splatter cannon. And so it was really a unique spin on, what an amusement park looked like in the before the war, and then even after, and then how you could go through and you could play it two ways. You could go and be the overboss and start taking over the wasteland, or you could choose to do the good ending, which would be freeing all the slaves and then just killing everybody there that were raiders.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that was one of my favorite because there was just so much to it, and even remembering some of the stuff that I had to go through and how long it took me, because I think going from start to finish, it took me probably about, 80 hours to complete it all, because I wanted to go through every single thing that was in there.
Yeah, there was a lot there. It was a big expansion.
Yeah, it was. And then and doing that quest for Sierra, going and finding the guy that made the Nuka-Cola and all that stuff, and where you were able to get the weaponized Nuka ammo, which I thought was pretty amazing, and it was actually pretty powerful to start with.
Yeah. So let's open this up to other people. Anybody else want to chime in on this one? Nuka World? True Dog?
Yeah, I'm going to admit something that at least is a little embarrassing for me, but this is the only DLC that I haven't finished across all of the games that I've played, and it kind of goes with what you said. There's a lot going on here, and
there's a lot there. Yeah,
keeps me up at night. But yeah, just wanted to mention.
Well, maybe you can devote some time to getting it done.
One day, yeah.
Deadshot?
I just want to mention a small thing, because I know it's not going to be mentioned otherwise, but the Shovel Museum. That's all I'm going to mention. Those who understand will understand, but that's especially a shout out to Pet. The Shovel Museum.
All right. Sunless?
Me, just wanted to throw in, I love seeing kind of a background on just how just kind of evil, but just insane the companies were in the Fallout universe. Like, you, aside from some of the ingredients that you find out are in different Nuka-Cola recipes, even just how they set up the park. Like, there's one terminal entry, I think from a manager or someone, talks about the Kitty Kingdom area and the sprayers. When you go there, obviously it's 200 years later, and they're spraying radioactive fog. They were originally designed to spray Nuka-Cola, not water.
Right.
Sprayed Nuka-Cola to the point where kids were getting like rashes on their skin.
Yeah.
In our world, it's hard to think of anyone who would go, gee, this is a good idea. And we see all sorts of how Vault-Tec has their evil experiments and whatnot going on. Just to see even the little decisions of like, who at Nuka-Cola decided this was a good idea?
Yeah, right. Like, whose idea was this? This is terrible. Why would you spray this on people?
That was it.
Yeah. Okay. Good point. Well, cool stuff, Zemnies. Anything else you want to add before we move on?
No, I think that wraps it up for me.
I did want to say something, if that's all right.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so I'm not going to go on about how Nuka World is Disney 2.0, because I've done that before. However, I do want to bring up one thing, which or a tiny handful of things. First of all, Nuka World brings back the Hubologists. And to me, anything that makes fun of Scientology gets like an A+ in my book. I love Hubologists in general. I think it's hilarious, and the fact actually that they've had to like legally say that the Hubologists, they've had to do the,
well, this is not representative of real people.
Exactly.
No harm is intended. Yeah,
exactly that. But the other thing I wanted to mention is just kind of a small set piece when you're going through Kitty Kingdom, and you meet Oswald the Absurd and all of the feral ghouls that he's trying to take care of. To me, it was an incredibly tragic story, because he was just trying to hold it all together until his girlfriend could get back, because she left Nuka World to see if there was a cure. And if you find her corpse and her holotape before you get to Nuka World, you can play it for him, and he realizes she's gone. There's nothing left, and you just leave. And to me, for whatever reason, the way his presence is in the game, where it's like you basically just hear him through the speakers quite a bit until you actually like confront him at the end. Mm-hmm. Combine that with like his panache for theatrics and the tragic nature of his character. For whatever reason, it gives me really strong like Phantom of the Opera vibes of I'm awful, I'm ugly, but I still want to protect. I still want to be recognized, and I want to help people like me. I want to help those who I care about. And then in the end, finding out that he's been doing all of this to the detriment of everyone. And in the good ending, if he leaves, he's kind of broken, and he leaves. And the way that whole setup is done just gives me a huge reference somehow to Phantom of the Opera, which I don't expect to see references or even like any themes similar to any of the musicals I adore in my video games. So that was something that I really liked. And then the last thing is just seeing we already know that Vault-Tec was connected with the Enclave. And then when we go through Nuka World and we learn about Nuka-Cola Quantum, Project Cobalt, which they're working with the Enclave or